Dangian Island, under endless thunderclouds. A blood-colored dragon and a blue-colored dragon hovered and danced in the sky, and the two dragons that had just rushed into the sky looked at each other with serious eyes. Soon, Bullet was too lazy to observe. The dragon's mouth tilted, and a crimson aura gathered in its huge mouth. Hot off. The same is true of the cyan dragon on the opposite side, with its bloody mouth wide open, and the orange-green dragon's breath condensed in the mouth. Scoff in the next moment. Bullet's crimson dragon's breath was spewed out first, and a crimson beam of light that pierced through a kilometer shot towards the blue dragon above the distant sky. Chi 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 chi. Immediately afterwards, the orange-green beam of light shot out from the mouth of the cyan dragon. Although Kaido's clone reacted quickly, it was still a little weaker in the face of Bullet, who was now at the peak of his strength. Boom boom boom, the crimson light collided with the orange-green light, and the two beams of heat collided in the air and released countless terrifying energies, which immediately caused the sky to surge with wind and clouds. Zzz. Only after a moment of stalemate, the orange-green heat emitted by the Kaido clone began to fly backwards from the impact of the red heat, and the energy began to collapse and overflow. Scoff. After reaching a certain critical point, the orange-green heat disintegrated in an instant, and the crimson heat directly bombarded Kaido's clone under the shocked gazes of the celestial dragons in the CPU. Boom. After a huge explosion, thick smoke billowed in the sky. Bullet was so powerful that his bloody body was spinning in the air, and in the blink of an eye a bloody tornado of 1,000 meters appeared between the sky and the earth. Ha ha, because of the terrifying energy spillage, the seawater above the distant sea surface was sucked upside down, bloody blue and tangled. It looked extremely shocking. However, everything is not over yet. Bad wind. Energy condensed around Bullet, and hundreds of bloody moonblades rushed out from the blood-blue waterspout that stretched between the sky and the earth. Whoosh whoosh. Kaido, who just came out of the explosion with his head shaking, saw hundreds of huge blue knives rolling towards him. Not good. Seeing such a scene, the Kaido clone was startled, but obviously he could not escape this wave of attacks and could only rely on his own armament haki to resist. Now that Bullet has experienced many battles, how could he give Kaido this chance? Especially the Kaido of this clone. In terms of single-round actual combat experience, he is much inferior to Kaido. Boom boom boom. Countless blood-blue moonblades more than 10 meters long bombarded down from the sky, and most of them landed on Kaido's clone, causing Kaido's clone to suffer a huge explosion again. The rest of the blood-blue bad wind and moonblades fell from the air into the rocks and forests of Dangian Island, and immediately cut the rocks and forests below into countless pieces. Chi 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 chi, in the blink of an eye, tall mountains and rocks were cut flat, and large forests were cut into pieces. This terrifying display of power stunned the celestial dragons below. Ha ha ha, Kaido's clone. You and Kaido are so far behind. Not enough, not enough. Bullet's bloody dragon head roared to the sky, and the huge dragon body directly rushed into the side of the Kaido clone that was enveloped by the bloody wind, and the huge bloody dragon tail that was several kilometers long was slammed in the shocked eyes of everyone below. On top of the dragon body of the Kaido clone. A dull sound came from the sky, and then a cyan dragon bent like a shell and fell from the sky 2 seconds later. With a bang sound, it smashed a deep pit of several kilometers on the ground. Hot off barrage. I have to say that Bullet's offensive is really ferocious. One wave after another doesn't give Kaido clone any time to react, and they fight against the opponent the whole time. Not to mention Kaido's clone. Kaido's main body will be seriously injured if it is attacked with advanced armament haki. Zzz chi 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 chi. The blood-colored dragon hovered in the air, spewing out 100-meter-long crimson heat from the huge dragon's mouth, falling from the sky, like countless meteor showers, directly hitting the Kaido clone that had just landed in the deep pit of Dangian Island. Boom boom boom. The sound of the explosion sounded again, the terrifying energy scattered in all directions, the rocks were turned into pieces, and the forest thousands of meters was instantly destroyed. This scene is something that 5 Elders Satan Shang never expected. Originally, he thought that the last 3 cards he revealed would be able to slap Buggy in the face, but he didn't expect that the clone's combat experience is often so much different from Bullet's, even though it is also Admiral-level strength. Even Haki is much weaker. If this continues, although they can sustain their undefeated for a while, they will lose to Bullet sooner or later. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at another battlefield above the sky. Slash wave. Broken waves. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, the battle with an axe and a sword is in full swing. Although he is a clone of the Golden Lion, he is holding the 2 famous swords of the Golden Lion in his hand, Myu-Ku and Sakura-Shi. Ha ha ha. Clone, you can't do it. You're too weak. Above the sky, Jabba laughed loudly. Although you hold Shiki's sword, your actual combat experience, attack and haki are far behind him. The golden lion clone in the distance heard this, snorted and roared angrily. Don't be so arrogant, Jabba. I will prove that I am better than Shiki the golden lion. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling. As the roar of the golden lion clone sounded in the distance, countless golden wave sword chi slashed by him in the sky bombarded Jabba. At the same time, his figure curled up, and the wind and rain between the heavens and the earth were used by the golden lion clone, and instantly transformed into dozens of huge lion heads of tens of meters and swept towards Jabba. Seeing this scene, Jabba sneered. The armed colors around him surged up like arrogance swept up by a strong wind, and directly enveloped him within 3 to 4 meters around him. The 2 giant axes in Jabba's hands were breathing black flames, as if they were breathing. Facing the stormy attack of the golden lion clone in the distance, he didn't retreat but advanced, and he turned into a black streamer and rushed over. Clang clang. As the giant axe slashed one after another, countless golden sword auras were cut into pieces, and the huge lion heads that were several tens of meters in front of Jabba were all smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye like paper paste. Jabba is like a humanoid beast, rampage. The attack of the golden lion clone couldn't do anything to him at all. Lion Fruit's bonus to Jabba was also reflected at this time. The original air combat weakness and the increase in fruit ability directly increased his combat power by a few percent again. The axe in his hand is even more insignificant under the addition of Lion Fruit. Wheeze in just a few seconds, Jabba broke through the attack of the golden lion clone and rushed directly in front of him. What? Impossible. The golden lion clone was horrified when he saw that Jabba, who was carrying a double axe and was covered in black arrogance, easily shattered his attack. At this time, Jabba was like a demon god, raised his hand to answer the golden lion clone, and slashed at the golden lion clone without hesitation. Hold lightly is heavy, Chongyue, clang. Faced with such a ferocious attack, the golden lion clone had no choice but to set up Muku and Lukai to block this seemingly light axe. Bang. When the seemingly weightless axe fell on the blades of Muku and Sakura 10, Golden Lion's complexion suddenly changed wildly. But before he could react, he was knocked down from the air by Jabba's mountain-like blow. Call out bang. As the golden streamer of the golden lion clone fell straight down from the sky, it directly smashed a deep pit of tens of meters on the ground of Dangian Island, and it collapsed directly with a radius of hundreds of meters. Cracks, rocks crumbling, forests collapsing, terrified. It was as if a mountain fell from the sky and pressed the clone of the golden lion to the ground. Seeing this scene, 5 Elders Satan's heart sank again, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Boring, don't you celestial dragons have any ideas? At this moment, Seraphim S. Eagle in Buggy's team stood up. He twisted his neck, and the wings on his back opened with a clatter. Everyone, I chose first. I feel the opportunity for the breakthrough in swordsmanship mentioned by my foster father, and the clone of Captain John is handed over to me, is that okay? Little Hawkeye flew his knife into the air, and showed a sunny smile at the surrounding leaders of the Buggy Pirates. After more than a year in the Buggy Pirates, Hawkeye's character is the complete opposite of Hawkeye. Hawkeye is indifferent and arrogant, while Little Hawkeye is sunny and cheerful. Among the Buggy Pirates, Little Hawkeye and Little Hancock are group favorites. Hearing what he said now, everyone naturally smiled and nodded without any reason not to agree. Be careful, Little Eagle. Then Captain John's swordsmanship was also very strong under the banner of Rock's Pirate back then. Rush. Hearing everyone's encouragement, Little Hawkeye was full of fighting spirit, and then he worshipped the Buggy in the middle. Buggy smiled slightly, nodded at him and said, overcome him, break through yourself, we believe in you. Oh. Being praised by the adoring man, Little Eagle's eyes suddenly boiled with fighting spirit, crashed, and spread out his black wings and rushed towards Captain John in the distance. How dare a mere brat attack me? Court death. Captain John was furious when he saw that a little guy like Hawkeye dared to pick himself as an opponent. However, compared to their annoyance, the 5 Elders Satans laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, stupid Buggy, didn't Vegapunk tell you that Seraph's highest authority is our 5 Elders? 5 Elders Satan looked at little Hawkeye flying towards Captain John, raised his finger to Buggy with a confident face and said with a smile. Seraphim Eagle, go kill Buggy for me, clang. Little Hawkeye raised his hand and slashed on Captain John's long sword, then turned his head to look at Buggy in the distance with a puzzled expression and shouted. Captain, what is this old man mad about? Has he lost his mind? Why did he let me kill you? Kitty was dumbfounded. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Why is the enemy boss yelling at himself to kill his boss? Are you afraid that something is wrong with your brain? Hearing little Hawkeye's words, the smile of 5 Elders Satan Shang, who had been laughing endlessly, suddenly froze on his face. He looked at Xiaoying with a face full of astonishment and disbelief. Ipath. How is this possible? Immediately, he suddenly turned his head to look at Buggy and shouted. What the hell did you do to Seraphim? Not even the Vegapunks themselves could pull out the control chip inside them. Damn it, you actually removed the chips in their bodies? How can this be? 5 elders Satan Saint, don't be so arrogant. Buggy said indifferently. How much can you really know about the world? Ignorance is not terrible. Taking ignorance for granted is the most stupid. It's hard to believe that a guy like you is the ruler of the world. One can imagine how sad the people of the previous era were. Fortunately, this era will end with me, you. 5 elders Satan Sheng was so angry at Buggy's words, his face turned red, but he couldn't refute it with a word. He has been in control of the world for so many years, when was he so insulted? If it wasn't for the situation, he would have made a move a long time ago. What the hell, I already hinted at it, why hasn't the signal for help been sent yet? At this time, the battle between Hawkeye and Captain John also kicked off. Little devil, do you still dare to lose your mind when fighting me? Go to hell, ha ha ha. Captain John is indeed a clone of the old pirate. When little Hawkeye held his knife and turned his head to talk to Buggy, he used his body skills to directly surprise little Hawkeye. With a slash from the side, it slashed on little Hawkeye's neck. This is a knife with a powerful armament hockey wrapped around it, but for an ordinary pirate, his blood has been reduced by this blow. However, Hawkeye not only has the fire defense of the Lunaria family, but also has the slasher of dice fruit. Clang clang clang. Captain John's laughter was still echoing in the air, but his expression froze. Seeing that the neck of little Hawkeye turned into a blade, he was suddenly shocked. How can it be? No, this is dice fruit. HMPH. Isn't it a simple character? It's not just dice fruit. The little eagle smiled brightly, and a revolving cross sword wrapped around the armed color directly slashed at Captain John. Fire Dragon Whirlwind. Ha ha. In the next moment, the flames behind the little eagle's eyes flourished, and they wrapped around the knife with armament hockey in an instant, and then a whirlwind of flames spun and hit Captain John. HMPH. It's fancy, but that's all. Just when Captain John skillfully resisted Hawkeye's attack, suddenly dozens of flame attacks burst out from the original flame attack and instantly engulfed Captain John. What? Flame Dragon Emperor's Feather Strike. Little Hawkeye's triumphant voice echoed. Boom boom boom. Captain John, who was engulfed by countless flames and sword energy, was instantly swept away by the explosion, and the ground was cut off by hundreds of sword blades with a length of several hundred meters, which was extremely cruel. Has even Captain John been suppressed? Damn it. How could it be so strong? 5 elders Satan Saint was shocked again. It's impossible for Seraphim to be this strong. Buggy in the distance smiled dismissively and said. The boy standing in front of you is no longer a waste Seraphim controlled by a chip. Now he is the cadre of the Buggy Pirates, the adoptive son of Hawkeye who is proficient in 2-color. Hockey's boy genius, new fruit ability awakener. Seraphim S. Hawk, known as Little Hawkeye. In the future, he and Little Hancock will make the title Seraphim their exclusive title. 5 elders Satan, don't judge my crew with your superficial eyes. Oh hiss. The little eagle eye in the distance, spreading its wings above the sky, with the flames raging behind it, waved its long sword excitedly and roared. Captain, I will not let you down. Before surpassing my adoptive father, I will cut off the head of this Captain John and make it my first step on the world stage. Captain John. Take it. This is the inherited sword skill of our Lunaria clan. Guard Fire Dragon King. Ang Hu as the little eagle eye in the sky roared, his whole body was wrapped in flames, and then a fire dragon hundreds of meters wrapped around his long knife, circling and condensing in the void in front of him. The power is astonishing. Seeing this scene, 5 elders Satan became speechless again. This move is Jin's ability. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Seraphim reach such a level? He never imagined that not long after the battle started, the members of the Buggy pirate ship completely suppressed several admiral-level units of the Knights of God. Just when 5 elders Saidensheng was thinking why some of his subordinates hadn't come to report the situation, he finally waited for the news. However, this news once again gave Saturn Satan a heavy blow. No, Lord 5 elders, no signal at all. All our phone bugs can't reach the outside world. Master Saturn, our route for help has been blocked. Saturn Satan's complexion changed and he said in a deep voice. Do you know what you were talking about? How can the phone bug signal not be sent out? Didn't you find those anti-jamming phone bugs on the ship? Several CP0 agents smiled wryly when they heard the words. No, Lord 5 elders, we found it and used it, but it didn't work. Yeah, The anti-jamming phone bug was working, but nothing happened. We can't figure it out either. Has Punk invented some new tyranny to restrain phone bugs? Saturn Satan Holy Wrath. Waste. Do you still have the face to ask me? What do I want you to do? You can't even do this little thing well, how can you be my slave? Hey. We are incompetent, Lord Five Elders. At this moment Saturn Satan Shang is really a little panicked. Their combat power was completely suppressed. He couldn't send out the signal for help, he didn't think he could suppress Buggy, who is already known as the strongest man in the world today, with his own strength. Even for the redheads, they had to work together to suppress each other. Now it seems that today is really bad luck. By this time, if Saturn Satan Shang doesn't understand that he is being calculated, then he is really stupid. Although he didn't know where he leaked the news. Likely to start with a lesson from the Red Hair Pirates. Now Buggy has even called the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, obviously intending to keep them here today. As the helm of the world, Saturn Satan also has the courage to fight to the death. Hurricane Dragon King, Gale Dragon Claw Fist. Woo woo woo. Just when Saturn Satan was about to start a life and death fight, the sound of the dragons drinking sounded in the distance. Then there was the roar of Figaland Galen, a mere pariah, wanting to rebel against God? Dragon. You were beyond reproach, godless slash. Base faced with the dragon's attack, Jia Linsheng turned out to be the last to strike first, and he slashed out with a sword. The black-red lightning with the cyan-blue sword light soared into the sky and slashed at the cyan dragon that jumped down from the sky. Roar. The whole body of the dragon was covered by countless cyan winds, and when it fell rapidly, it was like a giant cyan dragon roaring. As he directly grasped the black dragon claws with black and red lightning flashing, Jia Linsheng's soaring sword light that came first was crushed to pieces. Rattling, there was a crisp sound, and the cyan sword light wrapped around Conqueror's hockey was broken inch by inch, unable to resist the dragon's Gale Dragonclaw fist at all. Whoosh. Clang. In the next moment, as the dragon turned into a cyan streamer and swept across the sky, it came to Saint Jialin in the blink of an eye, and then its claws directly grabbed Saint Jialin's long sword, sending out golden and iron sound, sparks fly. What? Jia Linsheng was also shocked. This man dared to grab his long sword with his hands. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted loudly. Court death. Not always. A teasing smile appeared on the corner of Long's mouth, his body raised the wind, and he held Jia Linsheng's long sword with one hand, and when he lifted his leg on one side of his body, he swept out with a whip leg. Tempest kick storm dragon fury. Jia Linsheng was planning to cut off the dragon's hand with a move, but the move and speed of the dragon are above him. This tempest kick with the terrifying blue wind blows directly hits the dragon with lightning speed, under the right rib of Saint Galen. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and Shang Jialin's figure turned into a cyan streamer and flew backwards for hundreds of meters, smashing through countless rocky mountains and house fortresses on Danjian Island. The feeling of beating celestial dragons is really not bad. It's a pity that it is weaker than I imagined, but it has indeed reached Admiral's level. The dragon figure stood in place, and instead of chasing after him, he pinched his chin and began to think. No wonder Luffy's kid and Buggy like celestial dragons so much. It's such a different feeling. Whoosh whoosh. Really? Aisha has never beaten celestial dragons. These knights of God are all celestial dragons, right? Since you don't make a move, then Aisha will do it. Just as the dragon had just beaten Fei Jialinsheng, the Empress couldn't help but turned into a pink streamer and rushed towards the remaining 5 members of the God's Knights. Seeing that the Empress was charging towards them single-handedly, several members of the Knights of God were furious. Presumptuous. A mere female pirate. You lowly slave, court death. Melting moon slash. Tempered steel fist. Almost when Hancock was about to rush in front of them, the members of the 5 Knights of the Gods also shot. They don't think it's immoral to bully the few with more, and they just do it. Fortunately, the Empress is not what she used to be. In the past year or so, her ability and hockey's control have improved to a higher level. It's hard to say whether she can reach Admiral's level, but there is no doubt that she will be Admiral. Desperate Medusa. The Empress rushed to a dozen meters in front of the 5 people, but stopped and spun for a while, and then waves of pink air swept towards them like a tide. Not good. Beware of petrification. Full power on hockey. The Knights of God obviously also had information about the Empress, so they all responded quickly. But even so, some people still had half of their bodies petrified before they could react. Warren. Emission fragrance. Seeing this, the Empress sneered and kicked out several pink moon blades one after another and rushed towards the members of the 5 Knights of the Gods. Boom. One of them subconsciously raised his hand to smash these tempest kicks, but in the next moment, he found that a small piece of petrification was actually formed on the back of his hand. You can't harden this attack with your body, it will also petrify. Then use /6 forms. Who can't? After discovering this situation, the members of the Knights of the Gods also understood that the Empress's attack cannot be hardwired at all, otherwise, after a long time, it is very likely that some of their body skills will be petrified. Swish swish swish, all of a sudden, the 5 of them scattered, shamelessly slashing or kicking out Tempest Kick towards Hancock from all directions. HMPH. Do you really think we have no one? Sister, let me help you. Tian Xiangfeng Big Perfume Femur. Half-step collapse fist. Desert Vajra sword. Dragon claw fist. Boom boom boom. At the same time as these 5 people shot, several people around the Buggy pirates also shot without hesitation. Even if they know that Hancock is very strong, they will not watch their companions besieged by the enemy. At this time, Moria in the distance tilted her head at Lu Qi and the others. What are you looking at? We are pirates. What's the moral with the celestial dragons? Brothers, shoulder to shoulder. Lu Qi and the others didn't expect Moria to say such a sentence, and the corners of their mouths twitched. But Lu Qi is obviously not a pedantic person, and immediately shouted. Don't hold back, keep these CPOS all here, kill. Kill. At this moment, the two sides finally fought together thoroughly, and the entire Danjian Island turned into a battlefield. Only on the central square of Danjian Island, in the middle of the field with a radius of more than hundreds of meters, is still in good condition. Everyone subconsciously avoided this place. At this time, there were only 2 people on the square. Buggy and the 5 elders. Is the phone bug useless? Buggy looked at the silent 5 elders in the distance and suddenly said this. Saturn Satan was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Buggy and said with gritted teeth. Is it really your hands and feet? Ha ha ha, I don't have this ability. Buggy raised his hand, snapped his fingers and said with a smile. However, my partner has this ability. Enel, now you can come out and meet the 5 elders, the ruler of the world. At least let him understand that the current combat power is far from the limit of our Buggy pirates. Scoff. Just as Buggy finished speaking, a thunderbolt suddenly fell among the clouds in the sky. The next moment, Enel, who was still covered with crackling electricity, was suspended cross-legged in the air, resting his chin on one hand, looking at the 5 elders below in boredom, and said, Captain, can this old man really not be handed over to me? Your role today is to prevent any information from leaking out here, and the fighting will continue. Buggy chuckled. From this moment on, we already need to face the world government head-on. So the number of battles will not be less for you. Well, you are the captain and you have the final say. Enel shrugged. I intercepted all the radio waves sent by their phone bug before, and I found a very interesting thing. Buggy is not in a hurry to make a move now, he nodded and said. Explain. Enel smacked his mouth and smiled. Captain, you know what? This 5 elders even wanted to ask for help outside. It seems that he is really a little panicked today, but what a pity. Saw Tanshang, without me, your asking for help would not be so difficult. Roar. Whoosh. In the distance, the 5 elders Satan turned into a huge kobold with a height of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye, with blue flames shining all over it. The crutch in Saturn Satan's hand before also turned into a golden crescent-shaped long staff. With a flash of figure, he came to Enel in the blink of an eye, and then took Conqueror's Hockey's staff directly to Enel's knock on me. Scoff. But in the next second, Enel's figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning and appearing in the distant sky before Satan, and then immediately made a fuss. Hey, 5 elders are attacking people. Didn't you expect 5 elders to be such a powerful old man? It's really scary. It's a pity, your actual combat experience is really sloppy, haven't you fought for a long time? Enel shook his head with a sigh. The 5 elders Satan in the distance frowned, and said with a cold snort. Has it become so strong? As expected of the strongest Logia Thunderfruit. No wonder able to hide after my attack just now, it turned out to be teleportation. It's a pity that the person with the ability of Thunderfruit is so useless. Don't you have the courage to fight this old man? Whoosh. Enel rose directly into the sky, and said with a smile. Old man, you should fight our captain. Do you want to restrain me to achieve the purpose of getting you to ask for help? Don't be naive, old man, I'm not stupid. What's more, our captain said before the war, no matter how others provoke me, I will not fight. My purpose today is to block all your distress signals. Also, just now I saw some of you jumped into the sea, right? Let me tell you quietly, jumping into the sea is useless, if you can swim out, there are our people in the sea. Ha 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 ha. Scoff. Enel laughed wildly and rushed into the dark clouds and thunder in the sky again. 5 elders Satan Shang's complexion couldn't help turning black at this time, and he looked at Buggy above the distant sky with an extremely ugly expression. Damn. Is this also in your calculations, clown Buggy? Not really. Buggy smiled slightly, it's just blocking all your escape routes. Tisk. It's your form that surprises me. Are there phantom beast species that are not on the Devil Fruit illustrated book? Anubis form, the Shinigami who guard the underworld. Unfortunately, it's useless. If you only have this strength, die here today. Even if it is to draw an end to the end of my pirate career. How? What do you mean by that? Saturn Satan's pupils shrank suddenly. He panicked completely. But at this time Buggy was too lazy to explain to him too much. While his teammates were fully suppressing the other side, he first got rid of the old man, and then drained the vitality and energy of all the celestial dragons here to strengthen himself. This is by far the fastest way to improve your Buggy. Snapped. Buggy clapped his hands violently, and under the panicked eyes of Saturn Satan, he said calmly. Birthday in the tree world. A blue light enveloped the earth, a strong breath of life burst out, countless vines broke through the ground, and became the size of an adult's body in a breath, and turned into countless trees in the sky between breaths. In just a few breaths, a huge forest with a daily extension of several kilometers appeared in front of everyone. Chi. The most scalp-tingling thing is that each of these giant vine trees is wrapped with jet-black armament hockey. After those celestial dragon soldiers and CPO members were rolled up by the branches, they were loosening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom boom boom. Saturn Satan's blue flames shot up into the sky, directly from the buried tree world. He looked at Buggy and roared. Is this the sensen fruit ability you developed? It's nothing more than that. Really? Hope you keep it that way. The corners of Buggy's mouth raised, and then he opened his arms and said calmly. True several thousand hands. Caw. In the next moment, under everyone's shocking eyes, a huge Buddha statue with a height of 1,000 meters rose from the ground, and a layer of black and golden arrogance was wrapped around the Buddha statue. No doubt. This is a 1,000-meter giant Buddha with armed power. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 5 elders Satan who had just flown into the air shrank suddenly. Turning Buddha on the top. Whoosh whoosh. But before he could respond, when Buggy's voice fell, the countless arms on the 1,000-meter giant Buddha were like dragons breathing black and golden flames, and in the blink of an eye, they caught the 7. A gigantic kobold 8 meters tall. The blue flames around him were also shattered by the black gold flames, and then turned into star points of light that were absorbed by countless arms. Damn Buggy the clown. Despicable untouchables. Let me go. Saturn Satan was completely panicked at this time, because he found that he couldn't resist. Moreover, his own vitality and physical strength are rapidly losing. This is the first time he has encountered such a terrifying thing. He clearly realized how he was heading towards death. At this moment, the fear of death finally made the noble 5 elders bow his head, and he cried out in horror. Clown Buggy, no, Master Buggy. Let me go. I have countless treasures that can be exchanged for my life. Just let me go. Buggy stands on top of true several thousand hands, overlooking the indifferent voice of 5 elders. Jagolucia Satan, you look so ugly now, snapped. Following Buggy's words, true several thousand hands closed, and the voice of Tian Xing Satan completely disappeared among countless arrogant hands. His breath of life also dissipated at this moment. On the battlefield, everyone's actions were stopped. At this moment, everyone understands a little bit. At the helm of the world today, one of the 5 elders, Valkyries of Science Defense, Saturn J. Golucia Satan Saint, dead corpse. For the sudden death of 5 elders, many people are still somewhat unbelievable. How is this possible? Still in such a short time. No matter how inexperienced 5 elders is, he is still at the Marine Admiral level. This is too outrageous. In such a short time just now, no one knows what happened. But they understand one thing. Buggy almost instantly killed a Marine Admiral level combat power. To what extent has that man's strength grown? Seeing this scene at this moment, the celestial dragons and the members of the Knights of God almost collapsed. What the hell did the 5 elders die so quickly? Then how did they fight? The pupils of Figaland Galinsheng, who was fighting the dragon in the distance, suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but shouted. Impossible. How could you have such terrifying strength? Even Lord I am. No, I cannot. Jia Linsheng seemed to be a little crazy at this time, and began to attack the dragon frantically. But Buggy didn't move at all at this time, but still chose to sit cross-legged on top of true several thousand hands. The countless blue rays of light around him were so intense that they almost dripped out of water. This is the breath of life and power he drew from the 5 elders Satan Saint before. At present, it can be regarded as one of the small side effects of this dense fruit, That is, after absorbing the vitality of the other party, he must digest it immediately. Otherwise, these vitality will be lost very quickly. This is something that can only be perceived by Buggy after he has reached the super level and has a special role of listening to the voice of all things. Otherwise, most people would really not notice this. This is also a small price that Buggy needs to pay to be able to instantly kill 5 elders Satan Saint. He had to quickly absorb the vitality so as not to waste it. Of course, he can also choose not to use these vitality to continue adding Chi San San into the battle. Then there is no way to replenish the consumption of which big move he used before, and at the same time, he will consume a lot of physical strength. So, if it is not a critical moment, Buggy is not trying to absorb these huge vitality. After this wave, his strength will rise to another level. Should it be said that the ability of 5 elders is worthy of the ability of phantom beasts? The vitality is so huge. The moment Buggy used True Several Thousand Hands and Ding Shanghua Buddha for the first time, coupled with Hockey fully open, Buggy had a very strange feeling. At that moment, he seemed to break through some kind of upper limit. At the same time, he also understood why even Vegapunk couldn't reproduce Logia Devil Fruit. It is not without reason that this Devil Fruit ability is at the top of all Devil Fruits. When the Fruit ability is developed to the highest level, for people who are much weaker than yourself, the Logia ability has a similar one-hit kill effect. Buggy had no subjects before. This time, I came here with the idea of giving it a try. Just now he activated all the Hockey and used the strongest extraction ability of Sensen Fruit. After that, everything happened naturally as Buggy thought. Saturn Satan, one of the 5 elders, was instantly F***ed by him without any preparation. This terrifying ability undoubtedly brought a huge shock to the Danjian Island battlefield. The Celestial Dragons and CP0 agents, who were still full of fighting spirit, wanted to escape at this time. The members of the Knights of God were also suppressed and beaten at this time, and they were very embarrassed. They couldn't even escape now. Because there was a thunderbolt that fell directly from the sky just after taking off and wanted to escape, it was scorched black, and fell back to the ground again. 10 seconds later. Sitting cross-legged on top of True Several Thousand Hands, Buggy suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, the strong vitality in his body also began to subside slowly, and it completely became his strength under the assimilation of the dense fruit ability. Caw, with countless bones surging around him, Buggy found that he could control his own body size. Is this another improvement in strength? Buggy's eyes glow. There is such a benefit. It seems that the development of devil fruit is really only limited by imagination. The higher the upper limit of the fruit, the more terrifying it will be when it is developed deep. Thinking of this, Buggy raised his eyes and looked around the battlefield. His eyes suddenly became hot. But he didn't do it immediately, but raised his hand to peel off the devil fruit from 5 elders Saturn Satan. Afterwards, his gaze turned to the polyclonal body that had been beaten by bullet to the point where its dragon scales were broken and blood flowed profusely. Obviously, the Kaido of this clone is much weaker than the original Kaido, whether it is Hockey or the fruit development ability. If Kaido hadn't been taken away by Charlotte Linlin, I'm afraid the War of Nations would not have ended so easily. It's a pity, at that time, if I use all my strength to attack with the dense fruit, maybe I can also activate the characteristic of Logia's one-hit kill? In any case, he missed Kaido's Phantom Beast with strong vitality. Since that Kaido misses, this clone isn't bad either. Can't miss it. Bullet, Jabba. I need life from both of them. Buggy said without hesitation. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking some kind of boundary right now, and I need a lot of life force right now. Don't blame me for meddling in the fight. True Several Thousand Hands. Turn into a Buddha on the top. Whoosh whoosh. As Buggy shouted, countless fists with black gold arrogance flew out from behind the huge wooden Buddha standing between the sky and the earth, like thousands of black gold swimming dragons. Crash then. These thousands of black and golden dragons turned around in the sky, divided into 2 waves and swept towards the bruised Kaido clone, while instantly catching the golden lion clone. Both Bullet and Jabba were taken aback. But after seeing Buggy's dignified expression, they all understood that they were afraid that they, the captain, were really breaking through some kind of boundary. Because the breath of life on Buggy is too strong now. It even made them feel like saying this. No, it should be said to be stinging. They couldn't believe it. Can a person's vitality be so strong? What does this captain want to do? Both Bullet and Jabba flew high into the sky and stood together, looking puzzled at the Kaido clone and the golden lion clone bound by Buggy. Others also looked over with curious eyes from time to time. But looking at it, they immediately felt their scalps go numb. The bodies of the powerful Kaido clones and golden lion clones shrank in an instant, as if they were being drained of water. Snapped. Caw, in the next moment, the 2 of them didn't even utter a scream. Just like the previous 5 elders Saturn Satan, they were instantly wrapped by countless wooden hands wrapped in black and golden flames. Then the 2 arms, which were divided into 2 waves of 500 each, were recovered from the left and right sides behind the giant Buddha who reached the sky under Buggy. Afterwards, the giant Buddha communicated with Buggy, and in the next moment, even greater force rose from Buggy to the sky. The blue light directly pierced through the thunderclouds covering the sky. This terrifying energy breath made Enel in the sky shudder. He lowered his head and looked at the situation below in some amazement. When he saw the sky reaching giant Buddha under Buggy, the corners of his mouth twitched. I'm afraid only the captain can do this kind of ability, right? Crocodile was also horrified, and couldn't help but murmur. Can sensen fruit really be developed to this extent? So, can I still restrain the opponent now? Forget it, more. Sure enough, different people use devil fruit, and the upper limit and strength of the fruit are completely different. The captain's development of sensen fruit is probably not inferior to his own chop fruit, right? It's terrible, this man. Lu Chi on the side agreed. The same awakening, the gap between our zone and Logia is still too big. A move of this level can't resist the board at all, right? Even the previous Marine Admiral Green Cow Desolate Grazing did not give people such a scary feeling. Instantly kills a Marine Admiral's ability. Even if this is Sensinguo's unique awakening ability, it's a little too scary. People are strong, but fruits are strong, right? While they were talking about this, Buggy's eyes opened again, and 2 blue lights shot out from his eyes, falling on the gravel mountain in front, directly blasting a cloud of smoke and dust. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The originally bare gravel mountain unexpectedly grew a huge forest within a breath. It's no different from the tree world used by Buggy. Is this a little too outrageous? Hiss, everyone gasped wildly when they saw this scene. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Immediately afterwards, Buggy's irritated voice sounded, and then he said in a low voice. Back off all of you. Let me do it. Swish swish swish. Although I don't know why, even the dragon that was beating Figaland Galinsheng didn't hesitate, and pulled back hundreds of meters. Birthday of the flower and tree world, dragon. Wooden golem, true several thousand hands. The Buddha on the top. The sound of Buggy's cessation of drinking echoed over Danjian Island. When the blue light flourished, 110 huge wooden dragons instantly appeared between the heaven and the earth, as well as the queues. These giant wooden dragons and wooden golem flanked the true several thousand hands. Under the desperate eyes of the celestial dragons of the Knights of God, and the horrified roar of the CPO and others, they collectively rushed towards these people. No, monster. This guy is definitely a monster. Impossible to win. Absolutely impossible to win. Too strong. Shall we stop? No, don't come here. Brothers of the Knights of the Gods, the time has come to die for the celestial dragons. Master I Am will avenge us. Long live Master I Am. Long live Lord I Am. Facing the terrifying wooden golem, the wooden dragon legion, and the thousands of Buddhas on the top like black and gold dragons, the Knights of the Gods launched a final desperate charge. Clap. 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 However, it turned out that their resistance had no effect, and within a few breaths, the last 5 members of the Knights of God were easily handled by Buggy like little chickens. Scoff the next moment, under the shocked eyes of everyone in the Buggy Pirates. Whether it is CPO or the Knights of God, everyone was instantly turned into a human being. Buggy even has the strength to strip the devil fruit out of their bodies. Then he glanced at the shocked Buggy Pirates and laughed. Wait for me a while. When I wake up, the world will be without my hands. After saying that, Buggy crossed his knees on top of true several thousand hands and closed his eyes. Then he turned into a wood element, and his body slowly sank into true several thousand hands, disappearing from everyone's sight. Caw caw caw. Everyone thought it would take a long time. But soon they discovered that the surrounding tree worlds, wooden golem, and wooden dragons were being rapidly absorbed by true several thousand hands at this moment, and then the 1,000-meter giant Buddha became taller and bigger. Soon it doubled in size. The terrifying aura and energy that originally overflowed began to be restrained. Under everyone's amazed eyes, the energy rapidly shrank and gathered in the center of true several thousand hands' chest, and then the entire true several thousand hands also shrank inward. Within a few breaths, the giant Buddha standing between the sky and the earth disappeared. If it wasn't on the ground, the deep footprints proved its previous existence, and everyone would even think it was an illusion. Just for a day. They wiped out the Knights of God headed by 5 elders and assisted by the strongest force in the Holy Land Marie Joys, as well as the army of the dragonmen such as CP. It's all too dreamy. If it wasn't for Buggy's intervention, it would probably take 2 or 3 days for them to take down each other. This is still the case without shifting. Now everything is solved by that man. But at this moment, everyone's expressions suddenly changed again. What's the situation? How did Captain Buggy disappear? Nonsense. Isn't the captain still there? No, that's not what it means. Try it with your knowledge. Hey. How strange. Take another look. Isn't it? The captain really disappeared. What's the situation? Knowledge kills. No. Forget it, I'm too lazy to guess. The captain wakes up and says it himself. Just when everyone was wondering why Buggy was clearly there, but they couldn't perceive him with their knowledge, Buggy slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, very satisfied. This time the harvest is too big. Not only Sense and Guo once again completed a breakthrough, but even his own strength and life level have reached a higher stage. At what level, Buggy himself doesn't know. The only thing left to do is to set foot on the Holy Land in the near future and try the power of the so-called I Am Saint. Hope you don't let yourself down. After seeing Buggy open his eyes, a gust of fragrant wind rushed towards him. The Empress looked at Buggy worriedly and said, "Mr. Buggy, how are you feeling?" "Feeling? I feel better than ever." Buggy was very puzzled and said, "Why do you ask?" Everyone looked at Buggy strangely upon hearing this. At this time, the dragon also came to Buggy's side, raised his hand and pressed on Buggy's shoulder. Since it is a dragon, Buggy didn't make any movement, just let him press it. Huh? Long was puzzled at this moment. He looked at Buggy in astonishment and said, "Do you know? We can't perceive your existence at all with the color of knowledge and knowledge now, even if it is knowledge killing. It is impossible to block my knowledge color when I touch you. So, what's your situation now?" Buggy frowned, then looked at them and said, "Are all of you the same?" "Yes." Everyone nodded almost simultaneously. Etc. Buggy raised his hand in a stop gesture, and he was also a little curious now. Haven't noticed it before. Now he found that when he absorbed the vitality of those people before, his crushing magic and shattering fruits seemed to have changed to a certain extent. He closed his eyes and felt it. Crush magic and chop fruit have always been separated by some law lines before, but it seems that they have completely blended together at this moment. In other words, from now on, smashing is splitting, and splitting is smashing. After feeling the complete integration of the two forces, Buggy had his own ideas in mind. It seems that this time, it's not just Sense and Guo's ability that has been improved this time. Now, he smashed it with one hand, and his life with one hand, plus the reward of plot change, just obtained. He may have really reached the ceiling of this world. To be able to test one's own strength, one has to take a look at what level Wenrona Imzen has reached over the past 800 years. New World. Scarlet Empire, the capital of flowers. In the basement of a house in a dark alley. Although it was bright outside at this time, the place was dark and gloomy. In the middle of the basement, there is only a white candle burning in the center of the square wooden table. The candles flickered slightly in the basement where there shouldn't be a wind. I can feel that in the darkness around me, someone's breathing is a little quickened. In the dark basement, a childish voice suddenly came from Kinnaman. "It's already the 7th day, that is the last day. Are there really any Kazuki warriors coming? Were the retainers of our Kazuki clan really brainwashed by that evil Buggy pirates? As a vassal of our Kazuki clan, when we saw the signal, we didn't want to come and make peace. It's downright rude." The owner of this voice is Momonosuke, who has fled in the Scarlet Empire for more than a week, and there are Kinnaman and Kanjuro on the other sides in the darkness. After hearing Momonosuke's voice, Kinnaman immediately comforted him with righteous words. "Master Momonosuke, don't be impatient. I believe that the samurai of our Kazuki clan are absolutely loyal. We are all people who once followed Lord Odin." To Lord Odin. Kinnaman hadn't finished speaking here. Kanjuro on the opposite side suddenly interrupted Kinnaman's words with some gloominess. "Kinnaman, are we still kidding ourselves here? At this time, the lack of warriors from the Kazuki family is enough to explain something. They are Lord Odin's retainers. Even if Wano-kuni has become the Scarlet Empire now, no one will be unfamiliar with the family crest of the Kazuki clan. But look at the people in the capital of flowers. Look at the expressions of disdain, disgust, and even wanting to step on their feet when they pass by the emblem of the Kazuki clan. Do you really still think we can get a foothold in Wano-kuni? Do you really think we can help Momonosuke restore the country? Enough, Kanjuro." Kinnaman roared angrily. He clenched his teeth and roared. "We are the last people to save this country, if we are not firm." Crunch. At this moment, the door to the basement was opened. This surprised Kinnaman, Kanjuro, and Momonosuke. They put their hands on the handle of the knife almost at the same time, watching the entrance vigilantly. There were 3 people standing there at this moment. They looked at the 3 people in the basement with complicated expressions. After the 6 people looked at each other for a few seconds, the person above suddenly sighed. Is it really you? Kinemon, Kanjuro, and Momonosuke-sama. As the 3 of them stepped aside, the Jinwaiman below finally saw the person coming. Kikunojo. Children of Ashura, River Pine. It's really great that you didn't die. We've been waiting for so many days, thinking that you wouldn't come. Woohoo! The retainers of our Kazuki clan are indeed the most loyal. I knew it, there is hope for the revival of our Guangming Japanese clan. Seeing these 3 officers of the former Kazuki clan, Momonosuke burst into tears with excitement. Kinemon was also extremely excited at first. But when he was so excited that he wanted to hug the 3 of them, Kanjuro suddenly pulled him back and said coldly. Kinemon, don't be so hot-blooded. People don't seem to come to welcome us. Find out what's going on, hot-blooded guy. Kanjuro's words were like pouring a basin of cold water on his head, making Kinemon instantly look at the 3 people above in astonishment. Momonosuke also stopped crying at this time, and looked at the 3 of them with a face full of surprise. At this time, Kinemon also found Kikunojo, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu, and they were looking at them with indifferent eyes. No, not right. To be precise, it should be looking at Shinlong next to him. Why? Why are they so hostile towards Kanjuro? What do you 3 mean? Although he was a bit puzzled, Kinemon still wanted to ask first. Hearing his words, the 3 of them shifted their gazes to Jinmon. Kikunojo, the leader, sighed after being silent for a few seconds. Kinemon, if you are really loyal to Odin, sir, then you can leave the Scarlet Empire with Momonosuke and find a quiet place to live. Or, you forget everything about the past. After working here for 3 years, you will be able to obtain the citizenship of the Scarlet Empire. A Jew. Do you know what you were talking about? Kinemon didn't wait for Kikunojo to finish, and immediately roared. You even yell like Lord Odin so reluctantly. Why did I spread the family crest of the Kazuki clan for so long, and only you 3 came? Tell me, what's the matter with you guys? What the hell happened to Wano-kuni? What the hell is that evil man named Buggy the Clown doing to this country? It has caused your allegiance to Odin-sama to fade like this. Momonosuke also shouted angrily, that is. It's only been 20 years, can your loyalty really not stand the test of time? Are we back now as promised? Why did you not keep the agreement? Why? Isn't it enough for me to come back to prove my determination to revive the Kazuki clan and Wano-kuni? Kaido has been defeated. Now as long as we overthrow this shitty Scarlet Empire, we can still rebuild Wano-kuni together. Momonosuke's roar silenced the 3 people above. After a while, when the 3 of Jinwaiman were waiting impatiently, a sneer suddenly sounded. Oh. Ha 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 ha, the boy Ashura, who had been silent all this time, sneered at first and then laughed out loud. Ashura boy. What are you laughing at? Have you forgotten how Master Odin used his life to protect us? Kinemon roared. Ashura boy was also furious at this time, and shouted at Kinemon. Guard. Then you tell me, Kazuki Odin, what the hell is he guarding? Kinemon's expression froze, and he looked at Ashura boy in disbelief. You traitor. Momonosuke pointed to the Ashura boy and cried. You guys must have been brainwashed by that evil Buggy pirates, traitors. At this moment, Kikunojo's voice became indifferent. Agreement? A mere 20 years? Master Momonosuke, do you know that these few simple words of yours sum up the humiliation and death that the people of Wano-kuni have suffered for the past 20 years? Any agreement you make is 20 years. Do you keep the people of Wano-kuni waiting for you for 20 years? Those Wano-kuni people who were tortured to death by Kaido, those who died because of hardship, those who were poisoned to death by mountain stream toxins, those who were arrested and died for experiments, they died in vain because of the so-called 20-year agreement, you know. Kinemon froze, but still shouted, isn't that all Kaido's fault? We came back to overthrow Kaido. A Jew, it is not us who are running away, but you. We warriors are not afraid of life and death. Ha 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 ha, Ashura boy laughed again. He looked at the 3 of them indifferently and said. Sure enough, it's not the pain on your body, you really don't care. If it wasn't for Kazuki Odin's arrogance, stupidity and laziness, how would Wano-kuni end up being bullied by Kaido? Is the Roger pirates unable to beat the Beast's pirates, or the Whitebeard pirates are too weak? Why should hundreds of thousands of people in Wano-kuni pay for his stupidity when something that can be solved with one sentence? Why did he choose to be a clown and dance for 5 years when he could win peace by fighting to the death? You still keep saying that you are a warrior who defies life and death. I'm telling you Kinemon, Momonosuke. The so-called samurai died out in the 5 years Kazuki Odin danced naked as a clown. It was Kazuki Oden who single-handedly shattered the dignity of the so-called samurai. Smashed Wanokuna's back too. From the moment he would rather let countless people of Wanokuni die in slow death, Wanokuni has perished. Now, you still want to talk to me about revival of the Light Clan? Do you still want to return home? Do you still want to overthrow the hard-won peaceful life of everyone today? Do you still want to push the people of Wanokuni who escaped from the nightmare into the abyss again? Every roar of the Ashura boy was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly piercing the hearts of Kinemon and Momonosuke. Both of them looked pale. No matter what, they never imagined that things would develop to this point. They want to refute, but there is no way to speak. It can be said that among those retainers, Kinemon was the only one who knew whose ship Kazuki Oden had been on. But he didn't speak. In Wanokuna's most critical moment, he chose to believe in Kazuki Oden's approach. The end result is that hundreds of thousands of people in Wanokuni paid the price with their lives for their stupid decisions. And the rest of the Wanokuni people have been enslaved for 20 years, living a life of neither human nor ghost. After being awakened by Ashura Boy at this moment, Kinemon felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Kinemon said in a hoarse voice. So, is that why the other Kazuki retainers don't come here? Otherwise, what do you think? The boy Ashura looked at them indifferently and said. The three of us are just curious about your thoughts, so we came here to take a look. I didn't expect you to be so shameless and want to revive the Kazuki clan, and also want to restore the country? Still want to overthrow our hard-won peaceful life? Comparing Kazuki Oden and Mr. Buggy, Imho, is the difference between the ants on the ground and the sun. As former colleagues, I hope you will not make mistakes. If you dare to do something to harm this country, we will not let you go. From now on, we will cut off all kindness. Chi. Almost at the same time, Ashura Boy, Kikunojo, and Kawamatsu lifted up the hem of their robes, raised their hands and drew their knives to cut them off. Circumcision. The pupils of the Kinemon three shrank. Why is this? Kinemon held his heart in pain, then seemed to remember something. He raised his head and said dryly. You guys came. Suru didn't come. Also. Does that mean she hasn't survived these 20 years? I'm sorry for her. At this moment, Kikunojo suddenly interrupted Kinemon's words. No, sister is doing well now. Real? Kinemon looked up in surprise. Yeah, really. Kikunojo still looked at him indifferently and said. You should have known that Lord Oden had boarded Roger's captain, and was Whitebeard's sworn brother. But you didn't dissuade Kazuki Oden. As a vassal, you don't understand your own master's temperament, so you willfully let the country fall. After knowing this, Ms. Suru completely doesn't want to see you anymore. Don't go to her anymore, I'm afraid her man will misunderstand. What? Kinemon jumped up in shock, looked at Kikunojo in disbelief and shouted. A Jew? What do you mean by that? What do you mean you need to say more? Kikunojo said indifferently. Miss Suru found a man who is very considerate and will take care of her. They also had a child and are living happily now. Kinemon was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He shook his head in disbelief and said. No. I don't believe it. I'm going to see Suru. I need to ask. Shouldn't it be enough? It's not enough for you to destroy so many families in this country, and now you want to destroy Sister Suru's happiness again? Chrysanthemum's sentence is like a knife, and the knife pierces the heart. You wouldn't think that she, who was heartbroken by you, for a guy like you who let the country fall. Will she still wait for you? You don't even think about it, why? Plop. Kinemon slumped on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Momonosuke opened his mouth even more. Kinemon was greened? Kinemon, you have to cheer up. Seeing Kinemon like this, Momonosuke panicked and kept pushing him. Didn't we agree to revive the Kazuki clan together, overthrow this country, and rebuild Wanokuni? Yo. At this moment, another strange girl sounded from above, and she said with a charming smile. Let me see who wants to overthrow our G's empire. Lord Ain. When they heard this voice, Kikunojo, Ashura Doji, and Kawamatsu were all startled, and immediately bowed to salute. No problem. Ian waved his hand, didn't care at all, just jumped down from the basement, and looked carefully at Kinemon, Momonosuke, and Kanjuro. Seeing how respectful Kikunojo and the other three were to this woman, Momonosuke immediately came up with wit and energy, leaned forward and said coquettishly. Sister, that's just their nonsense. Sister, you are so beautiful, how about our first visit to this country? Boom. Before Momonosuke got close to the mountain, he was kicked in the stomach by In, and his body was kicked flying out with a boom, so that Momonosuke was directly embedded in the wall. Puff Momonosuke spat out a mouthful of bloody teeth with a masked face, full of disbelief and astonishment. Master Momonosuke. Kinnaman was no longer desperate at this time. His body immediately bounced up, went to push the bloody Momonosuke off the wall, and then looked at Igwe with an angry face and roared. "Road. You woman is so cruel. How cruel you are to a child. Damn it. He's just a child." Ian's whole body was ignited with pink flames, and her eyes became a little colder. She stared at Kinnaman and said, "I've been out listening to it for a while. This child is not only the child of Kazuki Oden, trying to restore the Kazuki clan, that's fine, but he also wants to overthrow our Scarlet Empire. Anyone who dares to destroy the cornerstone of the dream built by Mr. Buggy, even a child, will surely die. What's more, this is such a nasty, disgusting child." Sure enough, Master Buggy is right, like father, like son. If the Scarlet Empire falls into someone's hands, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Wano Kuni tragedy will repeat itself. So, even if he is just a child, I will not let him go. Kanjuro. Kinnaman hugged Momonosuke with one hand and let out a low growl, while drawing out a long knife with the other hand. He stared at In and shouted, "If you want Momonosuke-sama's life, then step over our dead bodies." To kill him? In showed a cruel smile. "No, how could I let such a person die so easily? I will let him feel the pain that the people of Wano Kuni once suffered. Smile mineral toxic prison, it is very suitable for him. Someone has to pay for Wano Kuni's 20 years of wrongdoing? Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the Danjian Island incident, plot change, and the rewards have been issued. Ding. Congratulations on getting World Gate Fragment Shadow. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading your Conqueror's Haki to Super. From now on, no one in the world can make you bow your head again, and the will of the world will protect you to the top. Ding. It is detected that the host Conqueror's Haki has reached the critical peak of the world, reaching the state of gas flame circulation. It is preliminarily judged that the host has reached the level of elementary planetary level, and its comprehensive combat power is comparable to that of advanced planetary level. Ding. The host's strength has reached the planet level. The parallel universe drifting plan is open, and the world gate fragments are collected to complete the world crossing. At this time, Buggy, who had just absorbed true several thousand hands and other abilities into his body, suddenly felt the long-lost reminder of the story change panel in his mind, and he couldn't help showing a wanton smile. It's finally come this far, Super Conquerors. I didn't expect that I would be the one who made the breakthrough. But it's normal to think about it. After he executed the celestial dragons, he could clearly feel that his Haki was growing rapidly. It was not until a year ago that this growth stalled. At that time, Buggy knew that his Haki had reached a bottleneck and needed an opportunity to break through. This time the God-killing and catching stars plan is the breakthrough. He wants to complete the last step for his Super Conquerors. Now it seems that my idea is not wrong. The improvement of the Haki level in this world has a lot to do with your courage, mentality, and the goals and dreams you set. A little, I think about it, can improve the meaning. But as a hardcore sea fan in the past 20 years, I am very familiar with the plot of the Pirates, and I have seen various examples in the plot that reflect this. For example, Moria, who was once in an era with Kaido and was able to confront Kaido. For him in that era, Haki must not be weak, otherwise it would be impossible to compete with Kaido. But after being crushed by Kaido, his Haki pulled his hips directly. As for Luffy, who just stepped into the first half of the Grand Line, they couldn't even do it. Another one is Crocodile. This guy used to be a 50-50 existence with Bullet. As a result, because a Pluton has been dormant for many years, he really disguised himself as a pig. He had to go in and eat in prison for 2 years before he figured it out, so he regained his former self after 2 years. After that came the Golden Lion, although there was a reason why his brain was stuck in the rudder, but it was more because he had been dormant for 20 years, and he had lost all his vigor and Haki. This decision to destroy Dong is actually more like a grave that Golden Lion found for himself. Would he not know that East Blue is Garp's hometown? He said so openly that he wanted to destroy East Blue, which he called the destruction of Roger's hometown, but Garp would ignore it after knowing it. In Buggy's view, Golden Lion is a guy with a big B number. As the admiral of the Golden Lion who once ruled the sea after the rocks, how could he be so stupid? Does he really think that his old self can still dominate the world? That is absolutely impossible. So the best reason is that Golden Lion wants to die, and then wants to find a better cemetery for himself before he dies. Golden Lion's choice is the same as Whitebeard, who later confronted Marine Headquarters. Doesn't he know that the overall strength of his Whitebeard pirate group is not as good as that of the Marine Headquarters? But Whitebeard did it anyway. He just wanted to exchange his life for Ace's. Then leave one last explanation for his legendary life. In the end, inherit Roger's will and spread the germ of freedom to the world. I have to say, Old Man Whitebeard is very greedy. Although he didn't completely save Ace in his previous life, his goal was almost achieved. I gave an explanation to myself, I gave an explanation to Ace, and I gave an explanation to the world. The legend ends. The phrase, "I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no boat that can carry me in the new era," once shocked Buggy. The phrase, "One Piece is real," also shows that Whitebeard may have inherited the will of D. Because of the information from the previous life, Buggy knows that the will of D is not to ask someone to have a D in their name. But anyone can have the will of D the day after tomorrow. Just like the first, Neferutali Lily, and later, Neferutali D Lily. D is inheritable, endoable, and inheritable. That D is not rigid, D is free. In the past and present lives, in fact, Buggy has already made some guesses about the will of D, coupled with the support of intelligence from previous lives. He has his own judgment on the original word of the abbreviation, D. The so-called D should be the abbreviation of Dawn. That's what Dawn means. Because in Alabasta 800 years ago, Queen Lily once wrote in a letter, "When that day comes, people will hold up the banner of Dawn." Maybe every D is for that day. But Buggy, a visitor from the otherworld, doesn't have much interest in D, because what he has done alone has exceeded the scope of D. Or that he did what D couldn't. But these things don't matter right now. With the breakthrough of his Conqueror's Haki, Buggy was surrounded by an inexplicable aura. His figure was just suspended in midair, and the originally restrained aura began to escape from his body little by little. The surrounding dragons and others were amazed when they saw this scene. Just when they were thinking that Buggy was already healed, a terrible aura overflowed from Buggy's body, and then gathered into a platinum, black and purple three-color lightning aura soaring into the sky. Drink. Immediately, Buggy's hearty shouts resounded under the sky of Dangian Island. Wow, hurrah! Immediately afterwards, everyone was shocked to see the soaring aura, which directly dispersed the billowing dark clouds within hundreds of kilometers above the sky. Fortunately, Enel is no longer in the clouds at this time, otherwise he will face this terrible momentum directly. Faintly, the aura emanating from the imposing beam of light made them feel a little unacceptable, let alone facing this terrifying coercion directly, which made them feel a chill. At this time, above the sky, the sun was shining, which just brought a little warmth to everyone. What's the situation? Has Captain Buggy broken through again? No way. Didn't he just break through? Why did he break through again? It's really hard to let people live. The captain is really an insurmountable mountain. This level of oppression, even the red-haired Haki does not have this feeling. I think that the current captain is already well-deserved the strongest in the world. The changes in Buggy also shocked and excited the Buggy pirates. Although they are envious and jealous of Buggy's successive breakthroughs, they are still very happy and proud of the continuous improvement of their captain's strength. Also, only such a captain can command this group of guys under him, right? If I give this group of guys a few more years to do, I'm afraid their strength will reach the admiral level sooner or later. At that time, the world government actually has no chance to make a move. In fact, Long always wanted Buggy to stay dormant for a few more years. After all, in his opinion, with the talent and strength of their team, as long as they stay low-key for a few years, the world government is really nothing. No matter how much combat power they hide, it is impossible for them to be as brutal as Buggy, a group of guys who grow up in battle every day. Didn't you see that even the quasi-admiral level Hawkeye dared to leapfrog the challenge and fight with the admiral level Captain John? Most importantly, Captain John was suppressed by Hawkeye the whole time. How terrifying. Moreover, if it wasn't for preventing the transmission of the radio signal, Enel is also an admiral-level combat force, but he hasn't made a move yet. Oh, by the way, and Duolingo who went to Silver Axe to print the fourth text of the signpost history. This guy and Sunbel are also likely to reach the admiral level in a few years. Jabba, Bullet, Enel, Duolingo, Sunbel, Hawkeye, Hancock Jr., San Juan Wolves, Jinbei, Crocodile, Trafalgar Law and a few serifs from Vegapunk not too long ago. This kind of combat power can be regarded as the potential seedling of the admiral level. Such a terrifying team, plus his own revolutionary army, and Ain and others who are about to awaken the fruit. Long really didn't know how people like himself could lose. Certainly. World government still has a possibility. That is, they have a guy whose combat power exceeds theirs by one dimension. They can easily sweep away all their royal, admiral, and quasi-admiral combat power, otherwise the world government will have no hope of victory. As Buggy said before, the final trump card of the world government is very likely to be the person above the current Void King. Nerona Imson, this man who has sat on the Void Throne for more than 800 years. Her strength has definitely reached the level of a terrifying existence. Even the 5 elders like Saturn, Satan, Shang have to call adults. It can be seen that I'm strength is strong. If Long was still a little worried before today, after today he won't worry about it anymore. With Buggy's current strength, you really can't think of anyone else who can compete with Buggy. As long as they stand side by side and don't give the world government a chance to attack, then that I am might really not be Buggy's opponent. Of course, it's still too early for him to think about this, and we'll see what Buggy does next. Happy. Buggy naturally didn't know about the brainstorming of Long and others at this time. After he roared, he laughed and said, "Guys, from now on, the world government will no longer be our opponent. Go. Help Vegapunk clean up the house. The assembly line factory of our Scarlet Empire has been saved, and then go back to hold a banquet." Oh. Everyone immediately cheered. In today's big battle, everyone is ready for a life and death battle. I didn't expect it to be much easier than the last Wano Kuni battle. It's really Buggy's strength is too strong. Instantly kill an Admiral level 5 elders. Even my own people were almost scared to death. Not to mention celestial dragons such as the Knights of God and CPI as opponents. The fear of feeling that the boss was being attacked in seconds directly made them almost lose their fighting power and turn around and run away. If it wasn't for the fact that all the ships were destroyed, and we knew that there was an ambush in the sea, wouldn't. Otherwise they would have probably turned around and run away. Even if they fail to run, their combat power will be halved directly. In the end, Buggy was even more ferocious, directly grabbing the Kaido clone, the Golden Lion clone, and the Captain John clone and sucking them dry. That terrifying feeling is simply a nightmare for the members of the Knights of God. Originally descended from the Holy Land to the mortal world full of confidence, thinking that it was a shocking sea without any suspense. It's not impossible to crush Shanks first, then Blackbeard, and finally gang up on that Godslayer Buggy. However, the gap between reality and their ideas is too great. Only completed a suppression of Hongfa, Saturn Satan-Shang and Jialan-Shang teamed up to barely draw with Hongfa. At this time, they have actually felt some of the gap in strength between them in these top powerhouses in the sea. Therefore, 5 Elders Satan is also very wise not to trouble Blackbeard in the first place, but to solve the cancer of Vegapunk first. I didn't expect to fall into the tiger's mouth. What they didn't expect was that they became playthings in Buggy's hands. The boss Saturn Satan-Shang was killed in seconds. 3 Admiral-class clones drained. The sense of contrast between ideal and reality directly caused these Knights of the Gods to collapse, and launched a desperate charge unconsciously. The final wave was taken by Buggy. The battle on Danjian Island ended. The Buggy pirates are back with a big victory. When Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, Momoshiki and other marines woke up in Adam's Palace Villa the next day, they suddenly heard the yelling from Shile outside. The sound of, "There is no way to do it." Last night was another gathering of old friends and another UTA concert. This allowed the few marine executives who had a rare vacation, Garp Sengoku does not count, to indulge. Soon, they heard the roar of the marine outside in their respective rooms. They subconsciously went out to have a look. Then all of their expressions changed suddenly. At this time, there are many people around on the viewing platform of the Divine Triatom, and the energetic girl in front is naturally UTA. It's just that everyone is not looking at her at this time, but at the sky in the distance. A huge space door was opened. Then a huge, floating island was slowly moved out from the space gate. After seeing this scene, Sengoku, Garp and others were shocked. Maybe they are too familiar with this. Isn't this the ability of Golden Lion Shiki? It's a little too outrageous. What shocked them even more was that they saw a familiar island. And Kizaru, who used to be a frequent visitor to this island, suddenly changed his face, and said in disbelief. Hey, what are the Buggy pirates trying to do? What's the matter, Kizaru Admiral? Momoshiki was puzzled. Although Garp and Sengoku felt that the island was familiar, they didn't hear it for a while, and they couldn't help turning their heads to look at Kizaru. What do you mean by that? Speak straight up, brat. Kizaru twitched, then pointed to the Sky Island Road. That island is where Vegapunk himself was based as an experimental base. What? Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp, Momoshiki, and those marine soldiers all exhaled in shock. Then not only these marines, but also the strength of the kings of the underground world who heard the news, and UTA also exclaimed in shock. How is it possible that the experimental base where Vegapunk himself is located? New World, Scarlet Empire, on top of the Atom Tree. Hey, Kizaru, are you sure you read it right? Garp looked bewildered. Kizaru pouted. Don't be kidding, Mr. Garp. Even if I get it wrong, no one can get it wrong about Vegapunk's base. I have been studied by that old man for several years. So what do we do now? Momoshiki also has some numb claws. They came to the Scarlet Empire for sightseeing. If they really caused chaos in their country, would Marine's reputation be ruined? The most important thing is that they may not be able to leave completely. No, we still have to go and have a look. Sengoku shook his head. No matter what, the importance of Vegapunk cannot be ignored. If he was kidnapped, even just a few of us have to find a way to take him away. And what if he's voluntary? Garp said desperately. Sengoku's eyes twitched. Voluntary? How is it possible? Why does Vegapunk voluntarily join a country of pirates? Have you ever seen any country in the world that can rival the Scarlet Empire? Garp added. Garp. You don't talk and no one thinks you are dumb, Sengoku growled angrily. Cut. Garp picked his booger in disdain. Kizaru and Momoshage looked at each other for a while. Finally, after discussing it, they decided to go and have a look. No way, as Sengoku said, the importance of Vegapunk is too great. If the world government finds out about this news, maybe another big battle is coming. Bang bang bang. Garp, Sengoku, and Momoshage immediately jumped up, and under the shocked eyes of all the underground kings, they rushed towards the ghost island in the distance on Moonwalk. Compared with them pedaling, the yellow ape turned into a golden streamer and directly past them and flew to the ghost island first. Wow. That's Marine Hero Garp. I read that right. That's right. I knew they were here last night, and they were received by the Imperial Marine Marshal Mr. Fa in person. Good guy. This is about to cause a big commotion. Marine Hero Garp, former Marshal Sengoku, current Admiral Kizaru, Admiral's backup Momoshage. This level of combat power is simply not too scary. It's over. Mr. Buggy is in danger. Dangerous? It's ridiculous. The alliance of the two emperors was defeated by Lord Buggy more than a year ago, and the two emperors were all killed by Lord Buggy 2 years later. I don't think that just a few of them can have any influence on Mr. Buggy. Ha ha ha. Watch a good show, watch a good show. There's big news again. No, I'll inform Morgans. Compared with the attributes of these underground world emperors and entertainers, UTA immediately became nervous. Picked up the phone bug and dialed the past. Click. Soon, Buggy's mature and steady voice sounded. Oh. Uda. Why are you looking for Uncle Me? I'm still joking at this time. Those marine big shots you received yesterday all ran towards you. Uda said anxiously. It seems to say that I saw Vegapunk's experimental base. You are too bold. Do you dare to tie Vegapunk here? Compared with Uda's anxiety, Buggy seemed very calm, and even said in an orderly manner. First, let me know their movements. Secondly, Vegapunk was not kidnapped by us, he came here voluntarily because the government wanted to kill him. In the end, it doesn't matter if we tied it up. Ah? What do you mean? Uda was a little confused. The corners of Buggy's mouth raised slightly, and he said the scariest words in the calmest tone. Because we are about to become an enemy of the world and declare war on the world government. Click. After hanging up the phone, UTA was still in a daze. No. Why do you suddenly want to become an enemy of the world and declare war with the world government? Could it be that Vegapunk was really tied up? Thinking of this, UTA immediately called Bluno in a hurry and asked him to pick her up. She wanted to check the situation clearly. In the distance above the sky, Zilla scoffed. Almost at the same time as Kizaru flew over, a blue electric light fell from the sky and directly stopped in front of Kizaru. Then, with his legs crossed in the air, Enel, who turned his golden stick in one hand, and propped his side face, appeared in front of the yellow ape and said with a smile. Yo, isn't this Marine Admiral Mr. Golden Flash? Long time no see. May I ask why you came to our Scarlet Empire? Thor Enel? Kizaru said solemnly. Has Thunderfruit been developed to this point in just 2 years? It's scary. But I'm not here to make trouble this time. The island base you moved to is the experimental base of our government Vegapunk. We are sightseeing in the Scarlet Empire. I naturally have to come and see this situation. Not looking for trouble. That's all right. Enel pretended to be surprised, then raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. If you want to ask questions, you can go directly to the island to find the captain or Mr. Jabba. Scoff. After finishing speaking, Enel disappeared in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the small sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With Kizaru's powerful observation hockey, Enel was not found for a while. This made him look extremely dignified. Originally, Jabba was terrifying enough, but now that he eats lion fruit, his strength must be improved to a higher level. It is no exaggeration to say that Jabba is a 4 Emperors level force. A man with such strength still becomes his right-hand man under Buggy's account, which shows how powerful Buggy is. Now Enel's strength seems to have a qualitative leap. This time Kizaru didn't feel as calm as he did 2 years ago when facing Enel. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the dangerous aura that Enel brought to him. With his current observation hockey, since he feels the danger, it must be true. The strength of this Buggy pirate group is simply becoming more and more unfathomable. Bullet, plus a fallen angel Duolingo who is also an awakened phantom beast. There is no doubt that the Buggy pirates already have the strength to suppress them just by fighting against their naval headquarters. Whether it is in high-end combat power or low-end combat power. After witnessing the Wano-kuni War 2 years ago, naval headquarters already has a clear rule. Never fight group wars with the Buggy pirates. If a war breaks out, ordinary marine soldiers, no, even ordinary school-level officers will become Buggy's nourishment. Facing Buggy, who can defeat hundreds of thousands of enemies, and has the ability to fight more and more bravely, Marine's army advantage has come to naught. Oh, right. Up to now, but also to join a naval war. With the incorporation of the Fishmen Island, it is normal for Buggy to have a Murloc army that can easily kill the fleet on the bottom of the sea. And the facts are as the world government thinks. When the war came, the Fishmen Island was indeed able to pick out an elite naval force for Buggy to dispatch. Moreover, the captain of the submarine force is Sunbel, and the vice captain is Jinbei. This kind of power under the sea, even the world government can only catch it blind. Various brainstorms flashed through Kizaru's mind, and he thought he was going to fight for reason, but Enel had disappeared when he realized it. This made Kizaru stunned for a moment. Eh? Just let the old man pass by like this? Kizaru was very puzzled. But he didn't think much about it. Garp and Sengoku followed. To be honest, he wasn't worried at all. Zilla therefore, without hesitation, Kizaru flew directly to the Dangian island that was slowly drifting towards him. Soon, he locked on Vegapunk who was communicating with Jabba on where to put the island, and the 5 clones behind him. Seeing this scene, Kizaru was numb. Really Vegapunk. Moreover, he really didn't seem to be kidnapped. Jabba, who was discussing the position with Vegapunk, seemed to sense something, suddenly looked up in Kizaru's direction, and then said with a surprised look. Kizaru Admiral. How will you be here? Oh, by the way, I remember that you Marines seem to have a sightseeing group coming to our Scarlet Empire, right? How is it? How do you feel about our empire? Jabba pretended to be stunned. Nature is very good. The people's livelihood, prosperity, and peace of G's empire. Just halfway through Kizaru's words, he remembered that he didn't come here to say these things, and immediately rubbed his forehead and said, "No, that's not what I'm here to say. I'm here to ask, how can you move Dangian Island to this place shit? And, Dr. Vegapunk, what's your situation? How did the government allow you to run around?" Oh, it's Kizaru. Vegapunk, who was looking around with a telescope, seemed to have discovered Kizaru at this time, nodded at him and continued to observe the terrain. Even though he was used to Vegapunk's temperament, the corner of Kizaru's mouth couldn't help but twitched a few times. Then the rational clone of Vegapunk stepped out and nodded at Kizaru. Kizaru Admiral, let me answer your question. I'm too excited now, I guess my mind will automatically filter out your information. He now gets annoyed when he sees people related to world government. How do you say that? Kizaru was puzzled. In his impression, 5 elders in world government simply looked at Vegapunk as a baby bump. You know, the world government spends more on Vegapunk than on Marine every year. The world government is going to kill us. Rational Vegapunk spread his hands. We can't wait to be wiped out by the world government, can we? If they suddenly come to a buster call and wipe out Dangian Island, how much technology will be lost? So the ontology thought about it, and after a while of analysis, it decided to find the Buggy pirates. Because ontology has also seen the prosperity of Scarlet Empire. The most important thing to do science is to have a peaceful and stable environment and a big sponsor. Obviously subject to the Marine of the world government, it is impossible for you to give us financial support. You are even less likely to disobey the orders of the world government. Then, the best result is to join the Buggy pirates, or join the Scarlet Empire. Ontology finally chose to join the Scarlet Empire. Rational Vegapunk's well-founded analysis directly made Kizaru stupid. Kizaru was speechless, unable to refute at all. Before he came, he had brainstormed for a while, but he never thought that this would be the result. When Kizaru was in the circle, Garp, Sengoku and Momoshagi also came soon. But they fell silent after hearing the words of the rational Vegapunk. Really? Anyone who wants to be killed will not sit still. It's normal for Vegapunk to want to escape, so what should they do? Is it really necessary to catch Vegapunk back? Besides, the world government hasn't issued a warrant yet, so it's impossible for them to do this kind of thing. Puff ha ha ha. Compared to Sengoku, Kizaru and Momosagi's seriousness, Pooh laughed out loud. What's there to worry about? Since the world government has not issued a wanted warrant, why should we rush to take care of this kind of thing? Sengoku, don't forget we're here for sightseeing. If you really want to make trouble now, it's hard to tell who is going to make trouble. Garp's sense of knowledge already felt that several auras had locked onto them. And the breath is extremely powerful, none below the admiral level. This kind of terrifying strength, even he is terrified. Of course, the most important thing is that he felt the familiar observation hockey breath of his son. Others can't detect it, but as the father of Long, how could he not know that his son is here? He was displeased with the group of celestial dragons, and now that he is on vacation, it is even more impossible to do things for them. Sengoku, Kizaru and Momoshagi also changed slightly when they heard the words. They subconsciously turned on the color of knowledge and perception, and they were suddenly shocked. They had never heard of or seen the terrifying sights and smells around them. The strength of the Buggy pirates has increased again? What the hell, there are only so many admiral-level monsters in this world, and there are several in the Buggy pirates. This kind of breathlock made Sengoku and the others dare not mess around. What's more, right in front of them there is Jabba, who folds his arms and chats with them with a smile. They now know that the lion fruit has been eaten by Jabba. Originally Roger's right-hand man, Armament Hockey has reached the level of armed gods, and his current strength must be even more terrifying. Ideas are tricky, don't force them. Almost at the same time, several people in Sengoku made this decision immediately. Suddenly, Sengoku rolled his eyes and said with a smile. What, Jabba, I heard that your Scarlet Empire still has the darkest prison. We want to take a look, is it possible? No problem. Jabba didn't hesitate, and agreed directly. Then, he raised his hand and pressed the watch phone bug on his hand, and soon Blueno's voice came from inside. Mr. Jabba, what's the matter? Is such that? After Jabba explained the intention of Sengoku and others, Blueno said clearly. No problem, I'll come over now. Crunch. Soon, as the door of the space opened, Blueno appeared, and then took Sengoku and the others towards Smile Mineral Drug Prison. Crunch. In just a few seconds, after walking through the gate of space, they came to the gate of the so-called Smile Mineral Drug Prison. After Blueno signaled to the guards, he asked Sengoku and the others to put on gas masks, and then led them inside. Ah. It's so painful, kill me. Let me out. I really won't do evil again. Damn Buggy the Clown, damn Scarlet Empire, you will all perish. Ha ha ha. I can't stand it. Seeing the hoarse and wailing prisoners in the cells behind the iron railings, even Garp, Sengoku and others, who are used to impel down methods, frowned. Because there is no trace of torture on these people at all, they are just locked up here. But they showed that they were in pain, Blueno explained. These people turned out to be the villains among the Beast's pirates who killed countless people. In order to reduce crime, Mr. Buggy once minds the drug prison situation. There are absolutely no innocent people here. They are all heinous criminals, and we didn't impose punishment on them, just let them feel the pain that the people of Wano-kuni once felt. They are now infected with the toxin that Smile Factory once spread all over Wano-kuni, which is why they are so painful. Sengoku et al. But at this moment, Momoshagi suddenly shouted angrily. Nonsense. Since you said that they are all criminals, why is there such a small child inside? What? Got kids? How is this going? Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru and others turned their heads to look at it, and suddenly became angry. In their opinion, how could such a small child be the kind of heinous criminal that Blueno said? They looked at the bottom of Smile Mineral Drug Prison. The child with bracelets and shackles was carrying pieces of small sea stone on a small cart not far away. Beside him were two teenagers dressed as samurai, not much older than the kid in pink. One of them has a black samurai bun, and the other has long red hair. It's just that the scene in front of him is very strange. These two samurai boys were obviously much bigger than the other boy, but the job of moving the sea stone was handed over to the boy in pink. After filling sea stone's trolley, the other two samurai boys began to push the trolley back. However, this time they put the samurai boy in pink on the car and pushed them back together. Although they don't understand the reason, Sengoku and the others who saw this scene have already started to feel a sense of terror rising from their bodies. If it weren't for their strong control, I'm afraid Conqueror's Hockey would have exploded by now. Do you call this a heinous crime? Momoshagi questioned Blueno angrily again. However, compared to their anger, Blueno seemed very calm, not only did not panic, but also said in a strange way. You Marines are true partners of justice. Can't see children suffer, even O'Hara's civilian ships were not spared back then? How could there be hundreds of people on that big ship? There are no fewer children above than here. Especially the human elevator under the Holy Land Marie Joyce. This is what I admire the most, Marines, and they can still complete the guard work in such a place. Tut tut. How firm is this sense of justice? You. When Momosagi was stabbed by Bluno's words, she blushed immediately, but she couldn't utter a single rebuttal. Sengoku and Garp, who were still surging with anger, suddenly let out their momentum, and their figures were a bit slumped. Really? Why do people like myself blame the Scarlet Empire? Why do you get angry when you see this scene? So many evil deeds happening in front of Marine have not been able to stop, and now because of these three children, they are angrily questioning, right? No matter how they argue, they are unreasonable. Kizaru, an old fritter, will not get angry when provoked like Sengoku, Garp and Momosagi. Instead, he still said with a smile. I didn't expect Buggy's subordinates to be so eloquent. It's really scary. In this regard, our Marine is indeed no match. Kizaru originally wanted to have a few conversations with Bluno first. Who wouldn't be able to say that yin and yang are weird? Don't you know that labor and capital are the ancestors of yin and yang? Kizaru looked at Bluno confidently. Unexpectedly, Bluno nodded with disdain. You Marine really can't be our opponent in terms of words. Do you think we are as ignorant as you? In the past 2 years, Mr. Buggy has improved us not only in strength. Every night at the end of the practice, we will have a cultural class. Lord Buggy said, people have always lived and learned. If you want to become stronger, you don't just bury your head in cultivation, but also improve your spiritual cultural accomplishment. That will have a great effect on expanding and developing fruit ability. You can also have a deeper understanding of yourself, others, and the world. After hearing what Bluno said, Sengoku, Garp, Momosagi, and Kiwi, who was still extremely confident before, were directly stunned. No, I just said a word. What do you mean by saying a few words? Also, they really haven't heard that pirates even want to study cultural courses. This kind of thing is simply not too outrageous. It was so outrageous that Garp and Sengoku even forgot for a while that the learning of cultural lessons that Bluno said was actually to enhance the development of devil fruit. After all, it is still cultivation. But they also learned a lot of cultural knowledge. With the teaching of Robin, a doctor of history, their Buggy pirates only have dozens of people, so it is difficult to learn. Therefore, their cultural level has indeed improved a lot in the past 2 years. And just as Buggy thought, with the improvement of knowledge, they have a deeper understanding of devil fruit, and the fruit ability has been better developed. This has been a common occurrence in the Buggy pirates. In this world where strength is paramount, this situation of reading can become stronger is real, and it makes everyone in the Buggy pirates even more enthusiastic about learning. At one time, everyone had the idea of going to study and study without even training during the day. Buggy is encouraged for this behavior, but most of the encouragers are masters like Bullet, Jabba, Duolingo, and Juan. As for Moria, Enel, Crocodile, etc., who are still very hip in physical skills, Buggy still let them practice according to the original plan. Song asked them to study together at night. Did I hear you right? You pirates still need to learn? Kizaru finally had a reaction, but he still had to make sure that he heard correctly. Isn't that normal? Bluno said firmly. We're here to help our Captain Buggy achieve his dream. So, don't stand still in any way. Hiss. Kizaru gasped. I said in my heart that it is not necessary, it is really not necessary. Don't be afraid that pirates are disobedient, but afraid that pirates are educated. You see, this time, it's not that the top marine executives are speechless. Hey. Why can the three of us only get so few dumplings? That's right. How can this be enough to eat? We'll starve to death. You still say you don't abuse prisoners. What are you doing to abuse prisoners? Look at us, we are all just children. Hearing what the three said, the jailer sneered and said, Yes, the three of you are children of the Kazuki clan, we will not let you go easily. Lord Ain has said it. Just to let you feel how the people of Wano-kuni lived back then. Your current situation is much better than theirs. Because we Lord Buggy don't advocate cruelty to prisoners, so you have less whips to serve you. As for these dumplings, all are distributed according to work. We won't break the laws of Master Buggy just because of you Kazuki scum. Finally, let me tell you one thing, you should be poisoned to death before starving to death, this is your final belonging. Maybe after you die, you will be able to see the tens of millions of Wano-kuni people who died of poison. Hearing this, the complexions of the three boys changed drastically. Each of them looked extremely ugly, and the boy in the pink clothes started to cry. After hearing the complaints of these three children, and seeing the poor dumplings in their pockets, Momosagi and the others wanted to do justice again. But seeing Bluno looking at them with a half-smile, they swallowed back the words. Shin said that this former CP9 traitor should not be given a chance to mock them. Just when the few of them were thinking about how to talk back, they heard the jailers ridicule and sneer. A member of the Kazuki clan. Now they're a little behind the scenes. Marine also received complete information after Buggy's speech in the Furry Principality and the Wano-kuni Live event at that time. These Marine executives have all seen the information sent back before. I have to say, they also thought Buggy had a good point. If it weren't for Kazuki Oden's stupidity, Wano-kuni wouldn't be where he is today. The Kaido of that era was no match for the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as any one of them takes action, Wano-kuna's crisis can be resolved. What's more, Kazuki Oden has an unusual relationship with these two pirate groups. One is a partner and the other is a sworn brother. How could this relationship bring Wano-kuni down to being enslaved by Kaido? Have to say, that's what Kazuki Oden's arrogance, stupidity and laziness are all about. There's nothing wrong with Buggy's words. Now it caused them to hear that the people of the Kazuki family also felt a touch of disgust in their hearts. But soon Garp and the others were startled, and Momoshage also reacted immediately. They were actually swayed by Buggy's words. This matter can be big or small. But this is not the time to pursue this matter, Momoshage frowned and said. I would like to ask, what on earth did these three Kazuki boys do to suffer from this toxin along with the criminals in Siege of Japan? Kizaru is also very puzzled. What can their three children do that is not conducive to the Scarlet Empire? Blueno pointed to the boy in pink samurai suit who took a dumpling from the black-haired samurai and the red-haired samurai each, and said. Did you see that kid in the pink dress? His name is Momosuke. That's right, don't be shocked, he is Kazuki Oden's son. What? Hearing what Blueno said, the four of them suddenly exclaimed. What are you kidding? Kazuki Oden died a dozen years ago. And didn't it mean that Kaido has wiped out the Kazuki clan? The rest are only the Kazuki clan's retainers? Blueno nodded and said, in theory, it is, but you should have heard that there is a devil fruit called time fruit, and its ability is related to time. 20 years ago, Mitsuyo Goyu's wife sent Momonosuke, who was about to be killed by Kaidojo, and his retainers, Kinemon, and Kanjuro to the 20-year-old with the ability of time fruit, back. That is, some time ago. The three returned to Wano-kuni, not wanting to live a good life. He also thinks that this is caused by Mr. Buggy's sorcery, and thinks that Wano-kuni cannot be so peaceful and prosperous, so he wants to summon the retainers of the Kazuki clan, and then wants to overthrow the Scarlet Empire. The strange behaviors of the three of them were reported to the Imperial Marine Intelligence Department by the people of our empire. After we monitored them for a period of time, we found that they would carve the family crest of the Kazuki clan on the walls of the flower capital at night, in an attempt to attract the attention of the Kazuki clan's retainers. When Blueno said this, after a pause, he looked at several marine executives and said, guess what happened next? If it was normal, they would not bother to pay attention to Blueno's obviously appetizing behavior. But today I started to guess. The three of them are here, so their operation failed? Have you taken advantage of this opportunity to completely resolve the unstable factors hidden in the depths of the Scarlet Empire? It seems that you have wiped out the rest of the Kazuki clan's retainers. Is it to lure the snake out of the hole? What a good way. Blueno glanced directly at Garp, exchanged glances with Sengoku, Momoshage, and Kizaru, and shook his head slightly. Immediately, he said calmly, all of you have been at the top of the world for a long time, and you don't understand what peace, security, and food mean to the people of Wano-kuni who have been enslaved for 20 years. How could they rebel with the Kazuki clan? Not even the retainers of the Kazuki clan responded to this summons at all. Although Kazuki Oden predicted at the end that 20 years later, the souls of the Kazuki clan would return and defeat Kaido to reunite Wano-kuni. Although many warriors of the Kazuki clan believed it at first. Trust may be able to withstand 20 years of grinding, but it cannot withstand the devastation of slavery, hunger, destruction, and poisoning. Even for the most loyal warriors, they have been tortured, and after facing the death of their family members, their hearts will gradually cool down. Especially after Mr. Buggy's speech. Everyone in Wano-kuni understands that the culprit is Kazuki Oden. At that moment, the samurai of the Kazuki clan may have been completely extinct. It's good that they don't hate descendants of the Kazuki clan. How is it possible to answer the call? Is the life in our Scarlet Empire not good enough, or is it not comfortable enough to live in small villa-level houses? In this country where there is no pressure in life, no danger, no slavery and destruction, where as long as you work hard, you can have a full stomach and even live a good life, who would want to rebel? But everyone will figure out the key to it. Hear what Blueno said. Sengoku and the others were completely silent. Have to say, sure read. Those who have survived Kaido's 20 years of persecution, even if there are many retainers of the Kazuki clan among them, will cherish this hard-won life even more. In the words of Buggy, they have all experienced pain, so tomorrow is even more rare. So, just because the three children wanted to gather the retainers of the Kazuki clan, and they failed, you were arrested here? Although Momosagi felt a bit disgusted with Kazuki Oden and even his children after listening to it, she still didn't understand this behavior. 3 children. Blue Nose sneered. You guys still remember the female student under Marshal Zephyr. Her name is Ain, and she is now the Vice Admiral of the Imperial Marine. Her ability is Regression Fruit. As long as she touches her body once, she will return to -12 years old. The 2 samurai with black hair and red hair you see now, they became what they are now after being punched twice by Vice Admiral of Ain. So, they don't deserve sympathy at all. As for that Momosuke, that's even more interesting. Bluno looked at them and said, this son of Kazuki Oden was reported by 3 of his former Red Sheath 9 heroes. They think that if Momosuke is left alone, his identity may really throw the Empire into turmoil. In order not to destroy the hard-won peace of the Empire. As the son of Kazuki Oden, no matter how young and innocent he is, he must be responsible for the serious consequences his father once caused. What's more, Momosuke is not innocent yet, because he wants to overthrow the Empire. So, he was reported on. Huh? You said that the person who reported Momonosuke and the other 3 was a member of Kazuki Oden's Red Sheath 9 heroes? Ah. Are they fighting among themselves? Hey, it turned out to be internal strife? Why? After Garp, Sengoku, Momosagi and Kizaru heard that this was the reason, they were also full of astonishment. As for the 9 heroes of the Red Scabbard, they have all seen the information of Wano-kuni, so they have some understanding. These 9 people used to be the shrewdest and most capable existence under Kazuki Oden, and they were also the most loyal to him. Unexpectedly, the son of Kazuki Oden came back from time travel 20 years ago. After he wanted to revive the Kazuki clan and overthrow the Scarlet Empire, the people who reported him turned out to be some of the former Red Sheath 9 heroes. This is really surprising. That's why I said, after all, you guys have stood on the top of the world for too long. I don't understand how precious peace is to ordinary people, so it's hard for you to understand that Kai Jusha and they will fight among themselves, but that's normal too. When Bluno said this, he began to groan again. Haven't you ever been hungry enough to eat tree bark? Have you never seen your relatives starve to death or be poisoned to death in front of your eyes? Have you never seen the scene where your beloved relatives, friends, brothers and sisters were beaten to death in front of your eyes? 2. You haven't even seen the most basic hell, let alone the 18 levels of hell. Those were the days before the people of Wano-kuni lived. Just because of how miserable they were, how much they appreciate us Mr. Buggy now. Not to mention exempting from taxes for 3 years, but also tens of billions of dollars to buy food that is enough to feed the entire country for 3 years. At the same time, he also personally participated in the construction of the country, and used his ability to remove the toxins in the entire country, so that the people no longer have to worry about being poisoned to death every day if they drink water. It is precisely because they have experienced this that they understand how good the Scarlet Empire is today. Now there is this kid from Kazuki's field, who wants to summon Kazuki's retainers when he comes up. If he just wants to revive the Kazuki clan, that's fine, they won't bother. But they heard that the other party not only wants to revive the Kazuki clan, but also believes that the current life of the people in the Empire is caused by black magic. They want to overthrow the Empire and restore the Wano-kuni system. It is precisely for this reason that the Red Sheath 9 heroes reported this former young master who tried to destroy everyone's hard-won life. The peace of the Empire cannot be broken, so I say it is difficult for you to understand. After all, one of you is a Marine hero, one is a former Marshal Sengoku, one is a Marine Admiral, and the other is a Marine Admiral replacement. Although you are in a chaotic era, you are amazingly talented and powerful. Compared to ordinary people, you are gods. Ordinary people are worried and fearful in this chaotic era, but you can kill thieves and get promoted like a fish in water in this chaotic era, and you all have a bright future. No one cares about them. Our Captain Buggy has a saying I like to call it, why not eat mincemeat? Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, Momosagi. These few words of Bluno directly silenced several people. It's just murderous. One after another, the bloodless knives stabbed the hearts of the 4 of them. They knew that Bluno was mocking them, but they had no reason to refute. Can't think of any excuses to refute, it's so uncomfortable. This Buggy guy is outrageous. What kind of books should I ask my cadres to read? It's really scary when pirates become cultured. There was really no way to refute it at all, and someone poked my heart, and my heart almost collapsed. In the end, Garp snorted coldly, turned around and walked out, angrily said. Don't watch it. There's nothing to see in this prison. That's right. Let's ask Zephyr to take us to the Scarlet Empire. I heard that Crocodile is going to build a large reservoir today. let's go and see. Sengoku whistled nonchalantly and followed Garp's footsteps. Momoshagi glanced at the three teenagers who were squatting in the corner and gnawing glutinous rice balls. Her eyes no longer had the sympathy she had before, but instead she was extremely evil. Although they were taunted by Bluno's crazy output, Momoshagi as Marine still hates the kind of guy who breaks the peace for his own selfishness. How good is the current Scarlet Empire? Even they can't tell which country in the world can be like the Scarlet Empire. With peace and stability, happiness and prosperity, the lives of the people are becoming more and more hopeful. Now coupled with world songstress UTA, staying in the Scarlet Empire, it has continuously attracted people from all over the world, and at the same time added a touch of entertainment culture to the Scarlet Empire, making people's lives more colorful. Now that Vegapunk takes the initiative to seek refuge, the Scarlet Empire will only become more and more developed and advanced. Looking at it this way, it seems that the world government really has nothing to do with the current Scarlet Empire. If it is said that they want to send a large-scale fleet to attack, then it is not known how many can safely reach the outer seas of the Scarlet Empire. There is an army of Murlocs headed by Sunbel and Jinbei in the sea. There are Jabba, Enel, and Duolingo guarding the sky. These are the current strengths of the Buggy pirates and the Scarlet Empire. If it wasn't for the fear that the appearance of Sabo would reveal that the Revolutionary Army was also related to the Scarlet Empire, the replica of the fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form that he ate from the body of the Kaido clone could also become an Air Force a member of. Also, the power of the sea is not exposed. Shirahoshi this, Poseidon's whole card. Possess such terrifying power. As long as Buggy wants, he can even keep the celestial dragons and marine ships from getting out of their headquarters. Of course, he will do this step sooner or later. But Buggy won't do it before going to Raftel, and it's impossible for them to know about Sengoku and Garp. The Buggy pirates, it really doesn't look like a pirate anymore, it's so scary. Kizaru pursed his lips, turned around and went back the way he came. Only Momoshagi is still hesitating, but in the end she still sighed and turned to leave. Marine. At this moment, Momonosuke, who was eating glutinous rice balls with his head down just now, suddenly raised his head and shouted. Marine. They've all been tricked by the evil Buggy pirates. If you can save me and help me avenge Wano-kuni, I will definitely repay you in the future. We, the Kazuki family, walk the talk. Help us, Sister Marine. After yelling, Momonosuke seemed to sense Momosagi's hesitation, and he immediately started yelling cutely. It's just that he failed to show cuteness to Ain last time, and was kicked until he lost several teeth. Now he knows how to measure himself. However, what Momonosuke didn't expect was how could he hide his thoughts from these few spirits present. Even if he has mastered the observation haki, which listens to the voice of all things, and can hear the conversation between Momoshagi and Bluno above, he doesn't know the identities of these people. Each of them is at the top of the world, how could their knowledge be unaware of Momonosuke's actions? Therefore, because of the past, they suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Those are three teenagers, as Bluno said, the kind that don't deserve their help. To play tricks in front of old fellows like them is simply pretentious. Momoshagi just glanced indifferently at Momonosuke below. The thoughts in her heart changed from pity at the beginning to disgust now, she said indifferently. You should continue to feel the pain that the people of Wano-kuni once suffered. The current Scarlet Empire doesn't need your Kazuki clan at all. No one will miss the old Wano-kuni. After speaking, Momoshagi turned and left directly. Seeing this scene, Momonosuke completely broke his guard, and immediately roared angrily. You Marines are hypocrites. As the orthodox heir of Wano-kuni, you didn't even help me. A bunch of heartless guys, you are in vain Marine. And the evil Buggy pirates, I will not bow my head. Just after Momonosuke finished his angry roar, the supervisor employee in the prison below sneered and said. Very good. I just like a strong kid like you. From now on, the glutinous rice dumplings you carry Seastone will be halved. I want to see if you will bow your head. Poof. Momonosuke, who had been pretending for a while, turned pale with fright at these words, and turned out to be unsteady, and fell headfirst from the trolley. However, his sudden scene made Kinemon and Kanjuro a little bit preoccupied before he could stop it. Boom. In the next second, Momonosuke's head hit the steps. After his tender head hit the sharp corner of the ladder, he was cut open immediately, bleeding for a while. Master Momonosuke. Kanjuro, bandage Momonosuke-sama. Who will save Momonosuke-sama? He is still young, he is just a child. I will take responsibility for any crimes. Kinemon hugged Momonosuke and felt anxious. Kanjuro showed a strange smile in the shadow that Kinemon couldn't see. Above the prison, Garp and Momoshagi, who walked out of the door, heard the movement below, and they scanned with knowledge, and they roughly understood the situation. But they don't want to care about it now. If this kind of stupid brat really showed some sincerity, they might even intercede, at least to make his life easier. Now, no one is in the mood to care about this matter. Bluno also sneered and said, "It's really Kazuki Odin's child, I didn't expect you to hear what we said so far away. That being the case, I hope you can resist the level of bleeding. Don't wait for me to collect your body next time I come over, that would be meaningless." After hearing Bluno's lack of sympathy, Kinnaman yelled angrily. "Evil Buggy pirates. You must die. If we die badly, you should go to hell. How about it? Do you feel some of the pain that the people of Wano-kuni suffered in the past?" Bluno didn't flinch at all, turned away with a disdainful smile. At the bottom of the mineral toxic prison at this time, after hearing Bluno's words, Kinnaman's body froze, and he realized now that maybe this is how the people of Wano-kuni lived before. Looking down at Momonosuke again, Momonosuke's face was half red with blood. It looks very miserable. However, as the jailer said before, they feel less pain than half of the people of Wano-kuni. At this moment, Momonosuke was suddenly awakened by severe pain. "Kinnaman, I'm in pain. It hurts. It seems like something is getting into my head." Kinnaman looked indifferent. He knew that smile toxin was on set now. This toxin will enter the human body from the skin, but at a very slow rate. But if it is a wound like Momonosuke, it will accelerate the entry of toxins, and it will make people feel a pain like a wound being torn open. At this time, Kinnaman had no choice but to cry in pain. By this time, they really felt the pain of the people of Wano-kuni. You must know that they have only been in this smile mineral drug prison for a few days, which makes them a little bit unbearable for your pain. But the people of Wano-kuni in the previous life endured it for 20 years. It is hard to imagine, how did those Wano-kuni people persevere? No one will pay attention to the three of them. Maybe it won't be long before the three of them will be completely swallowed by the toxin of smile. Starting from the youngest Momonosuke, one by one festered all over, and finally died in pain. Not to mention the tragic experience of the three of Momonosuke, Buggy received a call from Duolingo after letting Danjian Island down. "Captain, I've got the 4th history text rubbings. Okay. I'll let Bluno pick you up." Buggy smiled when he hung up the phone. At the beginning of his time travel, he never imagined that he would become the next One Piece after Roger. Maybe not only he can't think of it, but even Shanks can't think of it. The boy he bet on has not yet fully grown up, and the new era has not yet arrived. In other words, a new era has arrived, but not the one Shanks thought of. It is his new era created by Buggy, a few minutes later. Under Buggy's convening, all the cadres of the Buggy pirates gathered in the Onishima conference hall. This time even Long, Sabo, and Ivankov came. Seeing that Buggy summoned himself and others, they were all a little surprised. Because usually if there is nothing particularly important, the captain will not disturb their cultivation. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and gave Dogo a look. Crash one afterwards, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Duolingo directly spread out the history text of the rubbed road sign on the table. Crunch. Immediately afterwards, the door of space opened. Bluno came out from inside, holding 3 long boxes in his hands. Swish. Hiss. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates naturally recognize what these 3 boxes represent. After all, Robin personally rubbed the 3 rubbings of the historical text of road signs in front of them and put them in the box. Adding Duolingo's words now, wouldn't that mean that 4 historical texts have already been collected? Everyone here now knows that all you need to get to Raftel are 4 copies of the signpost history text. As long as there are rubbings, they can be used to locate the final location of Raftel. "Captain Buggy, what is this?" Buggy smiled slightly, nodded and said. "That's right, as you can see, the 4 historical texts of road signs have been assembled. Our planning can begin. Become the next One Piece in the post-Roger era first, and then fully embrace this rampant era." Everyone was completely excited. They didn't expect this day to come so soon. 2 years. From the Summit War to the present, Captain Buggy took only 2 years to reach the top of the world. Now it is even more important to seize the legendary secret treasure that can buy the world. For the members of the Buggy Pirates, it's like sitting on a cannonball. Afterwards, under the identification of Jabba, the old navigator, Raftel's position was locked again soon. Locked in this position twice in his life, Jabba also feels like a lifetime away. "The last time I was with Roger and the others, I thought it was the last time in this life, but I didn't expect to be able to go again." Facing Jabba's emotion, Buggy didn't say much, raised his hand with a smile and said, "Yongfan, set sail. Guys, come with me to seize the world's biggest secret treasure." To Raftel. Following Buggy's words, everyone cheered excitedly. "Go to Raftel. Go to Raftel. Go to Raftel." What kind of island is Raftel? Why has this sea been traversed by countless navigators, adventurers, businessmen and pirates, but there is still no trace of it? These are actually the doubts of the world government and people in the world today. And everyone in the Buggy Pirates also had this doubt. Faced with everyone's doubts, Jabba put a trick on his face and looked at Buggy with a smile. What do you think, Captain? Everyone also looked over. Buggy thought for a while and said, the New World, like the Great Root, is a sea of magnetic chaos. We all know that it's okay in such a sea area, and it won't work without a special permanent pointer. In the same way, if there is an island that cannot be affected by magnetism, or even shield it from magnetism, then it will be extremely easy to hide it. Because of this, everyone who sails in the front and rear half of the Grand Line according to the permanent pointer will not be able to lock the position of Raftel through the permanent pointer. In fact, most of the people who want to find Raftel have been blocked here. Everyone nodded in agreement with Buggy. Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, and Sunbell looked at each other in blank dismay. They had been to Raftel and naturally had a deep understanding of Raftel. Unexpectedly, the captain of his family, who had never been to Raftel, would immediately determine the key to Raftel. As expected of you, Buggy. After seeing the expressions of the four, Buggy chuckled lightly. Looks like I was right. But that might just be the first point in the world where Raftel didn't make it. Raftel's ability to hide so well during the past 800 years must not be as simple as being able to shield the magnetic force. That is, its location may be a bit special. Either in the sky like Sky Island, or underwater. Nothing more than these two situations. Having said that, Buggy spread his hands after a pause and said, it can't be because Raftel is in a different dimension, right? Everyone smiled. But Jabba, Bullet, Sunbell and Duolingo shrank their pupils. Buggy said in surprise, looking at your appearance, is it possible that Raftel is really in a different dimension? No. Raftel cannot be in a different dimension. Otherwise, the historical text of these four signposts would be meaningless. Looks like Raftel should still be underwater. Or, it could be both above and below water. It is possible that on the surface, Raftel is a simple and ordinary reef island, and it may even only have a reef exposed. That should be it. If you want to shield the influence of magnetic force on the Grand Line, either someone did it deliberately, or its own magnetic force is enough to point the permanent needle. If it is a small reef out of the sea, it will not be counted in the permanent pointer. While it still has magnetism, it's very little, and doesn't stand out and attract attention. The so-called big hermit hides in the city, and the small hermit hides in the wild. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates fell into deep thought, while Vegapunk on the side said doubtfully. But Buggy, have you ever thought about it? Even if it is an underwater island, as long as it has magnetism, it can still be detected by the permanent pointer. Doctor, you were right. Buggy smiled and said. So didn't I say before that Raftel is an island where the magnetic force is shielded or disappeared? It is actually easy to do this. For example, the magnetic fruit. Awakener can do it by giving magnetism or removing magnetism. Similar to the existence of Boeing Islands. They are likely to be formed by a certain plant left after the awakening of a certain ability user. Just like the atom tree I planted. As long as I spend some time, I can still plant such a 1,000-meter atom god tree again for a reason. If the person who once hid, Raftel, or a friend has mastered the ability awakening of magnetic fruit, and wants to eliminate the magnetism of an island, it is possible to give a little magnetism to the top of the island. In other words, only magnetic fruit capable people can do it. In this way, the rubbings of the historical texts of these four road signs are useful. As long as the approximate range of the small reef island is located through them, the position of Raftel can be locked. Even if the small reef island disappeared due to special reasons, as long as we sail to that sea area and take a look, we will definitely be able to find Raftel. Crack. 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 After Buggy finished speaking, Jabba directly applauded and sighed. If it wasn't for the time we went to Raftel, you were so good at it, I would suspect that you and Shanks sneaked with us on the ship. That's right. The Raftel is underwater, and its magnetism has literally been removed from the outside. Only by actively going underwater and finding the Raftel will the permanent hand relock its magnetism. In other words, only those who have been to Raftel can go again. For those who have not been to Raftel, and without the approximate sea area located by the historical text of the road signs, we cannot enter Raftel at all. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the captain, Enel laughed excitedly and said. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go straight away. Not urgent. Buggy glanced at the crowd with a chuckle, and finally landed on Crocodile and said with a smile. We don't have a decent ship yet. The Dread Spinnaker is too big to attract attention. And, now that we have reached the point where we are today, let Pluton reappear in the world. Why? Lao Sha, do you want to see the ancient warship, Pluton, that you have been looking for more than 10 years? Hiss. Everyone gasped suddenly. Didn't they expect that Buggy could even find the ancient weapon Pluton? Real or fake? While everyone was in an uproar, they all looked at Buggy expectantly. Buggy looked at Bluno and smiled. Go and get Tezzolo back, and say it's time for his help. Crunch. As soon as the door of space opened, Bluno left. Everyone in the Buggy pirates, as well as the Empress and the Revolutionary Army, were very puzzled. Why did they go to Tezzolo when they were looking for ancient weapon? Crunch. While everyone was thinking about this, Bluno had brought Tezzolo back efficiently. Captain. Is it finally time to start? Tezzolo was very excited. You must know that when Buggy asked him to explore the underwater treasure of Wano-kuni, he discovered the huge warship hidden under the water. Originally, he wanted to use his ability to get it out of the water, but was stopped by Buggy, and the time to show it was too late. And Buggy didn't hold back either, and directly told Tezzolo that the battleship was the ancient weapon Pluton. At that time, one reason was to express trust to him and accept him as a member of the Buggy pirates, and another reason was to test him. If he tells celestial dragons or marine about these things afterwards, then Buggy will have enough time to deal with him. But from now on, Tezzolo is still very measured. As the Buggy pirates become stronger and stronger, Tezzolo is even less likely to betray. Let's go. After getting Pluton out, you will go to the Rad Army with us. Buggy smiled and patted the excited Tezzolo. Yes. Immediately, under the surprised eyes of everyone in the Buggy pirates, they came to the underwater of Wano-kuni. All wrapped in bubbles. The other 5 clones of Vegapunk also followed them noisily. Buggy welcomes that. After all, with Pluton's high-tech level, there is Vegapunk, the strongest brain, so you should rest assured. Under the induction of Tezzolo with the golden fruit, under the rock not far from the previous small golden mountain, there is a huge sailboat-shaped metal staying below. Moreover, Tezzolo's ability also felt that this big ship seemed to be running all the time. Because he can perceive that there is still metal moving in that huge metal lump. After listening to Tezzolo's words, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. An entire ship made of metal? Although such a ship is hard, can it really float on the sea? Are you sure it won't sink directly into the sea? Everyone was puzzled. Even Vegapunk was lost in thought. From my point of view, it is not impossible for a big ship with iron bumps to be okay at sea, but it is still a bit too difficult to achieve in this era. The industrial base is really too weak, but then again, this Pluton is an ancient weapon. If people were able to make such weapons as early as 800 or 900 years ago, why did the industrial base of this era fall behind to such an extent? It's just too weird. Rumbling just as Vegapunk was thinking about this, the rock slab under the seawater in the distance began to vibrate under the power of the Tezzoro golden fruit. For a time, the seabed ground within a radius of several thousand meters was constantly shaking. Soon, they saw that the dark rock slab on the bottom of the sea began to crack piece by piece, then bulged to different heights, and finally was shaken into countless pieces by the things under the rock slab with a bang. For a moment, the vision of the subordinates in this water area instantly became cloudy, making it impossible for everyone to see clearly ahead. Buzz 1. Just when everyone couldn't see the situation ahead, there was a burst of water vibration in the dark seawater, and then first 2 bright white and blue lights penetrated the cover of the underwater sediment and shone on Buggy and the others. Immediately, the range of hundreds of meters was illuminated brightly. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that apart from the Alkman mangrove, there would be something that could emit such a bright light underwater. You must know that the light in front of you is not the light of the sun, but a cold white blue light. Buzz with the sound of vibrations in front, the surrounding mud, sand, dust and mist seemed to be dispelled by something. Soon, the huge battleship, ancient weapon, Pluto, which had been sleeping under Wano-kuni Island for 800 years, was completely presented in front of everyone. Compared to the shock of others, Buggy is a shock in his heart. Because the Pluto in front of me is too similar to the aircraft carrier in the previous life. However, use an aircraft carrier with a boat filling function. And it's a giant aircraft carrier. In this era of sailing ships that still use flintlock guns and gunpowder bombs, it is indeed an extremely outrageous thing to have such a warship that far exceeds the technology of Buggy's previous life. Can't hear other people if it's not underwater. In other words, I'm afraid they've all heard each other's screams by now. This battleship is really cool. As far as visual inspection is concerned, the length of Pluto is about 1,000 meters, and the whole body is pitch black. It has 3 layers of cabins tens of meters high, and these cabins are not completely waterproof. When Buggy and the others swam to the deck to look inside, they couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. But judging from the knocking recall, there was no water in it. The decks of Pluton are extremely straight one after another, and the head can be seen at a glance from the left and right sides of the cabin, and they are all pitch black. Moreover, there is a gap at every interval under the fence of the deck, which seems to be used for drainage. But at this moment, this so-called ancient battleship is more like a huge cruise ship in Buggy's previous life. Even the world's largest cruise ship in Buggy's previous life, Praise of the Seas, has a total length of only 348 meters, can carry no more than 4,905 passengers. The current Pluton is 3 times as long as the Praise of the Seas. It is conceivable how powerful the technology was in that huge kingdom 800 or 900 years ago. But here comes the problem. Why would a country with such powerful technology be destroyed? And technology can be said to be backwards for hundreds of years. This situation may be the meaning of Raftel's existence. There should be a record of the whole story of this incident. At this time, Buggy couldn't help but become a little excited and curious. Immediately Buggy nodded at Jabba, indicating that he could start to move. After Jabba pressed his hand on the top of the Pluton, he staggered suddenly, almost smashing the bubbles wrapped around his body. Seeing this, Buggy raised his eyebrows, and with some guesses in his heart, he directly pressed his hand on the hull of Pluton. Under this contact, there was a feeling of powerlessness. But for Hockey, whose physical strength has almost reached its limit, Seastone's attempt to influence him through fruit abilities has little effect. Now that his strength has reached the planetary level, it means that he is a bit out of the strength dimension of the world of pirates. But even so, Buggy will still have some slight discomfort. After frowning, he turned to look at Jabba. The latter raised his hand and made an OK gesture. Although the Seastone can restrain the ability user, the ability of the ability user can still act on the Seastone. That's why Aokiji's ability is still able to freeze the sea. The people watching at the side saw the expressions of Jabba and Buggy, and they quickly reacted and stepped forward to test. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Is such a large battleship built with Seastone elements? How can this be? How does it float and sail? How can such a heavy hull ensure that it will not be silent? While everyone was thinking about this, Jabba began to manipulate Pluton to float towards the surface of the sea. After a while, a jet black and huge streamlined jet black battleship appeared before his eyes. Hush. At the same time, there are countless seawater flowing out from various holes under the Pluton guardrail. In the blink of an eye, the water on Pluton's deck was drained. What shocked everyone the most was that Pluton was actually floating above the water. Seeing this scene, Enel couldn't help but say, "Mr. Jabba, take a look at your abilities. I really want to know how such a heavy ship is suspended on the water. It's so strange." Jabba nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'm fine too." Crash. As Jabba dissipated his power, Pluton's hull was shaken, and it was still floating above the sea. Oh, everyone in the Buggy Pirates burst into excitement. "Come on, get on board and see how special this ancient weapon is." Everyone immediately followed. Clatter. As Buggy's body fell on the deck, before the people behind had time to board the boat, they saw that Pluton suddenly trembled. Buggy also looked around Pluton suspiciously. "Why did you suddenly move?" Soon, he saw that the protective layer of pitch black glass outside the original cabin was slowly descending, revealing the cabin full of futuristic technology. At the same time, a gentle Yuji voice came from the cabin. "Hi, I'm Pluto. Thank you for waking me up. After the iris authentication is completed, you can bind Pluton to obtain the control authority of Pluto. Do you want to start iris authentication? Iris authentication? Are you serious?" Buggy sensed things were starting to go off the rails. Why did iris authentication appear? It was still in the era when pirates used flintlock guns. But think about Pluton, which is a technology that does not belong to this era, so I am relieved. After all, how can there be a huge battleship that has been buried in the sea for 800 or 900 years, and it will be activated immediately after being moved out of the sea? Despite the doubts in his heart, Buggy still opened his mouth and said, "Start authentication." Zzz. Immediately, everyone in the Buggy Pirates who had just boarded Pluton at the rear suddenly saw a light blue light shooting from the upper cabin and falling on Buggy. This light technology is familiar to everyone in the Buggy Pirates. They also saw many similar technologies in Dangian Island. That is the holographic projection technology that Vegapunk has been using. Seeing this, Vegapunk couldn't help exclaiming, "Holographic projection technology?" After exclaiming, he sighed again. Was this technology already available 800 or 900 years ago? It seems that there are too many things we don't understand. How did that huge kingdom 800 or 900 years ago perish? If they really had the technology of Pluton, how could they be destroyed by Celestial Dragon's combined army of 20 kings? It's really incomprehensible. Hearing Vegapunk's words, Other members of the Buggy Pirates were also thoughtful. Ding dong. Iris authentication is successful. You are welcome to become the master of Pluto. Ding dong. The owner can start Pluto with one touch of voice, and order what needs to be done, or assign other permissions. Ding dong. May I ask if the master wants Pluto to show you around your huge battleship? This series of radio announcements amazed Buggy and everyone in the Pirates. Artificial intelligence. The 6 Vegapunks exclaimed again, and the eyes of the 6 of them revealed shock and disbelief. Has the technology of that giant kingdom reached this point? It's incredible. Since there was such a powerful technology 800 or 900 years ago, why is it so backward now? It's impossible for someone to deliberately block the spread of technology, right? Ha ha ha. If you throw away all possibilities, the remaining impossibility may be the correct answer. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates was very surprised when they heard what Vegapunk's main body and clones said. Have this kind of technology 800 or 900 years ago? Is this kind of technology very high? Of course, didn't you hear? This huge battleship spoke before. The huge battleship can talk. Do you think it is the ship spirit who is talking? Don't be silly. How can there be such a thing as a ship elf? I am more inclined to be the artificial intelligence that Vegapunk said before. The appearance of Pluton really let us see the tip of the iceberg of the huge kingdom 800 or 900 years ago. Yeah. It's hard to imagine how a huge kingdom like Pluton could be destroyed. There was a lot of discussion here, and everyone started playing Pluton out of curiosity. Buggy was shocked too. Artificial intelligence. Although many companies have developed artificial intelligence in previous lives, that kind of artificial intelligence is still far behind Pluto. After thinking about it, he was not in a hurry, and immediately nodded and said, "Okay, Pluto, then please show me and my friends a tour of this ship." Yes. As the sound of the broadcast echoed on the loudspeaker of the huge battleship, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Zilla. Still a blue light was projected from above, and then a figure in black and white maid outfit appeared in front of everyone. What surprised Buggy the most was that the voice that Pluto uttered before was obviously Yuji's voice, but now it was a young loli who appeared in front of her eyes. Her hair is off-white in color, with 2 finger-wide green strands on both sides. The headdress looks like a huge black and white cat ear, which looks very cute when tied on top of her head. 36D's serious careerism, wearing a pair of slings on her white and slender legs and wearing a pair of black silk shoes on her feet made her look very well behaved. Although Pluto's appearance looks soft and easily knocked down, it is her whole body that attracts the most attention. There are several fort-like things suspended around Pluto's projection, which seem to be quite powerful. Eye-catching. Holographic projection? You are Pluto? Buggy's face was full of astonishment, and he thought that it was Pluton's master who had such a bad taste, and even set the artificial intelligence to look like a maid. Yes, Buggy because of it. After finishing speaking, Pluto bowed to Buggy and saluted slightly, then turned around and nodded to the Buggy Pirates behind, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Pluto. It was Master Buggy's planetary level energy overflow that awakened me. Please give me your advice in the future." "Ah, hello, Pluto. Cute pinch. Isn't it a ship elf?" When everyone in the Buggy Pirates saw Pluto greet them, they also hurriedly greeted them. They never imagined that a ship could talk. "Master Buggy, everyone, I'm coming." While speaking, Pluto floated to Buggy's side and began to introduce him the overall structure of Pluton. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Buggy would like to ask what Pluto said before about the planetary level energy spillover. Didn't Pluton bind himself because he was the first to board the ship? Is it because his strength has reached planet level that Pluto appears? But right now it's not the time to delve into these things, so Buggy didn't think too much about it. The first thing they followed Pluto into was the lobby on the first floor. The inside is very huge, with a height of about 10 meters. There are 3 floors in total, and some places in the middle of each floor will be divided into several small staggered floors to be used as rooms. The first floor is basically where the entertainment facilities are located, including restaurants, entertainment rooms, leisure rooms, shower rooms, swimming pools and so on. The second floor is the main control room. The front section is the control area for driving Pluto, the middle 2 sections are the places where the operator rests, and the second half is the meeting room and the cruise room. The top floor of the third floor is undoubtedly the captain's room. There is only 1 large room on this floor, but there are 3 or 4 spare rooms. The rest are private spaces for the captain to store things. Then everyone took the elevator to the negative floor. That's right. There is an elevator above Pluto. The negative layer is the armament layer. There are various high-tech energy weapons on it, but most of them are weapons transformed by a seawater intake technology. This technology can convert seawater into Pluto's power source, convert seawater into fresh water, and transform seawater into an attacking weapon, water cannon. All kinds of dazzling technologies made Vegapunk excited. However, everyone in the Buggy Pirates was overwhelmed. Even Buggy couldn't help crying and laughing at this time. However, after more than an hour, Buggy and the others were very satisfied with the big ship they took next. Only such a ship can be worthy of their lineup of pirates. As for the operation of the ship, Buggy just had a brief understanding. For deep operation, he only needs to inform Pluto, and she will be able to sail autonomously. Pluto is already a big ship with a long history. She not only learned to sail autonomously, but also cook autonomously, repair autonomously, fight autonomously, and so on. For Pluto's ability, Buggy is undoubtedly very satisfied. After getting acquainted for a while, Buggy and the others set sail directly from the Scarlet Empire at 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, heading for Raftel after another day of rest on the Pluto. After the sea voyage started, Pluton's speed surprised everyone again. The speed of this voyage is dozens of times faster than the fastest marine warship in the world today. Also, Pluton doesn't need sails. The power and energy are all converted from seawater. There is simply no need for them to do too much. After mastering how to use Pluto, everyone in the Buggy Pirates was extremely excited and had a great time playing. On this day, without anyone noticing, members of the Buggy Pirates boarded a huge battleship that broke through the waves and headed for the final island. After a day and night of sailing, Buggy and the others finally came to the sea area identified in the historical text of the 4 road signs. Everyone came to Pluto's deck with great anticipation and began to look around. They wanted to see if they could see Raftel directly. However, what unfolded in front of everyone's eyes was nothing but a calm blue ocean. At first glance, there is nothing in the field. Everyone was stunned for a while, and then remembered what Buggy said before. Sure enough, they saw nothing. Not even rocky islands jutting out of the sea. Only the sunlight falling down sparkles on the sea surface, adding a mysterious atmosphere to this sea area. Seeing this, Buggy raised his hand and said, "Go back to the cabin, Pluto, and get ready to dive." Yes. Following Buggy's words, everyone in the Buggy Pirates returned to the lobby on the first floor. Soon, they saw a layer of black glass-like objects suddenly drop from the glass windows in the lobby on the first floor, sealing all the doors and windows. What surprised everyone was that all the black glass-like objects fell around them, but they could still see the outside scene clearly from inside. They have all experienced it before, and it is impossible to see the inside through this layer of black glass from the outside. This technology got Vegapunk a little more interested. In the past 2 days, he has been studying various technologies on Pluto almost day and night. After a day or two of research, Vegapunk is very happy to say that if he thoroughly researches the technology of this Pluton, his head will probably be enlarged by another 12 circles. But now he doesn't need to worry about the safety of his head. After all, there's no place safer than Oni Island, home of the Buggy Pirates. Boom boom boom. Soon, Pluton's whole body vibrated, and they could still see the outside scene through the control screen. I saw that the huge pitch-black hull of Pluton began to sink slowly under the constant vibration, until it was completely submerged by the bottom of the sea in 1 minute. When they set their sights on the black glass again, a fantastic and magnificent underwater world appeared in front of everyone. Standing in front of the control screen, Buggy quickly used his knowledge. The color captures the strangeness of the seabed. Then, he raised his hand and pointed, and everyone saw the golden light coming from the trench in front of which Buggy pointed. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. "Pluto, go over there." Buggy immediately ordered the command. Yes. After Pluto agreed, the hull of Pluton began to turn around, heading towards the trench ahead. At this time, Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo and Sunbelle finally let out a long breath. Seeing this, Buggy couldn't help laughing and said, "What? Are you nervous about revisiting your old place?" Jabba smiled wryly and shook his head. "Actually, the reason why we have not spoken is because we have made an agreement with Captain Roger. After leaving here, we cannot disclose the location of Raftel. Unless someone is able to find this place, I got it." Buggy smiled and nodded. "That's why I never directly ask you about the location of Raftel. Otherwise, with Mr. Jabba's navigation skills, even if he only visited once, he should be able to write down the route." Jabba was taken aback for a moment, and immediately laughed out loud. "As expected of you, Buggy, but thank you for your understanding. Otherwise, if you really ask me, I don't know what to do." Duolingo spread his hands and said, "I always knew Buggy wasn't the kind of guy to put his friends through, so I never really took it to heart. Instead, coming here again, except for the 4 of us, everything has changed, which makes me feel a little bit emotional." Quote. Indeed, there is no right or wrong. Sunbelle also sighed. Bullet remained silent, but he also felt mixed emotions when he saw the golden light in the trench ahead. Boom boom boom. Pluton's speed is very fast, and as it approaches, Buggy and others gradually see the situation under this huge trench. The diameter and width of this trench is about 2 to 3 kilometers, which is considered an extremely huge trench. The reason why there is a burst of golden light coming out from below is because there is a mountain blocking the middle of the trench below. Below that mountain, there is a golden light emerging from the depths of the darkness. As Pluton approached, Buggy and the others could see clearly where the golden light radiated. That was the position below this pitch-black mountain, a huge opening, and the golden light came out of it. Looking at the huge entrance, it looks like a port for mooring ships, with obvious traces of man-made construction. Buggy raised his hand and pointed. Pluto, go in there. Yes, Buggy is the world. After Pluto's hull shook, he entered the huge entrance emitting golden light. Everyone stood by the window and began to watch the scene outside. In fact, there is nothing special about it, but the huge entrance wall is inlaid with night pearls emitting white lights. These white luminous pearls shine on the gold on the wall, which causes bursts of golden light to emanate. What surprised Buggy and others was that the golden light emitted by them is not just golden light. If it was just gold, it would have been blackened and oxidized for so many years, it would be impossible for it to shine so golden. These golden lights can actually prevent seawater from entering this huge entrance. It looks like a barrier protective film. After Pluton opened the hatch, everyone in the Buggy pirates came out wrapped in bubbles, but when they came out, they discovered that there was no seawater inside. Moreover, below here is not a dim world as they imagined. On the contrary, the golden light overflows here, just like daytime. As far as the eye can see, there is gold. Even though everyone in the Buggy pirates had seen the little gold mountain that Buggy hid in the treasure house, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them. The port where the ships are moored is about 2 kilometers away. The surrounding walls of the 2 kilometers or so are all gold nuggets, and even looking forward, they are all made of high-quality gold. When I saw this, Buggy finally understood why it is said that One Piece has a big secret treasure that can buy the world. This is really big secret treasure, all gold. If it is the same if you go further inside, it is not impossible for this golden mountain to buy the world. In fact, as Buggy thought, when they walked all the way into a bigger cave, they entered a bigger golden cave. The only difference is that densely packed blue historical texts are inlaid on the 4 walls of this golden cave. After Buggy and the others walked out of the port, they passed through a golden tunnel of more than 100 meters, and when they came out, they saw a huge golden cave. The diameter of the golden cave is at least 1 or 2 kilometers, and its height is 300 to 400 meters. What shocked Buggy and the others the most was that there were countless blue historical texts inlaid on the golden rock wall in the golden cave. When seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Oh my god! Golden Mountain. Is it true that what Captain Buggy said before, this golden mountain was really cut from the original Wano Kuni side? I don't know, anyway, we have developed this time. At least the Empire will never be short of funds in the future. As long as it develops steadily, the Empire will soon embark on the road of rapid development. Look, around this golden cave. My god! These are historical texts. How is that possible? What's happening here? Didn't it mean that there are only 30 historical texts? 4 road sign historical texts, and intelligence historical texts? Whoosh! Without further ado, Buggy rose directly from the sky, flew to the highest point, and began to look at the historical texts embedded in the golden rock wall from above, and then he said, "Everyone, go and help check other historical text stones, and see if there are words engraved on these stones." Swish! Everyone heard the words and immediately prepared to set off to check around. At this time, Jabba shook his head and said, "Don't read it, there are ministers on top of all historical texts. What is recorded above is the history of that great kingdom, and the reason why the 20 kings of celestial dragons overthrew the great kingdom." Swish! Everyone stopped immediately when they heard the words, and then turned their heads to look at Jabba at the same time. Only then did they remember that Jabba and the others had already been to this place. After seeing so many historical texts, even the Empress couldn't hold back, and took the lead in saying, "Mr. Jabba, since you have been to this place, can you tell us in detail why those celestial dragons rebelled against and overthrew the huge kingdom? Was that kingdom once a tyrannical power?" Seeing that everyone looked at him expectantly, Jabba shook his head and smiled wryly. To be honest, no one knows the whole content except the captain and the original Kazuki Oden. Even Kazuki Tien, who was invited by the captain to translate the ancient text, didn't read much, and was brought out by the captain. First the captain simply said what I said before. Then he shook his head and said with a wry smile, "We came too early," after which the captain was lost for a long time. After that, Roger seemed to have had a long conversation with Vice Captain Rayleigh. Finally, Captain Roger has made the decision to disband the pirates. Duolingo also lamented. Yeah, none of us thought at the time that the adventure of our Roger pirates would end so soon. Even if Captain Roger is terminally ill, there is no need to worry too much. Moreover, this world is so big, there are all kinds of abilities. I think as long as we look for it seriously, maybe we can really find an ability to relieve the illness in Captain Roger's body. Plus Captain Roger hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. In fact, there are many ways to save him, Bullet also said solemnly. At that time, Roger seemed to be eager to die. No, it should be said that he was eager to leave a descendant, and then complete his death plan to start the era of great pirates. Sunbell sighed and said, at the time none of us could have imagined that Captain Roger would come up with such a crazy plan. At first everyone couldn't understand Captain Roger's decision. We didn't realize it until the words before his death started the era of great pirates. Captain Roger came here, and seemed to have inherited something from this wall full of historical texts. As for what it is specifically, it may be what Buggy once said, in order to germinate the seeds of the main road in this world where the world government has imprisoned thoughts for 800 years. Hearing such a secret, even the dragon on one side couldn't help sighing. Roger's words before his death really shocked me a lot. He seemed impatient to tell others that the existence of the great secret treasure seemed to want to inspire something deep in people's hearts. I used to be unable to grasp it, but now, I think Roger may not even know what he wants. The future is not transferred by someone's will. I think all he wants is an opportunity to build a future. What do you think, Buggy? Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and smiled. Heroes see the same thing. I think this should be the last pursuit of Captain Roger. He doesn't try to change anything in this world by himself, he just becomes a fire spreader. Whitebeard, like Captain Roger, passed the fire on again in this era at the end of his life. None of them try to change anything by themselves. They are looking forward to who can change what in the future. As the heroes of the old age, how could they not understand that this world that has been imprisoned for 800 years cannot be changed in just 1 or 2 generations? Future generations have a long way to go, so, they became pioneers. For this solidified world, light a lamp and pass it on. This is a generational inheritance of heroes from one era and another. From Rocks, to Roger, to Whitebeard. Having said that, Buggy paused, glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. Now, it's our turn. Hearing this, everyone's bodies shook violently. They suddenly had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. This feeling is inexplicable, but it seems that something beyond the times is brewing in their bodies. Seeing everyone's complicated expressions, Buggy calmly said. However, I am different from all 3 of them. Rocks is blindly arrogant, lax in control, and violent in killing. Roger made great strides forward with many opportunities, but it was a pity that he was born at an untimely time. Whitebeard was indifferent to the world, too passive, until the end of his life added another fire to this era. All 3 of them were lacking and failed in the end. But, we, the Buggy pirates, are different. Buggy's eyes are cold. For this day, I have been preparing for 30 years. I don't want to prove anything, but I want to accomplish what no one has done before. I asked myself this question. What can I do in such a world where classes are solidified, corrupted, and gods are at the top? Until those days in Impel Down, I finally figured it out. Now that something has solidified, go smash it. Since something is rotten, destroy it. Since the god wants to dominate us, let him be beheaded. This is what I believe in. Abolish the old era and create a new era. Red Line. Holy Land Marie Joy's, Pangu City. Inside the 5 elders' office. How come 2 days have passed, and there is still no news from Sa Tansheng? Financial Valkyrie. Zambalong vs Nashao Langsheng, holding the handle of the knife and frowning. I don't know, there is no news from the team that contacted the Knights of God in the CPO before. The Valkyrie of Agriculture, Shellfield 10 Peter Saint also frowned. Should it be said that it is the territory of Vegapunk? It can actually block the signal of phone bugs? Legal Martial God Topman Woqiu Lisheng nods in praise, fellow. Yeah. A talent like Vegapunk, I regret killing him. In fact, his existence can create more and greater value for our world government. Environmental Valkyrie Marcus Massant sighed. There is no other way. Who asked him to study the historical text? With Vegapunk's ability, if he studies these things, it is easy to find clues. Makes sense. Wachu Lisheng nodded and said. Forget it. Let Satan handle it. After all, this is the scope of his jurisdiction, as long as it doesn't affect Lord Im's Millennium Plan. Really? Nashu Langsheng said in a deep voice. The brain fruit is a big deal and we will send people to look for it after Vegapunk's death. This kind of ultimate fruit is easy to find as long as it costs a lot. It depends on what happened to Sa Tanshang and the others. The knights haven't fought for a long time, and they are probably playing crazy now, and it should be almost the same after waiting for a day or two. At the same time, on an unnamed island in New World, the new 4 emperors, the Straw Hat Pirates, who are in the limelight recently, are here for vacation. Suddenly, a door of space was opened not far from them. Who? Huh. It's Bluno. The Tauren. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin turned their heads almost at the same time, and saw a man walking out of the open space door. However, it wasn't the Bluno that Robin called out. But when this man appeared, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates tensed subconsciously, and then screamed. The strongest man in the world, 4 Emperors Godslayer Buggy? It's over. He's after us, Luffy, let's run, I've got a disease that makes me want to die when I see Godslayer Buggy. Yo ho 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 ho, I really saw a terrible big man. Wow. Isn't this Luffy's super, uncle? It seems to be called Uncle Luffy? Yes. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed in unison. Buggy. By the time they exclaimed, Love had trotted towards Buggy. Today's Robin combed the big waves, wearing a sleeveless black and white small suspender skirt and white shorts. One leg is wearing a hole in hay sea, the other is smooth and white, and a pair of black high heels are on her feet, making her taller and more charming. Long time no see, little Robin. Buggy opened his hands to hug Robin, who was flying over, and then hugged Robin for a few times under the surprised eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Although Sanji gritted his teeth, there was respect in his eyes. For the man Buggy, Sanji has often heard his words and ideas in the past 2 years. Even if he is in hell, he has heard the worship of this man by the devils in hell. It is conceivable how much influence people from other places will have on this man's ideas and dreams. 1 year before he left, he heard from Ivankov, the king of Shemale, that from this year onwards, Kamabaka will follow Mr. Buggy's ideas in founding the country. Even such a powerful Shemale king admired this man so much, Sanji was naturally affected to some extent. But he considers himself a very sensible man. And he also plays such a role in the Straw Hat team. But after reading a book Ivankov gave him summarizing the concept of Buggy, Sanji was also completely smitten with this man. No, to be precise, he was fascinated by his ideas and dreams. But even at this time Sanji is still rational. He believes that in this rotten world, Buggy's ideas and dreams are great, but this is why he is called a dreamer by people. Because even Sanji thinks so. Such a dream cannot be realized in this world. Because for that to happen, the celestial dragons must be removed. This possibility is almost zero. You must know that they beat up the celestial dragons because of Luffy, and finally led to the destruction of the Straw Hat Pirates. Although this man not only beat celestial dragons, but even executed celestial dragons. But Sanji still doesn't think he can succeed. In his view, a person's power is limited. No matter how strong Buggy is, it cannot be stronger than the world government that has stood in the world for 800 years. But in a secret live broadcast of World Diva UTA, not long ago, everyone saw the Scarlet Empire built by Buggy. After watching that scene, Sanji was totally dumbfounded. He felt that his 3 views had been challenged and impacted. He even forgot to cook that day, thinking for a long time in his room alone. At that moment Sanji understood that human dreams can really come true. It turns out that he has never given up on the past to practice his dream in the past 2 years. This man. What a great man, Sanji thought. Zoro doesn't have Sanji's crazy brainstorming. There is only one thought in his mind now, whether to fight with the strongest man in the world. He is the man who even defeated Hawkeye. When thinking of this, Zoro even grabbed the handle of the knife subconsciously. However, in the next moment, the moment his gaze met Buggy, Zoro suddenly felt as if his body was being suppressed by a mountain. An aura that made his soul tremble, instantly made him let go of the autumn water in his hand. Naturally, Luffy also felt this aura. He glanced at Zoro, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his expression became serious. Nami in the distance is a little hesitant. She wondered if she was going up to say hello too. After all, the man in front of me is my future boss, and a man who has greatly improved my strength. If it wasn't for the Pteranodon form, devil fruit that this man gave her, I'm afraid she would have been really dangerous in the battle with Blackbeard. It is precisely because of this ability that her physical strength and strength have been greatly enhanced, so she was able to move freely between the fleet and use Zeus to destroy all the ships of the Blackbeard pirates. That's how they won the Straw Hat Pirates. I have to say that when everyone in the Straw Hats saw Buggy, they had very special thoughts in their minds. Buggy, why did you suddenly come to our side? Robin, who was carried around by Buggy for a few times, also had a slightly red cheek at this time, so he immediately changed the subject. Naturally, it is impossible for Buggy to directly ask you to accompany me and translate all the historical texts for me. Of course I miss you, so I came here to see how you were doing recently. Hearing Buggy's words, Robin's beautiful face burst into a more touching smile, and his long straight legs couldn't help tightening up a bit. Buggy, it's been a while, your mouth is getting sweeter. Robin looked at Buggy with a half smile. As clever as she is, how could she not know that there must be something wrong with Buggy coming to find her, but she is still very happy when Buggy coaxes her like this. No matter how smart a woman is, she likes to be coaxed by men. Hey, do you want to try? Buggy looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Robin patted him lightly, then shook his head helplessly. There are things to talk about, you see you make my partners so nervous. Buggy smiled, not in a hurry, and looked at the awe-inspiring Luffy and said. I said, Lord 4 Emperors Straw Hat Luffy, you stopped shouting when you saw Uncle, right? When you become 4 Emperors, start to pretend? Hey. Hearing Buggy's words, the solemn Luffy suddenly grinned and said. Uncle Buggy. Just now, I was actually thinking about how much gap there is between me and you. So I forgot to shout for a while. Swish. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Buggy's body stood beside Luffy silently from dozens of meters away, raised his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile. I want to know, why not try it? So fast. Luffy's pupils shrank suddenly, he looked at Buggy beside him in shock and said. Uncle Buggy, why doesn't my knowledge color work? I've clearly mastered the future prediction. Could it be that I forgot to use it? No, not because of you Luffy, Zoro said solemnly. I have been paying attention to this man from the very beginning, but he seems to have disappeared in front of me, and there is no trace of him in my observation haki. What? Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked when they heard the news, and they all looked at Buggy in disbelief. I'll try. Usopp, who fell on the ground and pretended to be dead, immediately bounced up at this moment. The red light in his eyes flashed away, but the next moment, his face also showed disbelief. How is it possible? My sense of knowledge has also failed, Sanji. While speaking, Usopp turned his head to look at Sanji to the side. Then he saw Sanji light the flue in his mouth with trembling hands. Ah, mine too. Why? Chopper circled Usopp incessantly. Buggy looked at Luffy with a smile and said, Did Mr. Rayleigh not tell you? Having said that, he seemed to slap his forehead suddenly and said with a smile. That's right, Mr. Shully's strength has not yet reached this level. F*K. When everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates heard Buggy's words, these two words popped up in their subconscious minds. What the hell, isn't this guy too pretentious? What does it mean that Mr. Rayleigh's strength has not reached this level yet? That's a ruthless guy who can stop Marine Admiral alone. If it wasn't for Rayleigh, they would have been wiped out. Moreover, Luffy has such a strong strength now, and it is almost Rayleigh's teaching. Such a terrifying figure, is there still a gap in front of this man? Hey. No. Luffy didn't think too much, and after frowning for a while, he opened his mouth. Alright. Buggy sighed and said, This ability is called knowledge killing. It is an ability that may be realized only when a person's observation haki has reached the ceiling of this world. Hiss. The Straw Hat Pirates fall again take a breath. Although they don't understand what it means to cultivate to the ceiling of this world, even if they have cultivated to the peak of observation haki, they still have a chance to comprehend it. Thinking of this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates felt more and more unfathomable about Buggy's strength. Click. 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 And at this moment, the sound of 3 scabbards falling to the ground suddenly sounded. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. I saw that Zoro had bitten the word Hidao in his mouth, and said with an incomparably dignified expression. Mr. Buggy, can you show me how far I am from you? Luffy looked at Zoro in surprise, and then spouted. People thought about it too. Actually, you guys go together, no conflict Luffy. Buggy smiled and looked at the two of them, snored. Luffy smiled triumphantly and said, Uncle Buggy, don't underestimate me. My fruit ability was developed according to the way you gave me. Awakened now, it is not certain which of us is strong and who is weak. So, I won't take advantage of it, tisk. Buggy chuckled, thinking about it and not in a hurry, just play with these guys here for a while to remember. It just so happens that there is such an opportunity to ravage the protagonist group. The more he thinks about it, the more itchy he feels. How about this? Buggy looked at Zoro and smiled. I and you all only fight one move, use your strongest moves. Just after guiding you, you can rest here for a while. Robin will lend me 2 days first, and I will send her back after 2 days. Although Buggy smiled casually, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was very serious. They also want to know how strong this world is today. Good. Zoro didn't hold back, gritted his teeth and said. Then you were worried. This is the strongest move I can use now. Boom. Following Zoro's words, a dark green Shira breath rose from his body, and at the same time Armament Haki wrapped a knife around him instantly. Immediately afterwards, after the blade merged with the dark green Shira breath on his body, the original pitch black turned into dark green. There seemed to be will-o'-the-wisps floating on the 3 knives. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world, and thousands of worlds gather to form 1,000 small worlds. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no one who keeps practicing. Zoro began to read a poem, and at the same time, the 2 knives with dark green flames in his hands began to spin. Hurrah! The blade spins faster and faster, like a green electric fan. It was the first time for Buggy to experience the scene of Zoro reciting the name of the poem in the memory of his previous life up close, and he couldn't help but feel a little interesting in his heart. 3 swords technique. After reading the poem, Zoro's aura and Haki's aura climbed to the peak. After a low growl, his figure instantly turned into a green streamer and rushed directly to Buggy across a distance of 100 meters. One big 3,000 great thousand worlds. In the blink of an eye, Zoro charged in front of Buggy and cut him 3 times. Whoosh. Compared with the menacing Zoro, Buggy is much calmer here. I saw Buggy slowly raised his right hand, and raised an index finger, and even Armament Haki wasn't wrapped around the index finger, but with a strange and inexplicable platinum, black and purple 3-color glitter. Electricity looks mysterious. Clang. Chi 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 chi. But in the next moment, a scene that horrified everyone appeared, and I saw that Buggy used his index finger to directly touch the intersection of the 3 knives cut by Zoro in front of him, making the 3. A knife cannot penetrate an inch. Scoff puff puff. And the ground behind Buggy has been cut into countless pieces, and the trees in the forest fell down in pieces. Boom boom boom, the big trees behind were like wheat, falling down in an instant. But even the aftermath that was so terrifying, 3 swords technique, was actually blocked by that man with 1 finger? If it wasn't for the fact that the other party hadn't retracted the index finger at the intersection of Zoro's 3 knives in an instant, they would all feel like they were having a nightmare. Bang. Zoro was so shocked that the knife in his mouth fell to the ground, his face was full of shock and disbelief, and he murmured. How is it possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zoro felt his Tao heart collapsed at this moment. Even though he has been cultivating hard for 2 years, he was directly pressed down by the other party's index finger? Apart from being able to blow the other party's hair and clothes, this trick doesn't seem to have any effect. Snapped. Buggy patted Zoro on the shoulder and laughed. There are at least 2 eagle eyes between you and me, don't worry about it. Do you need a pig's heart to kill someone? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was almost overwhelmed. There are 2 Hawkeyes between you and me. Buggy's words directly made Zoro unable to hold back, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. If it wasn't that he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to go up and kill this pretender with 2 knives. Buggy. Why does your strength seem to have improved again? Robin in the distance also walked over with a smile at this time. Well, there has been a breakthrough recently. Buggy looked at Robin with a smile and said, otherwise Zoro's move just now could have cut my finger open. Zoro. You might as well not say it. The rest of the Straw Hats were also secretly speechless at this time. Look at the aftermath of Zoro's move just now. The ground hundreds of meters behind was shredded, and a large piece of trees in the forest fell down, but there was nothing wrong with the person involved. This terrifying strength is really unimaginable to them. Mr. Buggy, how far has your strength reached? Isn't this too powerful? At this time, Nami ran over flapping the little wings on his back, and his eyes were full of amazement. Buggy thought about it outside and said. I don't know exactly how far it has reached, and there is nothing wrong with the people at present. Hearing this, the corners of Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others all twitched. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Zoro also recovered from the blow at this time, picked up the words of Hidao with a wry smile on his face, and then looked at Dao in puzzlement. Mr. Buggy, what happened to that finger you just made? Why do you seem to be able to block my slash without Armament Haki? Although you are the one who ate the chop fruit in the swordsman's nemesis, it is impossible not to open your body, right? Well. Buggy raised his index finger again, and then a faint black golden arrogance suddenly appeared around the fingertips. If you don't observe carefully, you won't notice it. Because the platinum, black and purple 3-color lightning wrapped around the index finger is too eye-catching. Did you notice any difference? Huh? Zoro took a closer look, and suddenly found something wrong. He pointed to the faint black gold flame with some uncertainty and said. Mr. Buggy, this looks a bit like armament hockey. But why is it in this gaseous floating state? Sanji and Luffy also came over after hearing the news. Hey. It seems to be true. Although the breath is faint, it is indeed armament hockey. Why is armament hockey in this color? Facing their confusion, Buggy also patiently explained, after all, he is the son of his subordinates, so he still needs to be taken care of if he can take care of him. The current dragon is indeed a subordinate to Buggy. After all, he joined the Scarlet Empire, and he is the head of the Scarlet Empire, so he is naturally the nominal boss of the dragon. If you're thinking about it, this black and gold aura is a reflection of armament hockey. Buggy waved his index finger and said, as for why there is this form of armament hockey, this is the same as knowledge killing, which is temporarily beyond your reach. When you have mastered emission or advanced armament hockey, it will not be too late to understand it at that time. The key is the tricolor lightning wrapped around my index finger. Swish. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the tricolor lightning on Buggy's finger. Buggy also didn't mean to be tricky and said directly. This thing is called Conqueror's Entanglement. It is also the only two thresholds leading to the world's top powerhouses. Having said that, he turned his head and looked at Zoro with a smile. Zoro, if you don't even master this kind of power, it is impossible to become the world's #1 swordsman. There is still a big gap between you and Hawkeye. Conqueror's hockey. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates exclaimed again. Yo ho ho ho. Luffy seems to have this kind of power too, Brooke said suddenly at this moment. After hearing his words, everyone turned their heads to look at Luffy at the same time. Luffy scratched his head and smiled. I did master Conqueror's hockey, but it's different from what Uncle Buggy said. Both Zoro and Sanji were lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in their minds, and they all looked at Buggy with hopeful eyes. Chlorella Head and Chef spoke at the same time. Mr. Buggy, the other way you said is, snort. Halfway through the conversation, the two looked at each other and then snorted coldly. Seeing this, Buggy couldn't help but smile and said, another kind of nature is devil fruit, devil fruit? Both Zoro and Sanji were lost in thought. Conquerors they currently do not have. So in other words, is devil fruit the only way for them to become the world's top powerhouse? At this time, Buggy's voice sounded again. Hockey's ultimate can reach the strongest. In the same way, devil fruit's ultimate can also be the strongest. For example, I saw that Luffy was so confident before, his fruits should have been developed to the level of awakening. Otherwise, this kid won't have the idea that he can win by fighting with me. Having said that, Buggy looked at Luffy with a half smile and said, how about it? Do you still want to challenge me one-on-one? Luffy raised his hand to press the straw hat, grinned at the corner of his mouth and said, of course yes. Hearing Luffy's words, everyone laughed. This is also the character of Luffy. Buggy also agreed to their request, and then directly ascended to the sky, looked down at Luffy below and said with a smile. If you want to come, let's do it. Like Zoro, use your wildest moves. As for the temptation or something, it's free. Seeing how confident you are, I really want to know how far your fruit awakening can go. Ha ha ha. Okay, then I'm here Uncle Buggy. Luffy laughed excitedly, then his hair, clothes and pants turned white suddenly, and behind him appeared a white flame cloud wrapped around his shoulders. Beep beep immediately, as Luffy jumped, the ground under his feet suddenly became very elastic, and then under Luffy's jump, his body bounced higher and higher. Call out immediately afterwards, the hockey around Luffy skyrocketed, and the aura of the whole person also rose, and the height and speed of the bounce became faster and higher. After a few seconds, Luffy shouted loudly, Uncle Buggy, be careful. This is my strongest move so far. Rubber rubber, ape Shinso. Whoosh in the next moment, Luffy's figure turned into a stream of white light and soared into the sky, dragging a huge giant arm behind him and punching Buggy. The momentum is good. It's a pity. The corners of Buggy's mouth raised above the sky, he raised his fist casually, and said with a light smile. Hockey is too weak. If you don't have hockey, it's still too weak. Without hesitation, Buggy punched Luffy's fist with a three-color lightning and black gold flame. Bang. The moment the two fists collided, Luffy's huge fist was dented in an instant, and was bounced away by Buggy's fist after less than a second. In the next moment, under the shocked eyes of everyone below, Buggy came to Luffy with a platinum streamer, and smashed the previous 10 punches on his stomach. Boom. Whoosh boom. Luffy was directly bowed into an inverted V by the punch, and fell to the ground from the air, creating a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The smoke cleared. Luffy's ability awakening has disappeared, the whole person rolled his eyes, and passed out in a coma with bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the Straw Hat Pirates fell into dead silence instantly. Zoro was blocked by a finger. Luffy was instantly killed by one punch. Is this the strongest power in the world? Buggy, isn't your shot a little too heavy? Just when everyone in the Straw Hat group was stunned, Luona's slightly coquettish voice sounded. At this moment, they breathed a sigh of relief, and then remembered that this man was not an enemy, but Luffy's uncle. Buggy landed from the sky, looking down at Luffy, who rolled his eyes and passed out. He couldn't help laughing secretly. After the island destroyer, I have achieved a task that the Traverser should complete. That's 1 punch and 1 second. Luffy, teach him to be a man. After Mr. Guy is gone, his Buggy teacher should not be bad. Thinking with a smirk in his heart, Buggy said calmly on the surface. If I don't punch harder, how can I make Luffy feel the Conqueror's entanglement? This is the only way for him to become a top powerhouse. Having said that, Buggy smiled at everyone, hugged Robin and said, everyone, you should rest here for a few days first. I have something for Robin. Send her back in 2 days. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the door of space that was about to close, and their expressions were extremely complicated. The joy of defeating the Blackbeard Pirates before has also disappeared. They didn't expect that there was such a big gap between them and the strongest in the world. Even if it is as strong as the awakened Luffy, he still can't get away with a single punch from that man's hand. If they really face such an enemy in the future, they may not be opponents at all. I can only lament that the other party is fortunately a friendly army, otherwise it would be really bad. Oh? By the way, I forgot to mention it just now. When everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates fell silent, half of Buggy poked his head out from the space door again and said to Zoro. Zoro, you also have Conqueror's potential. Remember to develop it well, don't waste this talent. Remember that punch I just punched Luffy. That will be the key to your stepping into the ranks of the world's top powerhouses. Understand well. After finishing speaking, the door of space is completely closed. Zoro's face was filled with astonishment at what Buggy said. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at Zoro with surprised eyes. How can it be repaired? I said, Green Algae Head, when did you master this power? Why haven't I seen it? Sanji looked at Zoro with envy and hatred. Don't say you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it myself. Zoro scratched his head full of doubts. That Uncle Buggy won't joke with you, will he? Usopp also leaned over. There is no need for a man like him to lie. Naturally. Zoro also nodded in agreement. It seems that he should have discovered it when he was fighting with me before. If that's the case, I have to change my perception. This is the key to the world's top powerhouse sequence. Having said that, Zoro paused suddenly, cast a sidelong glance at Sanji and said triumphantly. Someone didn't. What did you say, Green Algae Head? Sanji suddenly became angry. It must be that I didn't choose to compete with that Uncle Buggy just now, which caused him to fail to discover my restrained special. How could I not have what you have? Snort. Just wait and see, I'll develop it myself. On the other side, Brook looked down at Chopper, who was auscultating Luffy, and said. Chopper, is Luffy okay? It's okay, it's just that was knocked unconscious. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. I just didn't expect that Uncle Buggy to be so powerful, knocking Luffy unconscious with just 1 punch. Is this the strongest power in the world? It's really scary. Yes. Blueno also sighed, at the same time. New World, Raftel. Oh my god. Robin, who had just come out of the space gate, froze in place when he saw the hundreds of blue historical texts in the Golden Cave. This. Buggy, what the hell is going on here? How could there be so many historical texts? Robin was in a daze for a moment, unable to realize whether what he saw was real or not. There is no doubt that these are the historical texts. Buggy chuckled and said, bringing you here is to ask you to help translate the contents of this historical text carefully. What? Robin was shocked again, then she turned her head to look at Buggy, and said in disbelief. So here it is. Yes, this is Raftel. Buggy shrugged and laughed. An island buried with history and gold. As you can see, I have already obtained the big secret treasure. Call. After hearing the news, Robin, who was shocked at first, calmed down instead. She looked at Buggy with a complicated expression, and then glanced at the people present before smiling. As expected of you, Buggy, it seems that you are the current One Piece? Well, it's okay to understand it this way, Buggy chuckled and said. But I don't care about this thing, you can help me read the content of this history text first. Good. Robin glanced at so many historical texts, then folded his hands on his chest, and said softly. Colossal purple and red flower clone, shish. Following Robin's words, a burst of petals fluttered from her body, and then turned into 20 clones exactly like her, appearing in front of Buggy and others. Angel wings. Immediately, 20 robins spoke in unison. Blah blah blah. Afterwards, the 20 robins flew up with a burst of wings, and began to check the historical text above. After seeing this scene, Buggy gave a thumbs up and said, "It's amazing, my Robin, I didn't even think of this development direction. Hee hee. I also thought of it from the clone ability of you and Mr. Zero, it's really convenient." Robin smiled and said, "Then I also went to check the literature?" "Well, let's go." Buggy nods. Half a day later. Buggy and his party took Robin back to the Pluto. When Robin saw the huge warship, he immediately recognized it as Pluton. She wasn't surprised by that either, because she already knew that Buggy knew about Pluton just below Wano Kuni. It's just that she was amazed by Pluto's high-tech hull. Back in the hall on the first floor of Pluto, Buggy and the others sat down in the entertainment room. They also wanted to know what exactly Robin saw from those historical texts before, and it took more than half a day. Moreover, Luo Tiansheng was shocked and exclaimed several times on the way. After sitting down, Robin stopped writing, but spoke directly. "Then let me start with the huge kingdom established 1,500 years ago, the Sun God Kingdom. 1,500 years. Sun God country." Robin's first two messages shocked everyone. Good guy. The time for this huge kingdom to be established is really not short. Buggy just played a tone shell, and asked Pluto to record at the same time, so he didn't interrupt Robin's narration, but just listened carefully. Before the Sun God Kingdom was established, the world was actually in chaos. Because this world is a world dominated by oceans, due to too many islands, it is not convenient for people from all over the world to communicate, which eventually led to the emergence of different countries and cultures. Such a world situation also leads to frequent wars and constant chaos. Even if there was no such thing as a pirate in that era, there were similar existences. Until a strong man nicknamed Sun God appeared, he led his group to defeat the world's largest powers and complete the unification. The last Sun God Kingdom established. The most interesting thing is that in this Sun God Kingdom, there is also a door fruit ability user. It is precisely because of his existence that the Sun God Kingdom has completed its connection with the world. Hearing this, everyone looked at Bluno in surprise. Bluno was also stunned. Huh? How did he do it? Bluno was curious. The development of the fruit ability of the door-to-door fruit ability should be higher than yours. Robin thought for a while and said, he even used his abilities to build many portals on the red line leading to islands around the world. And it seems to be a permanent portal. It is said that as long as the capable person remains immortal for 100 years, the portal will always exist. Of course, it can also be considered destroyed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be completely blind today. Bluno was shocked when he heard the words, a portal? It's actually possible to do this. In this way, it is indeed possible to connect the islands of the world. Everyone nodded. Buggy frowned and said, the red line you just said. Hearing Buggy's words, everyone was shocked, and it was only then that they remembered that Luo Bao had indeed mentioned this place. You know, this is where the celestial dragons live now. That's right. Robin showed a mocking smile and said, the strong man who claims to be the sun god is a member of the Lunaria tribe. And it is the Lunaria clan that he led to dominate the world. That is, the race that was once called God, and was almost wiped out by the current celestial dragons. It was also the founding race of the huge kingdom. They originally lived in the Red Line, and because of their racial talent, they are naturally much stronger than ordinary people. In addition, they are born to be able to fly, which is even more out of reach for ordinary people. Therefore, their country was once called the Kingdom of Gods. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the celestial dragons desperately hunted and killed the Lunaria tribe. It is because I am worried that another man who is called the Sun God will appear. Speaking of this, Robin looked a little weird. Buggy also showed a smile, turned to look at the dragon, but continued Robin's topic and said, could this Sun God you're talking about be the Luffy who ate human fruit phantom beast Nika form? What? Everyone in the Buggy Pirates looked at Long in shock after hearing the words. Long is also full of confusion, thinking, why are you looking at me? I really don't know. Haha, yes. Robin nodded with a smile and said, it seems that you should already know the meaning contained in the Nika fruit. That's right, Yonka fruit is the fruit that the leader of the huge kingdom that once ruled the world once ate. It is said to be a fruit that can bring joy and liberation to the whole world. Because it can bring people the same light as the sun, that man is called the Sun God. This is the great kingdom, the first king of the Sun God kingdom. After their Lunaria tribe ruled the world, they also connected with each other, which immediately made Red Line the political, economic and cultural center of the world. When people gather in one place, the civilization of this country will usher in great progress. The same goes for the Sun God Kingdom. In just a few decades, the level of science and technology in this country has ushered in rapid development. There are even many technologies that I don't understand, which sound more like fantasy. For example, a large ship that can sail very fast without sails and coal. For example, an airship that can fly in the sky. Such as powerful energy weapons and so on. There are many technologies that I don't understand, powerful and mysterious. It can be said that the technology of that era more than 1,500 years ago has completely surpassed the technology of this era. Well, how should I put it? It's a bit like the egg tip island where Dr. Vegapunk is located. Yes, the Sun God Kingdom at that time is very similar to the egg tip island now. What? When they heard this, Buggy and the others exclaimed in shock. Vegapunk's Eggpoint Island can be said to be created by Vegapunk alone. This kind of island is completely in the style of future technology. The Kingdom of God is the same. Vegapunk was also dumbfounded at this time, and then he said solemnly. Miss Robin, I was wondering, do you mean the Red Line 1500 years ago, or was it basically every island in the world at that time? Well, Robin naturally understood what Vegapunk meant, so she thought for a while and said. To be precise, the technology on the Red Line was the most advanced, and the technology of some big countries at that time was not too bad. Because the rulers of those big countries are all Lunaria people. When they ruled these countries, they also brought technology to them. It can be said that the sun gods are not stingy with their technological development, but spread the technology to the whole world. These historical texts are recorded in this way. After hearing the news, Punk was completely silent. At this time, his expression was extremely solemn. Even Buggy and the others could feel that Vegapunk seemed to have discovered something terrible at this time. But now he didn't speak, instead he closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Robin thought Vegapunk would ask questions, but unexpectedly he closed his eyes. Then she went on to say, after that, there will be a period of rapid development for the Sun Kingdom. During this period, they have appeared a lot of incredible technology. For example, the car that runs fast on land. The appearance of this kind of car can be said to have given the world a shot in the arm, accelerating the development of this country again. Etc. Buggy raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Does it say what kind of energy these cars use? Or what is the motivation? And those ships you mentioned before, what is their power? Have you mentioned them in detail? Of course there is. Robin nodded and said. The content on this is extremely detailed, as if to record all the things of the huge kingdom. Buggy. Most of the cars you mentioned and those boats use an energy source called electricity. Well, it's a bit similar to the few generators that Vegapunk invented for our Scarlet Empire. They also have things that generate electricity and then emit electricity. Electricity is used for lights, boats, airships, and cars. The emergence of electric energy has brought the country into a period of rapid development. It can be said that this country has spent a long period of peace. To my surprise, when I saw this, more than half of the records were recorded. It doesn't mention how the 20 kings of celestial dragons overthrew the huge kingdom on the spot. Instead, focus on introducing technology. Because of the rapid development of science and technology, people in the giant kingdom began to yearn for the sky, and have been engaged in research in this area. Hearing this, Buggy and Vegapunk's bodies shook at the same time. But Vegapunk didn't speak, and Buggy asked directly. Beyond the sky, do you mean the cosmic space? Yes, the above is also outside the universe. Robin looked at Buggy in surprise, and continued. Scientists from the Sun Kingdom invented a telescope that can observe the universe, and discovered that the world we live in is just a sphere revolving around the sun. At the same time, the people of the Sun God Kingdom saw more spheres. They felt that there might be creatures like humans on those spheres. Therefore, they want to go to the universe to find other life, or to communicate with other life. This kind of research has been going on for 300 years. In the past 300 years, under the rule of the Sun God Kingdom, despite some ups and downs in the world, the chaos was finally quelled, and finally peace was ushered in again. Finally, one day after more than 300 years, the scientists of the Sun God Kingdom received information from other civilizations outside the universe. Hearing this, the corner of Buggy's mouth twitched. He suddenly had a strange and familiar feeling. At this time, Robin showed a meaningful smile and said, what's more interesting is that the scientist who was doing this research at that time was a branch of the 20 royal family of celestial dragons, named Narona family. Buggy narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Gyuluo and said. So, people from the Narona family were the first to contact the alien civilization? Robin nodded affirmatively. Buggy was lost in thought. Seeing Buggy's pensive look, Robin couldn't help being a little surprised and said. What's wrong? Is there a problem? If it is really according to the records in the text of history, it is normal that there are other civilizations outside our world, right? After all, there are countless planets outside the universe. No problem. Buggy smiled and raised his hand. You continue to talk about what happened to the Winrona family scientist after he got in touch with the information of the alien civilization. Afterwards, the Sun God Kingdom will establish a research base for alien civilizations. Robin tilted his head and thought for a while, then said. The people in this base are specially here to receive the messages from the aliens, and that Winrona family is the main force. Then other families in this extraterrestrial civilization research department are also recorded. Robin just said this. Buggy suddenly said, could it be the 20 families of the 20 kings in the world today? Huh? How do you know? Robin was very surprised. Buggy frowned, then turned to look at Vegapunk. At this time, Vegapunk was also looking at him, and both of them had thoughtful expressions in their eyes. But at this time, no one spoke. Robin knew that the two of them were thinking about something, so he didn't bother, and continued to speak. Later, the civilization of the Sun God Kingdom continued to develop, and technology has reached a very high level. Only one day, some scientists of the Sun God Kingdom began to die strangely. The situation has attracted official attention. Then they started to investigate, but after this investigation, it was discovered that these scientists all committed suicide. Especially before they died, they left some suicide notes. These suicide notes say things like science doesn't exist anymore, our world is fake, we're just a bunch of turkey scientists, farmers are waiting to hunt us and the like. Basically every scientist who commits suicide will leave similar topics. Then everyone in the Sun God Kingdom began to panic. At first, they all thought that there might be criminals who wanted to overthrow the Sun God Kingdom, but the more they investigated, the higher levels of the Sun God Kingdom became more and more shocked. Because the people behind the scenes seemed to be above them no matter in terms of strength, technology or whatever. No matter what investigation they made, they could not find out. Some scientists even began to see the countdown to life in front of their eyes. Whether you close your eyes or open them, the countdown numbers will appear in front of your eyes. Many scientists chose to commit suicide because they couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. Immediately afterwards, the technology of the Sun God Kingdom began to retreat in all aspects, and many technologies that were able to create energy and enhance the power of weapons all failed. In the years to decades that followed, technology began to retreat rapidly. Many cars and airships are temporarily unavailable. The entire Sun God Kingdom began to panic, because they couldn't find where the enemy was. Even the strongest emperor of the Sun God Kingdom at that time could not detect the aura of his opponent. The Sun God Kingdom is getting weaker and weaker day by day, and those technologies seem to be failing overnight. The Sun God Kingdom, which originally relied on technology to prosper, began to decline, and many things began to return to the situation hundreds of years ago. For example, sailing can only be used by making sailboats. Although the situation has come to a difficult time, many scientists of the Sun God Kingdom have made rescue actions. That is to look for Gold Country, now Wano Kuni, one of the allies of the Sun God Kingdom, and find them to buy sea stone, which can be demolished. After purchasing these energy materials, they can temporarily use these energy materials of sea stone to continue research, and then go to wrestle with the people behind the scenes. But things like sea stone may not be useful to Wano Kuni, but they are extremely precious things to the Sun God Kingdom. After all, after the technology backslides, everyone has to pick up the old profession of sailing again. And if you want the sailboat to sail safely on the sea, then sea stone is an essential thing. After hearing that people in Wano Kuni like gold very much, the Sun God Kingdom searched for gold from all over the world, and finally exchanged a huge mountain of gold with Wano Kuni for a huge mountain of sea stone. When they heard this, everyone commotioned, because they have seen both the Golden Mountain below Wano Kuni and the Golden Mountain in Raftel where they are now, so they all have the same idea in their hearts. Naturally, Robin has seen it before, so he immediately understood what everyone was thinking and said with a smile. Now everyone should be thinking, the two gold mountains I mentioned before are likely to be the gold mountains that Wano Kuni traded back then, right? Everyone nodded immediately. To be honest, I thought so too. Robin blinked playfully, then continued. It is also for this reason that Wano Kuni has formed a deep friendship with the Sun God Kingdom. After that, Wano Kuni asked their country's famous giant creature Elephant Master to escort this batch of sea stone for Wano Kuni. But something seemed to go wrong in the middle, and the sea stone mountains that relieved the domestic energy crisis of the Sun God disappeared unexpectedly. And the Elephant Master didn't know what happened. It was because of this incident that the elephant owner was expelled from the country by the later Wano Kuni daimyo, and the Fur Clan was one of the people responsible for monitoring the elephant owner at that time. If there is no order in its lifetime, it will not be allowed to return to Wano Kuni and wander in the sea forever. When Robin finished speaking this sentence, everyone present fell into a strange silence. After seeing that no one said anything, Robin continued. After the Seastone energy scrap that was supposed to be exchanged from Wano-Kuni disappeared, even greater turmoil occurred in the Helios country. At the same time, unknown forces were destroying the portal, causing the Sun God Kingdom to lose contact with many alliances. However, this generation of door fruit ability users has not yet reached the point of awakening, and it is impossible to complete the construction of the portal again. Successive technological regressions, coupled with the loss of the portal, made communication difficult again. Just when the Sun God Kingdom was about to continue using the phone bug communication, a long-planned war broke out that swept the world. The family that started the war was obviously the one that had been researching alien civilizations. The upheaval they unleash is quick and fast, and this group of people is extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that they have already studied the intelligence of the Lunaria tribe, and they have already planned it, the situation in the battle is even more one-sided. It can only be said that although there are still strong people in the Sun God Kingdom, due to the rapid development of science and technology for hundreds of years, many powerful weapons have been manufactured. Even a strong person who has practiced for a long time may not be able to withstand the bombing of these weapons. This made the royal family of the Sun God Kingdom very slack in improving their strength. And in the follow-up Kingdom of the Sun, there is no such amazing and talented, the birth of the Sun God Sovereign. But even so, the centuries-old heritage of the Sun Kingdom is not so easily overthrown. This war has been fought for decades. In the end, the Sun Kingdom was completely destroyed, and the former 20 families became the 20 kings. In order to erase the history of the existence of the Sun God Kingdom, and to replan and control the world, these 20 kings started another decades of purges. Countless people died on the way, and countless people became captives. Then, these captives were thrown on the bridge kingdom where you saved me. After eradicating all the forces that disobeyed him, 19 of the 20 kings chose to live in the former residence of the Sun God Kingdom above the Red Line. Then they renamed that place the Holy Land, Marie Joyce. These 19 kings began to brainwash the world continuously. In less than 100 years, they have become descendants of the creator of the world and call themselves celestial dragons. This is that blank 100 years of history. Having said that, Robin suddenly stopped talking. She let out a long breath, her expression full of emotion. And everyone in the Buggy Pirates was completely shocked. Then there was a burst of discussion. How could this be the case? It's just that I don't understand why those celestial dragons rebelled against the Sun God Kingdom. Yeah. I don't understand. The Sun God Kingdom at that time was still strong and peaceful, and the people's lives were extremely rich. Even if technology goes backwards, it shouldn't make them traitors, right? It is very likely that these people were touched because of the backwardness of technology? Or is there some other reason? It doesn't make sense. Robin doesn't seem to have mentioned the reason why these celestial dragons traitors rebelled. Is there any record on it? Long asked Robin directly. Robin shook his head. What I said before is a blank history of 100 years, or all that is recorded on it. Half of the remaining stones record the technology of the Sun God Kingdom in that era. Many scientists disagree. They think it is impossible for science to go backwards. Only external causes can lead to the retrogression of science. It's just that they were not capable enough at that time and couldn't find this external cause, so they still recorded many core technologies of the Sun God Kingdom at the end. Then, some scientists also hid some powerful weapons that were once manufactured by the Sun God Kingdom. But because the enemy is too strong, they are still insiders, and the Sun God Kingdom is unprepared, so they only have time to hide Pluto. Other core technologies can only choose to engrave these historical text stones with ancient characters and let them preserve them. I look forward to the day when future generations can find these technologies, and then reproduce the prosperity, peace, abundance and strength of the Sun God Kingdom. Everyone scratched their heads, but they still felt that Celestial Dragon's rebellion was incredible. Fortunately, the opponent succeeded. Even though the technology of the Sun God Kingdom was backward for some reason, its comprehensive strength was still terrifying. But such a powerful kingdom lost to the 20 kings of the Celestial Dragons in the 100 Years' War. Very strange. It wasn't until this time that Vegapunk finally let out a long sigh. Yes, it's so strange. The other 5 Vegapunks are equally lamentable. Doctor, what have you found? The dragon is in a hurry now. I always feel that this blank 100-year history is a bit simplistic. Although making the records public can completely pull celestial dragons down from the altar, I always feel that something is wrong. Vegapunk nodded and said, "That's not right. As expected of you, Dragon, did you discover the clue so quickly? This blank 100-year-old historical text is likely to be incomplete, or part of it is missing. It's also possible that this part is on the celestial dragon's side. Most of the historical texts recorded here are recorded from the perspective of the sun god kingdom. As Robin said before, when it comes to celestial dragons, it's done in a hurry. That is to say, the information about the celestial dragons section is no longer here. Or rather, some celestial dragons found it and took it away. If it is the first possibility, it may be that someone from the sun god kingdom deliberately hid it in order to avoid something. But from the perspective of Raftel's level of secrecy, I don't think there is any place that is more secret than this place. Then there is the second possibility. Someone celestial dragons took that part of the historical text? Long frowned and shook his head, saying, if it's the celestial dragons, how could they allow such historical content to exist with their own taint? Even if you take those away, you should take them away or destroy them, right? This doesn't make sense. Buggy smiled when he heard the words, and suddenly said a word. If it's the king of the Neferutari family, wouldn't that make sense? Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. Only then did they remember that the Neferutari family was once one of the 20 kings. It's just that their ancestors didn't choose to go to the Red Line, but settled down in a place like Alabasta and established Alabasta. Although I don't understand why Queen Lily would do this at the time. But after what Buggy said, it really makes sense. Alabasta. Robin nodded in agreement. Perhaps there is a possibility, after all, there is a piece of historical text underground in Alabasta's kingdom. Originally the Moreau wanted to find Pluton. But the information recorded above is not Pluton's information, it just says that Pluton does not belong to Rabastan. Then there is something about Queen Lily recorded above. And some of her doubts about the 19 kings. Explain your doubts in detail. Buggy spoke immediately. Everyone turned to look at Buggy in surprise. Isn't it just a doubt? Why all the fuss? Buggy suddenly had a very absurd idea in his mind. He was not sure at first, but now he heard what Robin said, his idea became more and more intense. Robin knew now that Buggy must have thought of something. So she didn't procrastinate, and after thinking for a while, she immediately said. Queen Lily said former comrades in arms appeared to have changed personalities during the war. They suddenly became very strange. Let her not like it. Especially one of the women named Narona. She used to be the Minister of Science of the Sun God Kingdom, and she is a very intellectual, gentle and intelligent woman. But after the war started, she became indifferent, brutal, and murderous. Many royal families of the Sun God Kingdom were slaughtered by her, leaving no one alive. It is precisely because Queen Lily felt that the transformation of these people made her feel strange and even unable to work together, so she finally chose to leave them and go to Alabasta alone. The content should not end here. Perhaps there is another piece of historical text that is the key. But there was only such a historical text in the underground palace at that time, so I couldn't judge Queen Lily's thoughts specifically. There must be another historical text, Vegapunk solemnly said. We have to find a way to find that last piece of historical text, which is likely to be the reason why Queen Lily chose to leave the 20 kings and choose to give up becoming celestial dragons. Long said thoughtfully. If it is in decades of war, the change of friends may be understandable. After all, war is the easiest way to change people. But looking at Queen Lily's statement, it seems that this is not the case. It seems like they changed when the war started. Especially that, Narona, the science department of the Sun God Kingdom. Etc. Speaking of this, Long suddenly shuddered, turned his head to look at Ba and said in shock. Buggy, this Narona could not be the master of the Void Throne you mentioned earlier, who has ruled the world for more than 800 years, right? When Long said these words, the name that everyone subconsciously ignored finally reappeared in their minds. Narona. Buggy had said this name not long ago, the owner of the Holy Land Marie Joy's Pangu city on the throne of the Void. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the king of the world today. Now the name in Robin's blank 100 years of history appears frequently and repeatedly, and before Robin has always said that she is the minister of the science department of the Sun God Kingdom. People have subconsciously ignored her situation. If you look at it this way, don't they all match up? Ivankov held his head in shock. Yes. All right. Everyone was also completely shocked. That really lived for more than 800 years? Luo whispered. Is it true that someone performed an immortal surgery on her? It's inevitable. Hobak, who was beside him, put Princess Man Shirley on his shoulders, opened his arms and said. Who could resist the temptation of surgery for immortality but our great Captain Buggy? Especially that who chose to rebel. Her ambition is so big, she will want to live a long time. Otherwise, the value of op fruit will not be so hyped. A fruit of 5 billion can be exchanged for the head of a whitebeard. Hearing Hobak's words, everyone nodded subconsciously. Just thinking about it this way, that I am became more and more mysterious. If she lived for 800 years, how strong is she? Bullet suddenly spoke excitedly. Is it stronger than the current Buggy? Swish. Everyone turned to look at Buggy almost subconsciously. Buggy spread his hands and said, "What's so curious about this? Don't you all know when we personally mark the Holy Land Marie Joys soon?" Hiss, everyone gasped when they heard the words. The heart said that pretending to be aggressive is really Captain Buggy's best skill. You are the only one who dares to say something like Marie Joys. Everyone burst into laughter. Just smiling, they found that Buggy didn't smile, and still looked at them calmly. After a while, the 6 Vega punks looked at Buggy in shock, and said in unison, "Are you serious? Otherwise what do you think?" Buggy spoke calmly again. Quiet, half-dead silence. Even if everyone in the Buggy Pirates is crazy, they know that the strength of the Buggy Pirates has swelled to a terrifying level, and they never thought of daring to fight Marie Joys. Is this kind of thing a little too crazy? Even if they were as strong as rocks back then, they only dared to attack celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. And after that war, rocks has completely fallen. They wanted to persuade Buggy, but they didn't know how to speak for a while. At this moment, the Empress suddenly gave a cold snort and stood up, looked at Buggy and said, "HMPH. Isn't it just hitting the Holy Land? Mr. Buggy, Aisha will accompany you to the end." "Me too." Little Hancock immediately raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but smile. Bullet also grinned and said, "You guys don't compare Buggy to rocks, do you? That's not comparable at all, is it? I've long wanted to go to the Holy Land and let the celestial dragons feel the pain." Little Hawkeye held the long cross knife in his hand and showed a bright smile. "Then I'll use the blood of the celestial dragons to get me into the ranks of the Admiral." "Zombie from celestial dragons, that sounds good." Gecko Moria licked his lips. Since Kaido was killed, he seems to have one less heart disease. Not only did his fat body lose weight quickly, but his haki also grew rapidly. Although there is no sign of conquerors, his armed color and observation haki have grown extremely fast, and he can now be regarded as an elite Vice Admiral Master. If you want to fight, do it as soon as possible. The Empire still has a lot of projects that I need to work on. Crocodile uttered the most ridiculous words while smoking a cigar. Cooperating with you to do infrastructure construction is really addictive, right? Where is the captain going? Where am I going? He. San Juan scratched his head. You guys are really crazy. Jabba couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Forget it. When the time comes, I will prepare a few more reef islands to accompany you for a walk. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates was laughing, and they didn't take going to the Holy Land to engage in celestial dragons at all. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army who saw this scene was amazed in their hearts. Buggy is really different from Rocks. If Rocks had half the friendship and unity of the Buggy Pirates, I am afraid that Rocks would not have been besieged to death. Since you have already decided, let's go together. The dragon smiled and said, "After returning, I will summon the major commanders of the Revolutionary Army." Dragon. Are you serious? Hearing Long's words, Ivankov looked at him in shock. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates also looked at the dragon in surprise. Dragon nodded and said, "Ivan, if our lineup can't win the celestial dragons, then the world can only continue to sink." Good. Buggy also got up and laughed loudly. In this case, let's start the final preparations. The final preparations? Duolingo looked at Buggy suspiciously. Buggy got up, looked at the golden light outside Pluto's window and smiled. Don't you think it would be very exciting if this place was made public? Wow! Hearing this, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar, followed by the sound of laughter. Ha 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 ha, as expected of you, Captain Buggy. Making Raftel public. What a crazy idea. Those big pirates on the sea are going crazy, right? Ha ha ha. This time we are really going to become enemies of the world. Buggy. What's the point of your move? Compared to everyone's excitement, Yin was a little puzzled. Buggy grinned at him and said, "Of course it's the end of the era of great pirates." Long's eyes widened. The laughing crowd gradually quieted down. Red line. Holy Land, Marie Joys, Pangu City, in the Five Elders meeting hall. I don't know why, but I have a faint feeling of uneasiness. There is no signal for several days. How is this possible? Wait another day. The CPO I sent will arrive at Danjian Island soon. I can't imagine what the hell happened so that Satan-Shang can't even return a call. Is it really just a signal block? Thump thump. Just as the 4-5 elders were discussing in the conference hall, there was a sudden knock on the door of the conference hall. Report to Lord 5 Elders, Marine Marshal Akainu, please see me. Let him in. Crunch. The door opened, and Akainu walked in with a gloomy expression. then looked at the four old men and said unceremoniously. What did you do to make Vegapunk defect? What? The 4-5 elders jumped up from their seats. In an instant, 4 terrifying Haki enveloped Akainu. This sudden change caused Akainu to be horrified, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He never thought that the aura erupted by these 4 old fellows would be so terrifying. So these 4 old men are also masters of this level? Sure enough, it's not easy, world government. There was haze in Akainu's eyes. What do you mean by that, Sakazuki? A cold light burst out in Nasi Sholangsheng's eyes, and the hand holding the knife was crackling. The other 3-5 elders also stared at Akainu. Literal meaning. Although Akainu was shocked by the strength of the 5 elders, as the marshal of the marine, he also considered himself not weaker than others, and immediately said in a deep voice. Haven't you found any information on this? Just 2 days ago, Vegapunk's Eggtip Island had appeared in the domain of the Bedcolor Empire. Our marine tour group went to inquire about the situation after discovering the information. Then Vegapunk said that your world government is going to kill him, and he must have to run away. In the end, I felt that Buggy's Scarlet Empire was the safest, so I took refuge in him. Vegapunk you all have to kill. Don't you know how much he is worth? In this case, Marine is completely in a dilemma. If you do this, it will be very difficult for our Marine. Difficult? Then don't do it. Wachu Lisheng directly overturned the table and roared. Vegapunk must die if he studies the blank for 100 years. At worst, let's train another brain fruit scientist. Governments don't need rebels. Akainu was held back by Woqiu Lisheng's strong momentum. Before he had time to speak, the 5 elders Mashung on the other side narrowed his eyes slightly and said. It seems that we are too patient with these big pirates, because we are obsessed with the balance above the sea. This clown Buggy is getting more and more outrageous. Since he wants war, give him war. He dares to take in something that can't see the situation clearly? So what does he want to do next? A mere pirate, still want to overthrow the world government. Ridiculous. Peter Saint also sneered. That's right, since he wants to die, then we'll make him happy. Anyway, there are so many supernovas in New World now, just erase 1-4 emperors and give them another place. Seeing the confident looks of these 5 elders, Akainu sneered inwardly. My heart said that if you were so awesome, would you allow the other 4 emperors to exist so much? And those revolutionary troops who are making trouble everywhere. It's not us Marine who wipe your ass for you. Of course, as the biggest dog in the world government, Ji Quan, who is the marshal of the Marine, will naturally not speak out the slander in his heart. Blah blah. Just when 5 elders wanted to kill Buggy in high spirits, suddenly several CPOS rushed up in panic. Master 5 elders is bad. Seeing the CP05 elders rushing in with panic on their faces, they suddenly felt humiliated and scolded. What can scare you like a CPO? It's rubbish. Bastard. Do you know where this is and dare to break in? Looking for death? Disgraceful to the celestial dragons. Ignoring the 4 old men's angry reprimands, Akainu suddenly felt a thump in his heart. With a bad premonition, he looked at the CPO and shouted. Is there anything that can't be said directly? Why can't I listen? The CPO was less panicked after being scolded by Akainu, and immediately he put the huge phone in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice. Master 5 elders, you should watch this first. This time, I'm afraid the world will really be in chaos. That Godslayer. Buggy the Clown, he's live on Raftel right now. What? Hearing the CPO's words, the 5 people in the conference hall immediately exclaimed. Even 5 elders and Akainu are stunned by this news. Morgans? Want to make a big news? Details on the big news. It will be a little more surprising when you watch it directly. I will ask Tezzolo to cooperate with you. You 2 kings of the underground world can help me integrate the live broadcast line. Is there any problem? No problem, leave it to me. Good, click. Buggy dialed, another call. Judge, have you cloned all the phone bugs in the hands of the Udas I asked you to clone? It has been cloned and is ready to be put into use at any time. Okay, you get them ready. We will use them to start the live broadcast when we get back from Raftel. Huh. Raftel. Yes, you will find out in a moment. Click. After thinking about it, Buggy made another call. Soon, a familiar voice rang from the phone. Yo, what is Buggy calling me at this hour? Shanks. Guess where I am now? The phone bug imitating Shanks suddenly changed his face, his eyes widened and he said in shock. You haven't arrived at that place, have you? Yes. Buggy said directly. I have already learned about the history of blank for 100 years, and I want to make it public. What? Shanks was shocked again. This time not only him, but also everyone in the Shanks pirate group around him was frightened, and there was an uproar. Buggy, are you crazy? What the hell are you trying to do? Buggy answered the wrong question here and said. Shanks, you're in Elbaf, right? Yes. Shanks nodded. The giant king of Elbaf invited me to his son's wedding and was about to go out to drink. That's fine. The corners of Buggy's mouth turned up. Ask the giant king of Elbaf if he is interested in watching a live broadcast about 100-year history of the blank, about the huge kingdom, the kingdom of the sun god, about the history before celestial dragons. There was silence on the phone. After a while, Gu Kewin said in a deep voice. Buggy, are you ready? Yes, Buggy said calmly. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Good. Shanks solemnly said. I will help you facilitate this live broadcast. Thanks a lot, brother. Buggy smiled. After watching Buggy make several phone calls in a row, everyone in the Buggy Pirates understood. The captain of the emotional family has long been prepared. This will give them more peace of mind. Sure enough, Buggy is not the kind of man who would fight unprepared. Thinking of this, Long Yi suddenly said, if you have decided, then I can call some countries to respond. Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and smiled. If that's the case, that would be great. Now that everything is ready, it's time for our Buggy Pirates to face the world. Let's go, I'm going back to the Scarlet Empire. Oh. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates suddenly became excited. Then Blue No opened the door of space, and everyone sat on Pluton and returned to the Scarlet Empire again. Buggy and the others just came back here, and Zephyr came over here. Buggy, where have you been? Everyone ran away together. I almost called you. Oh, just went to live, Drew. Buggy twitched his lips. Oh, go to Raftel. Zephyr nodded and said. When I came over, I told you that Garp and the others just left. What? Where did you say you went? In the middle of speaking, Zephyr suddenly felt something was wrong, and he tore off his glasses and stared at Buggy. Ain, Shuzo and Binzi behind him also looked like they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha, everyone in the Buggy Pirates burst into laughter when they saw their appearance. A few minutes later, Zephyr finally accepted that Buggy became the Pirate King. They look a little complicated. Is this the Pirate King? However, Buggy patted his shoulder and said, don't be sorry, thinking of Raftel. I will show you the song. Hearing this, Ian's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked at Buggy with admiration and said. Mr. Buggy, can we watch it too? Of course you can see that Raftel will not exist in the future. Buggy chuckled lightly and said. After you finish reading it, it's best not to leave Scarlet Empire for the time being, so as not to be dealt with by Marine and World Government. Zephyr smelled something wrong and said. Buggy, what do you want? Buggy also did not hide his thoughts directly. The four of Zephyr were shocked again. After a while, they could only shake their heads and marvel at Buggy's courage. So, are you ready to face the world government? Zephyr looked at Buggy and said in a deep voice. Are you sure that your actions will not bring the Scarlet Empire into war again? Buggy looked at Zephyr calmly and said. Do you think if this drags on, the world government won't take action against me? From the day when my ideas spread in the world government should have been doing strategies against me. It's just that my strength is beyond their expectations, so it has continued until now. Mr. Zephyr, war will break out one day. I won, then rebuild the world. World government wins, and all flames of freedom and equality will be completely extinguished. This ever-increasing, prosperous and wealthy country will also be completely destroyed. Do you understand what I mean, Mr. Zephyr? After Buggy said these words, Zephyr and the others fell into silence. In fact, they have been trying their best to avoid thinking about this problem before. It's just that they didn't expect this day to come so soon. But Zephyr was the man who was Marine Admiral after all, and he will never lack courage. Click. Immediately, he crushed the glasses in his hand and said in a deep voice. Good. You are the head of the Scarlet Empire, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, and you are known as the strongest man in the world today. Now that you have made this decision, so what if the old man goes crazy with you? I'm going to be an army coordinator. If the world government really wants to take the initiative to attack, then I will definitely give them a head-on blow. Zephyr's words were powerful. This made everyone in the Buggy Pirates smile. Buggy patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said. Relax, you are Mr. Zephyr who knows me. My Buggy never fights unprepared. Since I did this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence that the world government does not dare to affect the Scarlet Empire. If they choose a large core war, it will only be beneficial to us. Moreover, our Buggy Pirates are different from the Whitebeard Pirates. We are not afraid of fighting with large troops at all. Zephyr and others heard the words, and at this time they heard the ability of the dense fruit that Buggy used during the Wano Kuni battle. Then I thought of the lush forest of the entire Scarlet Empire, and that giant tree. Really. If you have such a terrifying devil fruit ability, you really don't need to worry about troop strength. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but smiled and said, since this is the case, you will be in command of the high-end combat forces of Ain, Shuzo, and Binzi, and I will prevent security problems within our empire during the war. Good. Buggy smiled and nodded. Those powerful warriors who surrendered to us can also hold some high-level positions. For example, Denjiro of the Red Sheath 9 heroes, Ashura Boy, Kawamatsu, and Kikunojo. They have all made a name for themselves. These people can be trusted, and entrusting the country's security to them can also allow them to serve as some combat power. Good. Zephyr understood immediately. With Zephyr gone, Buggy sent Blue No to call UTA over. After UTA came over, he was a little unhappy, and at this moment he was pouting and throwing a temper tantrum. Because when she came over at that time, Buggy and the others had already gone to Raftel. After learning about this situation, she was very angry that Buggy went to a place like Raftel without taking her. Naturally, he didn't give Buggy a good face now. Buggy smiled and raised his hand to rub Uda's head and said with a smile, didn't I tell you to prepare the live broadcast equipment at home? Raftel, you can go whenever you want. Anyway, it's ours now. In a while, you and Robin will broadcast live to explain the situation of Raftel, and you will have plenty of time to watch it. Uda suddenly said in shock, live Raftel? Is this kind of thing really okay? What does it matter? The corners of Buggy's mouth turned upward. I've wanted to do this for a long time, this era of chaos should be over. Create a new era. Uda, isn't this your dream? How about it? Would you like to start this new era with me now? Uda nodded heavily, showing a bright smile, I am willing. Ahem. Robin on one side couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately coughed dryly. What are you doing? It's like asking for marriage. Swish. Hearing this, Uda's fair little face was instantly flushed with blush, and she immediately became unhappy, and got into a fight with Luo. Buggy enjoyed the laughter among the beauties for a while, and soon received news that Judge had sent the phone bug over. Hearing this situation, UTA and Robin stopped fighting. After the two girls straightened their clothes with blushing faces, they immediately began to prepare for the live broadcast. They all now know the whole plan. After the live broadcast started, UTA spoke, and then Robin intervened to explain Raftel's information, and finally the camera directly switched to Raftel. Expose all history text. Then Robin began to tell the story of the Sun God Kingdom. Everything went according to plan. Buggy's plan went smoothly, and the live broadcast started on the sacred tree Atom. On top of today's god tree Atom, there are only members of the Buggy Pirates and the top cadres of the Scarlet Empire. Even the former Red Sheath 9 heroes have come. People from the Fishmen Island, the Fur Race, and the Daughter Country naturally also have high-level people here. They were all sitting on the sidelines of the venue, because they didn't get the exact news, so they were all shocked. Surprised and puzzled. Soon, Uda's figure appeared in the center of the stage, smiling at the camera and saying, then, this worldwide live broadcast will start with the music of my UTA. This song, New Era, is for everyone. After that, Uda's beautiful dance and moving singing sounded. The power of the Fruit of Songs also began to spread to the world through images and sounds. That's why Buggy needs UTA to stream with him. Her singing fruit ability can prevent the live broadcast of the phone bug from being cut off. As long as the live broadcast starts for a period of time, the phone bugs affected by the sound of Gurgurguo will not be cut off by the signal. Unless there is a phone bug that directly kills the live broadcast. Otherwise, the live broadcast may be cut off only after UTA exhausted his energy and passed out. 10 minutes later. As UTA finished her 2 songs, she smiled at the camera and said, everyone, my performance is here for the time being. Today I invited my friends, let them meet you now. Welcome friends of Scarlet Empire. While UTA was speaking, the camera turned and it was aimed at the Buggy Pirates sitting on one side of the auditorium. Then UTA started to introduce all the members of the Buggy Pirates one by one starting from Buggy. When many people saw this place, they suddenly had a feeling. They felt that the live broadcast this time might not be easy. After UTA finished introducing the members of the Buggy Pirates, he began to introduce the top management of the Scarlet Empire. When Zephyr's identity as Marine Admiral was revealed, everyone watching the live broadcast around the world was shocked. The former Marine Admiral turned out to be the Marine Marshal of the Scarlet Empire today? You know, after that UTA live broadcast, the Scarlet Empire has become the representative of a peaceful, wealthy, and prosperous country in the world. Especially in the past few months, when UTA often broadcasts live, he will take viewers from all over the world to visit various parts of the Color Empire. This allows people all over the world to have an in-depth understanding of the Scarlet Empire, and it also makes them yearn for this country even more. If UTA hadn't introduced everything to people all over the world, it would be hard for them to imagine such a happy country in the world. Especially when businessmen from all over the world have come to the Scarlet Empire, they are even more attracted by the prosperity, peace and prosperity here. With the departure of these merchants, the Scarlet Empire has appeared more truly in the eyes of people all over the world. And as the first head of state of the Scarlet Empire and the founder of the Scarlet Empire, the reputation of Buggy the God Slayer resounds all over the world. In particular, his dreams and ideas are admired and pursued by countless people. Because Buggy showed them that this dream can really come true. Because the Scarlet Empire has already been realized. This is one of the reasons why the Buggy trend has taken root all over the world. Because this dream and idea are not water without a source and a tree without roots, but a tangible existence that can be seen. Therefore, the Buggy program in the hearts of many people around the world has begun to thrive, and it may not be long before it will grow into a big tree. After being shocked by Zephyr's identity, people with different identities and races from the Murloc tribe, the Fur tribe, the Giant tribe, and the King of the Daughter country were introduced, making people from all over the world curious about the Scarlet Empire. Just after everyone thought this might be a live broadcast introducing Scarlet Empire, suddenly a beautiful shadow was pulled onto the stage by UTA. She smiled. Everyone, this is my sister Robin. She had just traveled to a place called Raftel with the head of our empire, the captain of the Buggy Pirates. As you all know, Blue No Dashu among the Buggy Pirates is a door fruit ability user. With his ability, as long as it is a place he has been to, he can go there again at any time. Because I missed the opportunity to go to Raftel earlier. So, this time I want Uncle Blue No to take us 10 more times. In addition, there are many ancient texts in Raftel, so I invited Miss Robin as a guide for this time. She will explain to me and you all the contents of the ancient text of the island of Raftel. How about it? Do you like the live content that UTA prepared for you this time? After speaking, UTA waved her right hand and made a scissors hand, and then her bright smile appeared on the live screen. But when everyone sees this smile at this moment, they seem to see a pair of devil horns growing on the top of Uda's head. In fact, many people didn't realize the name Raftel at first, but they just watched the live broadcast happily as usual. But the underground kings who participated in the live broadcast led by Morgans and Tezzolo, when they heard UTA say, Raftel, everyone was shocked. New World. The divided seas of all nations. After Kaido and Big Mom died, only 1/3 of this sea area was occupied by the remaining children of Big Mom. Among these people was Katakuri at the head. Now this sea area can be regarded as a breathing space for newcomers who come to New World. Now among these newcomers, the most powerful is Uda's kid, and the alliance forces of Hawkins and Apu. At this time, it is located on the main island of the Supernova Pirate Alliance, under a huge screen, and the members of the 3 Supernova Pirates are sitting here. There are some other people here too. The originally noisy scene became quiet after hearing UTA say the words, Raftel. Hey, are you kidding? What did I just hear? Raftel. No way. Just now UTA said that 4 Emperors Buggy has gone to Raftel and learned the secrets inside? Don't be too outrageous. So the big secret treasure has really been found. And what are those historical texts? A blank 100-year history. Boss kid, help me. Isn't it? This kind of thing can really be used for live broadcasting. What do the Buggy Pirates think? It's over. I have a hunch that an era of unprecedented chaos is coming. Another place. Among the Supernova Alliance, the 3 captains sitting together looked uncertain. Hey, Hawkins, Apu, what do you think? Kid also frowned after hearing that. Hawkins took out a tarot card and glanced at it, then shook his head solemnly and said, It's impossible to calculate. Godslayer Buggy has a probability of becoming the Pirate King, 100%. Hey. What are you kidding, Hawkins? Apu hammered his chest, then sighed again. If you were facing that man, even our allies are useless. Now that people have started broadcasting live. Also, I just heard from one of my men that the signal doesn't seem to be cut off at all. Well, just take a look. See what our Buggy-sama is up to. One Piece. Kid nodded slowly. New World. Hive Island. Blackbeard, who usually doesn't care about anything, is staring at the live broadcast screen with an uncertain expression. The rest of his crew were also shocked. That guy Buggy, has he really obtained the big secret treasure? But why would he make such a thing public? I don't understand what that man thinks at all. Captain, what do you think? Do you think this matter may be true? Blackbeard, who had been silent all this time, stood up slowly after hearing what his subordinates said. He stared at the live broadcast screen and said in a deep voice. That man can't lie, and there's no need to lie. In this era, they are actually the closest to that throne. Originally, I thought it was Shanks who would launch the final charge, but I didn't expect that this man did it directly and silently. Neither the first 3 road signs, nor the last road signs are so easy to get. This man has done it all in 2.5 years. I wouldn't believe it if he didn't plan ahead. I just didn't expect that he would be so fast, and... Blackbeard suddenly laughed when he said this. Thief, ha ha ha, Buggy, you are even crazier than I imagined. Now face the world government, are you really ready? What would you do if the world government finally brought out Admiral Level 5 Elders, Admiral Level Knights of the Gods? You know, but even that guy Shanks suffered a big loss and quit. Not to mention that the Marine government is watching. Let me see where your confidence lies, One Piece Buggy. New World. Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. At this time, Shanks was sitting on the giant square, sitting next to a giant wearing a crown. After seeing UTA say the content of this live broadcast, his face suddenly darkened, and he said through gritted teeth. Buggy, you always make big news for me, don't you? You bastard, you were going to die yourself. Why did you take my lovely UTA with you? You shouldn't have given UTA into your hands. West, ha 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 ha. Seeing the appearance of Shanks, the giant king patted his belly and laughed loudly. Shanks, you have moments like this too. Isn't it just a live broadcast of Raftel, just an island? Isn't it just to let the son of the devil explain the main text of history? Raftel? History text. Why does this old man always feel very familiar with these 2 words, as if I have heard of them somewhere before? Red Ghost Brokey and Blue Ogre Dory were also deep in thought. The other giants ate happily. For them, things other than Elbaf had little to do with them. Shanks rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. King of Giants, Raftel is the last island in the sea. It can be said that among all the pirates in this era of great pirates, those who have pursuits basically come to sea for Raftel. Because there is hidden the big secret treasure left by Captain Roger, which has been said by UTA before, the truth of the world blank 100 years of history. These things, all in Raftel. In that era, people who went to Raftel were called One Piece by everyone. After these words were finished, Kaiji, the owner's plaza that was still lively, suddenly fell into deathly silence. Raftel they don't know. They don't care about the blank 100 years of history. But they know the title of One Piece, therefore, at this moment, everyone looked at Shanks in disbelief. Hey, Shanks, what do you mean, the current Buggy has become the One Piece? The giant king looked at Shanks in shock. Shanks sighed, nodded and said. Yeah, today's Buggy is undoubtedly the One Piece. Grand Line. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Crane Vice Admiral immediately yelled angrily after receiving the live broadcast news. Call them and bring all the top executives to the conference hall. Let them go at full speed. Few minutes. A group of Marines in Naval Headquarters saw a strange scene. As long as they were Marine Rear Admiral or above, those who mastered moonwalk were all running wildly in the sky. Dozens of figures rushed towards the conference hall of Naval Headquarters. Soon, the conference hall was filled with a group of Marine executives. Among them are 2 admirals, Fujitora and Aokiji. Although they are admirals, Crane Vice Admiral ignored the 2 of them at all, but continued to make a call. After a while, she changed another number and cursed at the same time. Sakazuki, a bastard, as the Marine Marshal, where did he go when he wasn't in Naval Headquarters? Damn it. All the rear admirals, vice admirals, and even admirals looked at each other when they heard this, and pretended not to hear it. Hello. I said Xiaohei. Why are you calling me at this time? At this moment, Garp's carefree voice came from the phone bug of Crane Vice Admiral. Why are you looking for me? Crane Vice Admiral cursed. What did you bastards go to the Scarlet Empire? Even Buggy went to Raftel and became One Piece, don't you know? Where are you now? Go back to the headquarters. Hiss. After hearing he Vice Admiral's words, the Marine generals, who were still bowing their heads in silence, gasped in shock. What did they just hear? Buggy went to Raftel and became One Piece. Hey. Grandmahi, is this true or false? Aokiji looked up sharply and looked at Suru Vice Admiral in disbelief. Crane Vice Admiral did not speak, and raised his hand to pat the big phone bug beside him. Beep. Soon, a signal lighted up on the phone bug's back, and then 2 rays of light shot out from its eyes and printed on the white wall in front of it. Immediately afterwards, images began to appear on the wall. Immediately, a voice came from one side. Wow. Robin O. Nathan, is this the Raftel? Doesn't it look very special? Yes, this is Raftel. Robin smiled slightly, pointed to the pale golden light curtain behind and said. Look here behind us. Uda turned around to look, and then a pair of big eyes lit up, raised his hand to poke, and then turned to look at Robin. Seeing that the other party signaled that there was no danger, Uta stretched out her whole palm out of the pale golden light curtain, and immediately her big Kazilon eyes narrowed instantly, and she said in surprise. Wow. Robin, oh Nathan, it's seawater outside. I already had that state of physical weakness. The seawater can't even get in, it's a bit like the bubbles of the Fishmen Island. There are also some golden lights that are also very beautiful. Do they serve as lighting? Yes. In the live video, Robin pointed to the front of the pale golden light curtain and said. The place we are in now is a huge port, which should have been built by the previous people. This port. People from naval headquarters heard Robin laughing and introducing Raftel's situation. Everyone looked shocked. No way? Is this really Raftel? It's not surprising that it's Raftel, is it? It's the Buggy pirates who are only going now, which makes me feel strange. Oh? How to say? Have you all forgotten? The captain of the Buggy pirates has Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, and Sunbell, 4 former captains of Roger, and Jabba is also a navigator. Isn't it normal for them to go to Raftel if they want? Hey. It seems to be true. But why did they choose to go at this time? Besides, they also broadcast the internal situation of Raftel live? It doesn't look like anything special. Oh, except for the bubble film produced by the Yarchman mangrove that can block the seawater, it seems to be a bigger port. Special? Isn't that special enough? Look carefully at the port and the walls. Hiss, impossible. Is it all gold? My god, hiss. Originally they were discussing whether it was Raftel's marine executives, but now they were all attracted by the shocking golden light. At first they didn't pay much attention, but when they were reminded, they were shocked to find that these golden rays of light are so similar to gold. Their doubts are also the doubts of the people watching the live broadcast all over the world. Uda understands people's hearts very well. Just a few steps forward, he asked the question that everyone in the world wanted to ask the most at the moment. Hey. Robin, oh Nathan, I have a question. Uda squatted down suddenly, looked at the slightly blackened ground under his feet, raised his hand to touch it and said. I was very surprised when I came in just now. Why do these golden rays of light feel so like the golden light from gold? Huh. Did you find out? Robin showed an intellectual smile, nodded and said. Yeah, that's what you think. The island of Raftel is actually a golden mountain. The port you see now is also a port built from a big hole in Jinshan. We checked out after coming here before. It's all gold, the whole island is. Uda looked up at Robin in shock, she was really shocked now. The whole island is gold, what kind of concept is this? Gudong, after swallowing his saliva, Uta said with difficulty. So, the big secret treasure that One Piece said, which can buy the whole world, is this golden mountain on the bottom of the sea? Well, yes. Robin smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Wow. The whole world is in a frenzy right now. Oh, at this moment, everyone on this planet seems to be able to hear the shocked cries. The whole island is gold. Enough to buy the treasures of the world. No one would not want it. But at this moment, they can only watch with envy and hatred. And at this very moment, countless pirates who went out to sea hoping to find One Piece were completely heartbroken. The great secret treasure was discovered first. The feeling is mixed. But when they knew that the person who got the big secret treasure was the strongest man in the world today, Godslayer 4 Emperor's Buggy, they felt very reasonable. Just like in the post-Roger era, everyone thinks that no one else will be the next One Piece except Whitebeard. It's just that Whitebeard at the time didn't know what the purpose was, and didn't compete for One Piece. But even so, he has become the uncrowned king of the post-Roger era. Now, after 20 years, the throne of One Piece ushered in his master again, Godslayer Dreamer, world's strongest man, for Buggy. It's just that no one expected that Buggy would broadcast all Raftel's situation live. From this look, he seems to be planning to let the world know more things. Laymen don't understand, they just feel crazy when they see the gold in the whole island. Insiders are shocked. They seem to understand what Buggy was trying to do by now. Those who watched the live broadcast of the world government, whether it is a member country or a member country. At this time, the Buggy program, that swept the world in the past 2 years, appeared in the hearts of many of them. Almost all civilians knew this program, and they all silently memorized it. Heart. At this time, when they saw that Buggy was going to do something amazing again, the throbbing in their hearts slowly emerged again. No one knows exactly what today means, but everyone knows that today is a special day. It was the day when One Piece reappeared after 20 years. It can only be said that fortunately Straw Hat Crew and their team are currently on a deserted island and cannot see this live broadcast. Otherwise, Luffy might have lost his soul at this time. But sooner or later, home of Whitebeard. Brother Ma and Ace, who watched the live broadcast, were silent for a long time. After a long while, Ace looked up to the sky and sighed bitterly and said with a wry smile. That Luffy guy, he should be very sad, right? Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao Ma laughed loudly and said. That kid Luffy. Maybe. But in this era, the only man qualified to sit on that throne is Buggy, right? Even if it is true, he is far inferior to Buggy in my heart. What an amazing man. Ace also nodded slowly, but his expression turned serious and said. Marco, I'm going to return his favor. Marco was startled, then nodded solemnly and said. Ah, let's go together, even Dad's share. Redline. Pangu City. 5 elders, who were scolding Akainu for his incompetence, suddenly received a call. Then Akainu was kicked out with a dazed look on his face. When there were only 4 of them left in the conference hall, a voice came from the phone bug. IM wants to use the flame of the Virgin. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the world-recognized One Piece. You have successfully changed the plot. The rewards have been issued. Ding. Reward. Sword of Shattering. Introduction. Star-level combat skills. The energy sword formed by combining the power of nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, and the law of smashing into one. The sword can be long or short, large or small. 1 sword Zangetsu, 1 sword Broken Star. Ding. Reward. World Gate Fragment, Ninja. Congratulations on collecting all the World Gate fragments and getting World Gate, Hokage Ninja, which can be opened to go to this world at any time. Introduction. The time ratio of the 2 worlds is 1 to 365, that is, 1 day has passed in the world of pirates, and 1 year has passed in the world of Hokage Ninja. While people all over the world were shocked by the live broadcast, Buggy, who was sitting on the side of the venue, smiled. The reward this time is simply not too exciting. Stellar combat skills. You must know that the current Buggy has only just broken through the combat power of the planetary level, and his strongest moves are still some distance away from the star level. Now he directly gave himself one of the strongest killing moves. Smash Sword. I just don't know if the power of this sword is really as powerful as the skill introduction, 1 sword Zangetsu and 1 sword Broken Star. I just don't know how it compares with Tensegan Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. After all, Buggy has seen the terrifying ability of Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion to split the moon with 1 sword in the previous life. If Crushing Sword can achieve this effect, Buggy will be even more powerful in the world of Hokage. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, he couldn't wait to try it out. It's just that as a planetary level, he still can't move freely in space, so he needs to be more careful. After reaching the planetary level, combat power, Buggy tried to fly out of the planet's ozone layer. He can resist the cold and space pressure, but he still can't breathe freely in the cosmic space. He can take enough air without breathing for a day, and can travel briefly in the universe. If you really want to test the ability of Crushing Sword, you have to chop a few meteorites to see the effect. As for this Hokage Ninja Gate of the world, Buggy does not plan to use it for the time being. Although Hokage's bottom-end combat power is not necessarily stronger than One Piece World, their high-end combat power is definitely higher than One Piece World. Let us just say that his planetary level strength is not yet able to run rampant in the universe, and there are already such people in the Hokage world. But now Buggy needn't worry. At least below 6 paths, Buggy thinks that there is no problem in solving the opponent. If you have more than 6 paths, you will know after the fight. Buggy has actually thought about the Hokage world for a long time. After all, he is greedy for various abilities in the Hokage world. Now Buggy's physique and abilities are strong enough, all he needs is a pair of awesome eyes. If the Hokage world can change the plot and get a pair of bull's eyes as a reward, it is also a good choice. But all of this will have to wait until after solving One Piece World. Thinking of this, Buggy turned his attention to the live broadcast again. He was very curious about how Marine and 5 elders from world government would feel when they saw this live broadcast. The corners of Buggy's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Wow, Robin, oh Nathan, are these big square blue stones inlaid in the Golden Mountain Wall the main text of history? Why are there so many of them? Uta looked at the 4 walls of the Golden Cave full of historical texts, and couldn't help but be amazed. Robin nodded. I didn't expect that there would be so many historical texts. Before coming to Raftel, the recorded historical texts, including the historical texts of road signs to Raftel, totaled about 30 yuan. But Raftel has as much as 300 yuan here. However, the content recorded above is indeed more interesting. In addition to the 3 ancient weapons, there is also some history about celestial dragons before them. Among them is the Sun God Kingdom that shined the world for hundreds of years on our planet 900 years ago and once lived on the Red Line, known as the Kingdom of God. Hey! Kingdom of the gods? Kingdom of the sun god? Is there really such a country? Uda was amazed. It seems that I haven't even heard of folklore. Robin explained. The snake girl and the eagle in the Buggy pirates actually have the blood of the descendants of the sun god kingdom. That is, the two pairs of wings and the flame behind them are the symbols of their race. You may not know that the world government has been offering rewards and hunting down this race. As long as you provide information about this race, you can get a reward of 100 million berries. Wow. Is there so much money reward just for the news? Uda said in shock. Sister Robin, why does the world government want to hunt them down? Because they are descendants of the sun god kingdom. Yes. Robin smiled and said, because the sun god, who once established the sun god kingdom, was a member of the Lunaria tribe. The celestial dragons are worried that they will rise up again and threaten their rule, so naturally they want to do everything possible to kill them. Just like the world government does not allow others to study that 100-year blank, and the subsequent history. Back then, my hometown of O'Hara was obliterated by the government with Buster Call because of the research blank for 100 years. They didn't even spare the civilians on the island. In the historical text above, what is recorded is what the world government fears the most. Uda clasped his hands together pretending to be afraid and said. Then aren't we going to be obliterated by the world government too? Robin gave an evil smile. The day you joined the Scarlet Empire, you were destined to stand on the opposite side of the world government. Want to repent now? Oh late. The two beauties chatted nonchalantly here, and even joked about the history of blank 100 years. This made everyone watching the live broadcast stunned. Huge kingdom. Sun god kingdom? The celestial dragons were only 20 small families of the sun god kingdom that unified the world? This news completely shocked and crazy the whole world. It turns out that the celestial dragons are not descendants of the creator at all, so they are not born noble at all. They are just a mean and shameless rebel. It is obvious that the sun god nation treats their family so well, and it is obvious that the sun god nation does not feel sorry for these people in any way. But when the country was in decline, they took advantage of the rebellion to avenge their favor. Celestial dragons? Ridiculous. At this moment, the supernovas of New World all showed ferocious smiles. At this moment, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters looked horrified. At this moment, the 5 elders in the Holy Land Marie Joy's Panjiu city were pale. From this moment on, the whole world is completely insane. No one expected that the truth of world history would be uncovered in this way. It can be said that the celestial dragons, so-called descendants of the creator, were pressed to the ground and slapped in the face. It became clear to all that the so-called celestial dragons were shameful traitors. When the country is in crisis, instead of choosing to save the country, it is stabbing the country. At this moment, Robin's words, in my opinion, celestial dragons are shameful betrayers, have become the consensus of everyone in the world. Celestial dragons are shameful traitors. The world government has imprisoned the thought of 800 years, breaking the ice at this moment. The concept of Buggy began to sprout and grow in people's hearts. Unknowingly, these people have become a spark of rebellion against the world government. It's just that at this moment they need a leader. When that man steps forward, the world will burn because of him. Grand Line. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the conference hall, there was a dead silence. When all Marine executives listened to Robin's story from the huge kingdom of the sun god 1,500 years ago to the present, their faces were full of shock. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall seemed to freeze. Hey, if this is the case, things will really get serious. After a while, with a lazy voice, the entire conference hall began to vent like a flood that opened the gate. The celestial dragons turned out to be shameful traitors. What about the promised descendants of the creator? Isn't it? You can believe it too. They can deceive themselves, we can't believe it casually. Then why do you believe what a pirate says? Nico Robin is a pirate. Then the question is, how did Nico Robin become a pirate? Is it a reward from the world government? That's fine. Is this kind of thing true? How can there be so many historical texts? Could it be forged by the Buggy pirates? Crane Vice Admiral, what should we do now? After such a voice suddenly came out in the noisy conference hall, everyone fell silent. They all turned to look at the Marine think tank. However, Crane Vice Admiral didn't look at them at all, and was still staring at the live broadcast with burning eyes. Robin is still talking about the main text of history. At this time, Fujitora couldn't help but heaved a long sigh and said, "The war is about to start again." Yes. Crane Vice Admiral nodded slowly, then turned to look at the Marine executives and said, "What to do? What else to do? Wait for the notification from the world government. Regardless of history, it is today's world government that rules the world. And our marine is an army under the world government. What else can we do besides waiting for the notice? You have all seen the battle report of Wano Kuni War, and you should all know that in the Battle of the Great Core, our marines have no advantage at all against the Buggy pirates. Whether at sea or on land. No, even we might be at a disadvantage. However, if a war really breaks out, even if it is a disadvantage, it should still be fought. So, get ready for homework. Once the war begins, it will be a great war that will sweep the world. Hearing what Crane Vice Admiral said, everyone was shocked. Fujitora also lamented. Yeah, because this world war is no longer a war between marines and pirates. It's a battle for world supremacy. There is no justice, only victory or defeat. As soon as Fujitora's words came out, everyone's expression changed again. An admiral, a Crane Vice Admiral say so. Is it really going to be a world war? Just as everyone bowed their heads and thought about the war to come, someone in the conference room suddenly exclaimed. Wait. Look. What it is. Oh my god, above the godly Adam tree of the Scarlet Empire. Is there some monster up there? Swish. Almost at the same time, everyone turned their heads to look. I saw that the live broadcast angle of view at this time has returned to the Adam God tree of the Scarlet Empire, and everyone is looking up at the sky. Rumbling above the sky, dark clouds were densely covered, and thunder and lightning flashed, as if the end was coming. The most weird and frightening thing is that behind the tumbling dark clouds, there is actually a huge black shadow behind the dark clouds amidst the flashes of thunder and lightning, which looks extremely weird. At this moment, the 6 Vega punks sitting in the auditorium exclaimed at the same time. Not good. This is the flame of the Virgin. It is the flame of the Virgin that can destroy an island with one blow. Run. Damn. I shouldn't have invented this thing in the first place. I was too competitive when I was young, and I made it to be comparable to ancient weapon. I didn't expect world government to attack the Scarlet Empire. There are still many innocent people here. What to do? What to do? Vegapunk, the 5 clones are in a hurry, and his body is also urging everyone to run away. After seeing this scene, the expressions of all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world changed. Destroy an island with one blow? A weapon comparable to ancient weapon? If someone else said that, they would absolutely sneer at it. But, it's Vegapunk who said that. Smartest people in the world today. Greatest scientist ever. There is no doubt that the credibility of what he said is extremely high. Therefore, everyone's expressions suddenly changed at this moment. Destroy an island? Doesn't that mean that the world government wants to destroy the Scarlet Empire? Is it like destroying the Sun God Kingdom back then? Is this your answer, world government? People all over the world are outraged right now. And all the pirates are also frightened at this time. If the world government really has this kind of weapon, wouldn't it be easy to destroy them in the future? And those underground kings who participated in this live broadcast connection, they also panicked at this time. Hey, it can't be true, right? Apart from the monsters in New World that can destroy an island during a battle, does the world government have such weapons? Destroy an island with one blow, how horrible it is. Is this the end of Scarlet Empire? Hey, I made a lot of money doing business with them. Ridiculous. The ability to destroy an island wants to destroy the Scarlet Empire. Who do you look down on? Don't use your narrow thinking to measure Mr. Buggy. Tezzolo, you actually speak for that Buggy. Could it be that you are also a believer in his thinking? I also don't think that the world government with the weapons at the level of recruiting islands can cause any damage to the Scarlet Empire. Just take a look, that man will make a move. Really? Just after Morgans finished speaking, in the live broadcast, a man walked out of the crowd. Afterwards, he also looked up at the sky, and then showed a disdainful smile. The Holy Mother of Fire. Holding Uranus in your hand, but only dare to attack my country with weapons made by Vegapunk? World government, after 800 years, your courage has also become smaller. Do you really think this kind of thing is useful to me? You don't have to worry, I will take action. Whoosh. While speaking, Buggy turned into a white gold light soaring into the sky under everyone's shocked eyes. Along with Buggy soaring into the sky, there is also the huge platinum ball of light condensed between his hands. Even through the live broadcast, people all over the world can see the platinum, black and purple 3-color lightning wrapped around the platinum light ball that Buggy is dragging. It is also very scary. Rumbling right at this moment, above the sky, amidst the dark clouds, thousands of thunderbolts bombarded down towards Buggy soaring into the sky like flames. Facing the terrible attack, Buggy stopped at a height of 100 meters, raised his hand and directly threw the platinum light ball in his hand, and then whipped his whip leg on the light ball, causing the sphere of light turned into a white gold stream of light soaring into the sky, facing the 1,000 thunderstorms. Just when everyone was wondering if this was the mayfly shaking the tree, the city thunder train directly turned into a star point of light and disappeared in smoke the moment it touched the golden light ball. Then the platinum ball of light exploded under the dark clouds. Like a bursting sun, it instantly wiped out the entire cloudless sky. In the next moment, above the sky, the weapon that made the first attack before was also revealed in front of everyone. When seeing this weapon, everyone couldn't help being shocked. New world. Above the sky of Scarlet Empire. The sky, which was originally billowing with dark clouds and thunderous with lightning, now became clear and cloudless. Just a few thousand meters above the Scarlet Empire Adam's sacred tree, a bloody giant dragon was crumbling at this moment. It is called a giant dragon, because its appearance is the same as that of Western giant dragons, but its body length is several thousand meters, and it looks even more oppressive than when Kaido was transformed into a dragon. But this giant dragon said it was a pure creature, but it didn't look like it. Because the appearance of this giant dragon is covered with a layer of pure silver metal shell. If it weren't for the sharp contrast between the jet black scales exposed on both feet and the armor, it would be difficult for everyone to discover that they were real scales. The body of this giant dragon is at least 2 or 3 kilometers long, and its wingspan is even larger, like a cloud hanging from the sky. 2 sharp, pitch-black long horns grew from the head, and the huge dragon's mouth grew silently at this moment, and the bright and sharp dragon teeth were already covered with blood at this time. There is also blood constantly overflowing from its mouth and nose. The pair of huge scarlet dragon eyes were already full of fear at this moment. Its fearful expression can be clearly felt even by everyone watching the live broadcast. Originally, he wanted to hide behind the clouds and act as a tyrant, but he didn't expect that man to blow the clouds in it with one move. At this time, countless fine cracks have appeared on the body of this steel giant dragon. Whether it is its steel shell or its seemingly extremely hard dragon scales, all of them were shattered by the previous explosion of star core annihilation, Markov. It is precisely because of this that it sprays such a large amount of blood, even with its powerful essence, it cannot heal. Because there are too many cracks on the body. The power of Buggy's star core annihilation is too terrifying. Not only easily smashed the Holy Mother's flame that could destroy the island, but also directly shocked the black dragon, Jalosko deer, on the Wekong to the verge of death. This terrifying attack power was not only expected by the black giant, Galaskoni, but even the 5 elders in Akainu who were watching the live broadcast in the Holy Land did not expect it. At this point they were all in shock of Buggy's strength. The blood on the steel black dragon's body was like rainwater falling from the sky, but when the blood fell 3 or 4 meters in front of Buggy, it turned into dust and dissipated, and no blood touched his body at all. But the people watching the battle below felt a little uncomfortable. The unresponsive guy directly poured dragon blood all over his body. Wow. When the dragon's blood fell on everyone, they finally reacted, and then they caused an uproar. F*K. Vegapunk, isn't this a giant dragon? How did you invent this thing? Looks like a legendary creature. Vegapunk, how the hell did you do it? Is it too big? No matter how big it is, it feels like it was almost given a second by Captain Buggy. Look at the blood. Captain Buggy is too strong. The power of the explosion just now almost scared me half to death. Why do I feel that this dragon is dying? Can it only use that move once? Everyone was discussing, but the cadres of the Buggy pirates all turned their heads to look at Vegapunk. The latter shook his head helplessly and said, "How can such a powerful weapon be fired in succession? As for this legendary dragon, it is natural to use biological creation technology to fuse blood factors. Forget it. Anyway, you don't understand it anyway. Moreover, this big guy is probably going to die too. This amount of bleeding. Sure enough, no matter how powerful an ancient weapon is, it cannot match the strength of a human being. The power of Buggy just now has already surpassed the previous, Galaskoni's, Holy Lady's flame. It is really hard to imagine that a person's power can be so strong." Hearing Vegapunk's exclamation, Bullet sneered and said, "I said, old man, don't you look at whose Captain Buggy is? If you want to be the captain of us, how can it be possible without this kind of strength?" Hearing this, Vegapunk subconsciously turned his head to look at Bullet and the others. And at this time, because of Bullet's words, there are also people watching the live broadcast from all over the world who are also looking at them. Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo, Enel, Dragon, Boa Hancock, Zephyr, Sunbell, San Juan Wolves, Haishia Jinbei, Crocodile, Seraph S. Snake, Seraph S. Eagle, Ion, Shuzo, Gecko Moria, Rob Lucci, Inwarashi, Nekomushi, Binzi. All of them are resounding top-level combat power. Not to mention that there are still some combat forces who are training. It can be said that the strength of the Buggy pirates can tell the existence of echelons at a glance. 6 or 7 admiral grades, 6 or 7 quasi-admiral grades, 7 or 8 elite vice-admiral grades. This kind of terrifying combat team, Marine alone is not enough to see. At a glance, many people had cold sweat on their foreheads. Supernova, Naval Headquarters, World Government and others, they really understand at this moment how terrifying the Buggy pirates are. Especially since he is backed by a Scarlet Empire. Talents and combat power will be continuously cultivated. Even the 4-5 elders are thankful for taking action against the Buggy pirates at this moment. If they wait a few more years, their world government may not necessarily be able to gain an advantage in terms of combat power and numbers. The kings of the underground world were even more shocking. Originally, they were all very proud, especially those who had power, thinking that their strength might not be much worse than the 4 emperors. But after comparing them, they realized that they were not at the same level at all. Just when everyone was attracted by the combat power of the Buggy pirates, the black dragon named Gildart, above the sky seemed to be unable to bear this terrifying bleeding speed anymore, raised his head and let out a mournful cry. Almost everyone looked up at the same time, and then they saw that the speed of the huge dragon flapping its wings became slower and slower, and then its huge body began to slowly fall from the sky. At this time, Buggy's voice sounded above the sky. "Old Bay, is the meat of the guy you created edible?" Vegapunk didn't even realize what Buggy was going to do, and nodded almost subconsciously. Except for the outer layer of energy armor, it is filled with normal biological components. How could it be inedible? Wait, you don't mean to? That's right, it's rare that the world government sent such a large plate of meat to our Scarlet Empire, just for everyone's extra meal. Above the sky, Buggy clapped his hands together and shouted. Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Ha ha! As Buggy's voice fell, there was a surge in the forest above the ground below, and then dozens of huge wooden palms with a diameter of hundreds of meters shot up into the sky, turning into one by one to grab the fallen from the sky. Black Dragon. Boom boom boom. A few seconds later, the Black Kulong, whose body was covered in star core Jinwen, was directly lifted by the dozens of Song Kong Damasu's palms at an altitude of hundreds of meters. Clatter. Even at this time, the dragon's blood on its body is still flowing down from those huge wooden palms like a stream. Some people who watched the live broadcast suddenly felt a pang in their hearts when they saw that the huge monster that was originally standing on the sky was so easily pinched by Buggy's ability. Is Buggy already so powerful? At this moment, the black dragon, Gildart, was still roaring angrily. Crack. Facing the last roar of the black dragon, Buggy calmly said. Little Eagle, cut off the dragon's head and send it on its way. Yes, Captain. After Buggy's voice fell, and before everyone could realize who Kitty Hawk was, a figure soared into the sky from the venue of Atom God Tree. When everyone took a closer look, it was the seraphim flapping its black wings, with flames surging behind it. Eagle. At this time, the little eagle stood at a height of 100 meters, and then made the same movement of swinging the knife as Hawkeye. Scoff. Poof! In the next instant, an orange sword light shot up into the sky, and a sword energy that spanned 1,000 meters was cut across the sky, instantly cutting the still slightly struggling black dragon into 2 pieces. A section of body, day saddle dragon head, puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the words of the dragon's head fell. Made by Vegapunk, the black dragon capable of destroying islands in one blow, Jalosko has fallen. Seeing this, Buggy nodded in satisfaction and said. Afterwards, use these black dragons to add food to the people of our empire. While talking, Buggy turned to look at his giant chef, Pansfree said with a smile. Uncle Fry, no one has cooked a dragon yet, right? How about leaving this dragon to cooking? Ha 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 ha! Pansfree waved his big shovel and said with a smile. Captain Buggy, you really understand me. I haven't, yes, cooked dragons before, so today I'm going to be the first in the chef world. Then I'm not welcome, Captain Buggy. Everyone, save your stomach and get ready for dinner. This is not in a hurry. Buggy chuckled, turned to look at the Buggy pirates below, grinned and said. Originally, I thought about declaring war with the world government in a few days, since the world government took action against us first. Then let's get on with it. How are you guys? Would you like to take a trip to the holy land of Marie Joys with your captain now? Destroy the celestial dragons, today. After the words fell, it seemed that the whole world was quiet at this moment. Even the members of the Buggy pirates didn't react. No. This declares war on the world government? Will it be a little too anxious, a little too hasty? It can be said that everyone in the world is confused at the moment. And at this quiet moment, suddenly a playful voice sounded. Going to the holy land Marie Joys? It's such an interesting thing. The old man will accompany you. Afterwards, everyone was startled almost at the same time, because they subconsciously scanned the past with knowledge and knowledge, but they didn't find any figure at all. Another top powerhouse who has mastered the knowledge kill.